Let's go. So we are live. And welcome everybody to game 4 of Clash of Kings 2023, live and unleashed from a very warm and somewhat sticky Nottingham. We have 146 players still playing. I'll do a check on that first thing later in the morning because quite a few people were having a lot of drinks last night, so they may have not turned up this morning. And on the stream, we have my very good friend, Luis. Luis,
Hello,
say
everybody.
hello.
Hello, how you doing? Excited to see the game 4 now.
So, game 4 is a battle between the English and the French. So, obviously, we need to have a Spaniard to keep control of everybody going on here and make sure that we get a fair commentary. We have Ed Herzig with the Force of Nature and Timothy, who's got a Force of Nature army as well. So, we are having a wind elemental off, I believe. So what we can do is bring up the army lists. If I bring up Ed's first. Now, this is very difficult for me to read because it's on a very small screen. Here we go. So we have 2 troops of Hunters of the Wild and 2 regiments of Hunters of the Wild. We have 2 hordes of Forest Shamblers, the almost obligatory Scorch Wings with 3 regiments of those, a greater air elemental and a second greater air elemental, Keris, who apparently is quite a nasty character, Gladewalker Druid, and the Forest Warden. And what's that there? A tree herder. Just
The Will
sneaking in
Father.
there. Yeah, the Will Father. So Scorch Wings are going to be a problem for everybody. They are a very nice unit to get around the sides. But let's go and see what Timothy's got on his.
So, Timothy
Yeah.
is bringing. Uh, I think I got his Force of Nature as well.
Yeah.
Cool. So we have a duel of Forces of Nature. So he's got a troop of Hunters of the Wild, followed by a regiment of Forest Shamblers, horde of Earth Elementals. Of course, he has Scorchwing, 2 regiments. It's not that bad,
Yeah.
2 regiments. A Greater Water Elemental.
That's interesting.
That's cool.
Yeah.
A Pegasus, Gladewalker Druid with the Ring of Harmony, Heal, Surge, and the Crown of the Wizard King. So he has extra range. A Unicorn with wings and the Tome of Darkness, the magic item that gives Surge, and Veil of Shadows. A Tree Herder with the Nimble magical magic artifact,
Yeah.
and the formation that is large infantry horde of air
Air
elementals,
elementals. Yeah.
and another one with the Hammer of the Measure Force. The first one has the Proof of Strength, the second one the Hammer of the Measure Force, and a
Yeah.
greater air elemental with all the rules. And it's total of 13 drops and unit strength of 21. And I
Yeah.
believe he only has the druid that is non-scoring, so he has 12
Yeah.
scoring.
Yeah. And so remove that from the list. What we're also playing is a new unique scenario. So this is going to be quite interesting. I'm just trying to pull up the details of that now. And it's called Hold the Line. So it's a unique scenario for this event. You divide the board into 24 by 12 rectangles straddling the center line, so 6 inches from either side. At the end of the game, add up the total unit strength of each player's units within a rectangle. If the unit is into blah blah blah, so you've got to be fully inside the rectangle. The player with the highest unit strength in each rectangle controls it. Score 3 points for score 3 bonus scenario points for controlling the center rectangle and 2 for either side. So effectively, you've got kind of like a dominate situation where you've got to get to the middle, but it's spread across all 3 parts of the middle. So there's 3 12 by 24 inch blocks in the middle of the table. So it's going to be quite different for the teams to work out.
I
If
think
you're
it's
watching us, please comment. Please comment, like, subscribe. Usual stuff that we have to ask for YouTube.
I think it's a good idea for a scenario because we have so in this scenario you have to control only three areas. So there are, I think, of the 12 scenarios that are now, there are a few that unit strength is really important because maybe in pillage you have to control 6 points, control you have to control 6 points, and blah 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 in most of the scenarios. Only invade and dominate, unit strength is really important. So now maybe only controlling 3 unit strength becomes important, and not only the number of scoring units. I think it's a good idea.
I think it requires people to be more spread out, whereas sometimes you get people castled up in one particular area.
Yeah.
No dice count. Yeah.
So now we are on the deployment phase.
Mm-hmm. Steve's just reorganizing the cameras because we've added an extra camera, and we think it's now. We think the laptop's only capable of handling 2 video inputs without crashing. So we've lost the dice cam now; it's completely disappeared. So we're
who is playing top of the screen and bottom of the screen?
Top of the screen is Timothy. Bottom of the screen is Ed.
Okay, so we have Earth deploying heavy on the right side, and Timothy is more spreading out.
Yeah, and I think that's. I mean, unless I think Ed may be working at. He only needs to control 2 of the 3 because that's technically all you need to do to win the event. Is to win the game. Is to win the middle and the right or left. And I think that's probably what Ed's trying to do here is dominate on the right hand side of the screen.
Yeah, it looks like it. And sometimes when you not deploy units on one side, you leave your opponent open to envelope you and flank charge. But Ed has very high speed to counter that, and has surge, which also can counter that. So we'll see.
Max, you're absolutely right. We've turned off all the auto focusing off the main overhead cam and put it at a fixed 2.4 meters, which should be absolutely fine. It covers everybody's hands and all the models. But obviously, we're still 2 meters away from the screen, so you can't zoom in and have a decent look. But it is better. I agree entirely.
So here in this scenario, you have 3 forests, which are 4 forests, or 2 forests,
2 forests. Yeah, the forests
and 2 impassable.
And 2 impassable. Yeah, the difference is the green basing is the forests. The black or grey basing is the impassibles. We have 2, 3 height 3 hills, and we've got some ponds which are height 0 difficult, height 1 or height 0 difficult terrain, and you can just about make out the walls that are around as well.
Yeah.
I'll now bring the dice cam onto.
Yeah, it's a beautiful table.
Yeah, it's the creator of all the terrain on table 1 is a guy called Nick Williams. He's posted quite a bit on Kings of War Fanatics in the past. Nick takes a lot of pride in doing terrain that looks really good, but is also extremely usable. So the forests all come out from their slots so that units can go through without balancing. The hills are flat topped and without a big
that's super useful
slope, so the units can sit on top fairly easily. They're big enough to take hordes without too much balancing. It's designed for really good play. What's just anybody else who's on Fanatics, if you want a bit of a to live the experience of being at Clash, Richard Heath has posted up some videos of his drone flying through the venue when it was being set up. So you get the full idea, and it was literally flying around the venue, which is very impressive. And then he did one yesterday where the games were in play for round 2 in the main hall, flying around, and people didn't notice. The drone's tiny. The drone is about that big. And he just flew around. And then he also got it out at the Mantic evening. I was flying around the bar yesterday. So please, the videos are on Fanatics. I suspect at some point they'll be up on the Mantic blog, because I think Richard's given the files to Mantic to upload onto their website. But they are. It gives an idea of how big this venue is and how many people are here, and it is astounding. I should have set up the drone. I would look. Jed, absolutely. I think we should have a live stream from the drone. I think that's the next level.
Definitely.
We have a mini drone flying around, and we can just fly around the table and fly between the models. Whether anybody would trust me to be able to operate that, particularly after 1 or 2 beers, no, it's not going to happen.
Well, then ask. You should ask afterwards. Coque. Coque is a drone operator.
Oh, right. Well,
One of the Spanish guys.
Yeah, I think
he's very, very expert on that area.
Well, I think at the next Spanish clash, then you need to have the drone needs to be out.
Yeah, definitely. So they finished deployment?
I think they're coming to the end of deployment, yes.
And they're doing the scouts?
Yeah, scout moves. Because obviously the Forest Shamblers can go forward.
It is pretty packed now.
Yeah, that's a lot of troops all in one small area.
Yeah.
And Timothy's nice to spread out all across the baseline there.
Only a regiment of Scotsmen, maybe something that we don't spot on camera it's out of this big pack of units.
Yeah. Tell you what, if I do that, that's better, I think, because it then keeps. We've now got the space opened up at the top left-hand corner, but there's actually nothing there. For the first time on the stream, the top left, there's actually nothing there. Every other stream, the dice cam's been on top of the unit, and we're all going, "What's there?" And then we just need to change it. So you can see the score. Assume the Shamblers there have moved forward from Timothy.
Yeah, Timothy has a little thing to mark every unit of his army. The little
little squares.
Pieces.
Yeah. Well, I think that solves an awful lot of problems if you mark every unit as before you do any movement. Say, right, I know exactly where that is.
So we have 2 forces of nature, both with Scorchwinds, both with air elementals, and all the stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be a sneaky surge game, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Greater elementals is a unit that if you know confident with or you know familiar with, is very difficult to counter or to deal with. But both our expert players both know how they work because both have air elementals, and we'll see how they do it.
This is going to be a game for tactical brilliance. I think that both players play a lot of these.
Yes.
A lot of this army. I mean, I think Ed said this is his last time playing this army. I think he's retiring after this.
Oh.
So that means he's probably got some other evil list.
Ed has carries to counter one surge caster, but Timothy has I think 3 or 4 surge casters, so it's gonna be tricky there.
Hey, Matt.
Hello, Matt.
Yo.
How you doing, mate?
Doing good. So have my
stupid o'clock in the morning.
It is. I'm still up, so stayed up rather than try to. I took a nap. Basically, took like a 3-hour nap at like 8 o'clock.
That's hardcore. So, that's proper hardcore.
But yeah, no. On time for this one, or relatively on time. I got dragged into super late night. We had a drinking stream, and we were still going. Miraculously, which was actually convenient because it kept me up till 3. So,
So welcome to the force of nature off between Ed and Timothy.
I was trying to pull up their lists because I see the greater errors, so I'm just curious what all he's got. And then at the top of it, obviously, we've got. I mean, it's a force of nature off, so we've.
Yeah. Now, top is Timothy with his elemental formation and other stuff, and bottom is Ed. And I believe they're starting now. I think they already rolled for first turn.
Yeah.
That like 3 regiments of Scorchwings looks like.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, Ed's got 3 regiments of Scorchwings, and Timothy's only got 2 regiments. So quite clearly, Ed will win because he's got more Scorchwings. That's the meta, I believe.
Yeah,
Exactly.
You shoot off the other greater air elementals before they get to you.
Well, they don't have that many shooting, and they don't have that many Scorchwings. They have Scorchwing, but 3 regiments as
definitely,
not that
definitely not trying to be oppressive with it by any stretch.
No. Yeah, it's not the truly abysmal list that you sometimes see with people with Scorchwings. But I've got to say, I had a close look at Timothy's Scorchwings, and he's magnetized the eagles onto the base, so they come off easily without being snapped off. And he's also magnetized his the guy sitting on top to be either lance guys for Drakon riders or bow guys for the Scorchwings. So it's very clever. It all comes apart. It's awesome. Really clever. Because we all know how difficult, flying units are to transport around because they do snap off very easily.
That's true.
Yep.
So slowly building the numbers up of people watching, which is very, very good. Please feel free to chat. If it's particularly funny, hilarious, or offensive, then it will go onto the stream. So we are as again, just a warning to anybody. This is this may contain adult content. So please be used due caution. You are adults. Please don't share this with your children. Well, unless you want them to learn some very choice English swear words. Although I am sober, so that is obviously a good start to the day versus yesterday morning when I was decidedly hungover, but I'm still keeping the glasses on because I'm under quite a nice bright light here, and my eyes don't cope with it anymore.
Where did they have y'all set up? I saw pictures. Are you like in a viewing room above the hall, or
no? I'll turn my camera around so you can see where I am. So I'm in the hall. Oh, that's a bit dodgy. It's not really coming out. But I'm in the main hall, at the back of the hall. The stage is right across the room from me with a big screen up. But yeah, I mean, very frankly, I should be in the balcony area. There's a lovely balcony area right directly above me, much cooler and nearer the bar. And I could just sit there all day and just we did think about having snipers put up for when people are being really particularly obnoxious, but we've not had anything like that, so we don't need to have a sniper team on the roof. But Matt, have you seen the video fly-throughs of the event on Fanatic?
I did. The drone, that is both super cool and also like makes me like what's the word I'm looking for? Fucking terrified. I'm gonna go ahead and breach that child warning because which admittedly it's like anytime that I've set up like a camera rig above a table, which I'm sure they've got a similar thing there, like that's also terrifying. It's like, what if it falls apart and like lands on someone's model? Like it's always like a irrational fear in my mind that'll one day happen. So like the drone is super cool, but like every part of me is just screaming like it's gonna crash.
The drone itself the drone itself weighs less than 30 grams. So what's that? One and a bit ounces.
So like it must have been, yeah, gotcha. Like
So
super little tiny.
Yeah, if it hit you, you may not notice it hit you. And so when I reached out to Richard has posted quite a lot on Facebook on his own page of his flying drones around. So I knew he had some very tiny ones with video capability. So I reached out to him about 2 weeks ago and said, we're in a venue with a very high ceiling. Do you fancy bringing your drone along when you come to play and do a bit of flying around and have some fun?
Flyby?
Yeah. And he sort of said, yeah, no problem. And then a day before the event, he said, by the way, is everybody happy with this? And I realized that I'd not actually told anybody else in the organizing group that had got this organized. So I dropped a note to Steve saying, are we okay with this? I'll be fine. And he went, yeah. So we looked at it and we did a quick risk assessment, and the weight of the drone, seriously, you'd not notice it. The biggest risk we identified was it could get tangled in somebody's long hair. That was if it got too close to somebody and it sucked up the hair into the blades, it could get tangled. So we said, just don't go too low, and we'll deal with it. So, but the standard's been set now for every event. We have to have a drone flying.
Have a drone flyby.
Yeah, I think next one. I was saying to Luis, we need to have a drone cam that we operate from the Clash of Kings deck, and we fly it around to look at. So if you want a close up of a model, you just fly your drone in and get a close up of the model and table and come back again.
That would be so cool.
Yeah.
So Ed's done his shooting, but I think he's not quite successful.
Is there any chance of walking around the venue? Technically, possibly. We'd need to set up another camera from a mobile phone and do that as a stream, walk around with that. So I'll have a think about how I can do that for perhaps the game between game 4 and 5. But thank you for the suggestion, Ewan.
So Ed has shot with these 2 regiments of Scotchwinds on the left. I believe he shot the Hunters of the Wild troop, and then with the other he shot the Forest Shamblers regiment.
Yeah, I was just pulling up their list so I can get an idea of what they've actually got in them. I haven't seen Hunters of the Wild in a minute.
Yeah, it's got 2
troops,
regiments.
2 regiments.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ed has 2 regiments and 2 troops, I believe.
Yes.
Yep. 2 hordes of Forest Shamblers, which would have scouted. That's why they were so close together at the beginning. I was like, what? How did they? It's like this is before turn 1, and they're already like right on top of each other. It's like, oh yeah.
It's lots of scouting. Let's go, Tim.
Yep. He's got Karis, he's got a Gladewalker Druid, he's got a Forest Warden, he's got a Tree Herder, so another scout. Yeah, that's a pretty sizable scouting brigade. And then Timothy has also some Hunters of the Wild, Forest Shamblers, Earth Elementals, a Greater Water Elemental. Interesting.
Yeah, there's some interesting selections there from very different to, considering it's both Force of Nature armies, there are quite a few differences there. There's some similarities, Hunters of the Wild and Scorchwings.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, he's got a Unicorn, also has a Tree Herder, and then he's got the Formation, which is very different from what Ed's running.
Okay, who knows any French?
I believe that he's saying that Tim is very superstitious, and he wears the same how do you say, dress or clothes,
same top, same vest every tournament.
Every tournament, yeah.
Yes, I was thinking actually, he's wearing the same hoodie. And frankly, it's 30 degrees and he's wearing a hoodie. The guy's insane.
30 degrees in the UK?
30, yeah.
You have ever reached 30 degrees there?
Yeah. We've had a week of 30 degrees in September. It's unusual to say the least. Last year we had our first ever 40 degree day.
Oh boy.
And remember, to everybody who's not from the UK, we don't have air conditioning.
I was about to ask if that building's got air conditioning.
Well, this building does. Well, the room I'm in has air conditioning. The gym
that's
doesn't, but the gym's got it's very, very high ceiling. So
wide, right? Yeah.
yes, there's loads of airflow because of just convections. So that keeps life good. But the hotel I was in doesn't have air conditioning. My room is like, well,
Stuffy.
I'm pretty sure they don't treat prisoners like that. It was so hot in there last night. But yeah, all our rooms, all our houses, the only place we have air conditioning routinely now is in cars. So it's very different. Our houses are designed to keep us warm, and now we're living in a world where September and we're getting 30 degrees. So yeah, I agree entirely, Max. Global warming is real and it's affecting wargaming. So now it's become serious. Forget hurricanes and floods and fires. When it affects the wargaming community, we need to take a stand.
P4C, Jesus.
Yeah.
Ooh.
44 Cs in Adelaide.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's
we've had that, but again, air conditioning is a huge difference.
Yeah.
You just don't go outside, right? Like that's how you survive. It's like I don't I get groceries once a week and you only have to drive like 2 blocks. It's fine.
Yeah. I know I've been in Barcelona when it was 42, and that was thoroughly unpleasant.
It's torchy.
Yeah, the problem is the problem with Barcelona is you want to walk around and see all the buildings. It's gorgeous, lovely place, but it's just when you're outside walking around at 40-degree heat, it's not good. It's not good. And I've never done Madrid in the middle of summer, but I'm told that's even worse. So I guess that must be. I mean, you're in Valencia, so it's a little bit.
Yeah, I've been last week. I've been harvesting grapes on the sun all day at 34 degrees. So, but one of the French guys is saying that Timothy is one of the best players in France. So don't let him win the Clash of Kings because they need them insecure for the Masters. When is the French Masters? I'm curious. French guys.
Yeah.
Which weekend is the French Masters?
Yeah, I was going to say, is it before the Clash Kings book, after the Clash Kings book? How much is that book going to impact your Masters? Because I always feel a little bad for the UK Masters.
Yeah, UK Masters usually in the first week of January. Yeah,
right. Like 2 months after the books come out, or 1 month after the books come out.
Yeah.
Last weekend of November, so 26, 25 of November, something like that. Yeah, definitely. Clash should be out there.
Yeah, Clash would be like right on top of that, give or take. I don't know.
And companion will be updated. So
will
it? Don't go there. Don't go there.
Yeah.
I think the strategy is like 2 weeks after the book's released, they update it. So, which is reasonable.
So really close.
Yeah, it's gonna take some work. It's gonna be a bit for the companion.
So just to remind people, this is a brand new scenario. Hold the line. So you've got to imagine there are 3 rectangles across the middle of the board, 24 inches by 12 inches. So a left one, a center one, and a right one. There are victory points for contesting and holding each of those by unit strength. The middle one is the most important. So you can win the event by doing the middle and the center. And that's kind of what Ed's doing. We think here is very heavily focused on the right-hand side. Timothy's coming across with an echelon now. So there's going to be a lovely scrap almost diagonally across the board.
Did they do that in their player pack?
Yeah, it's in the player pack.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think Ed is how do you say, taking profit of this impassable he has to guard the flank of his army.
Yes.
So Timothy cannot easy envelope him. And now Timothy is spreading out. He has for the first time I have seen his Scotswing. I didn't saw his Scotswing until now.
So the French cock will be streamed as well. Woohoo! Yep.
Very nice.
That's standard. All live streamed.
Yeah, it's becoming more. Certainly using this sort of StreamYard, where we can dial people in from literally around the world to help commentate, does wonders really for making life interesting and better. I mean, we've had Australians on the call, even though we all know Australia doesn't exist. You know, the Earth is flat. Australia is made up. It's a made up place. And after having speak to Matt Kroger, it's absolutely a made up place. Yes, you're right. I think the camera's gone out of focus again. I agree. I was thinking in my eyes.
It looks okay now. It's definitely better than it was yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm always curious about the tech involved, but I'll hit up Steve later for that.
It's some sort of camcorder thing.
Gotcha.
Rather than a webcam. It's a bit better than standard, but I think we just need to get. I think you've got a balance with the rig and the massive camera you want on top of the rig, and the expense of the camera on top of the rig. For exactly the point you said earlier, that if it goes down, you don't want it to either waste $1,000 camera or trash something too badly.
Right. I was gonna say, yeah, I'm always worried about people's stuff over my camera, but I mean, you're not wrong. You know, you have a super fancy camera, it hits a table dropping 6 feet usually, like,
yeah,
probably dead camera. Actually trying to look at the game here. He's got the Sprinter's quite
We're
nice.
not interested in the game. We're not interested in the game.
I mean, look, man, it's just my
I think
this is my golf chatter. So if we stare closely here at Ed's movement, Ed has fanned out to the left, I think, a little bit. I don't even know what actions this is.
There's some really good marking of units by Tim.
Yeah, I was going to say, holy heck. Does have markers for quite literally everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's Timothy got? He's got, I believe, the Earth Elementals on the left, some Scorch Wings, the Pegasi behind, he's moving, or...
That's the winged Pegasus, isn't it? Coming in there with his fingers now.
He has a winged unicorn and a Pegasi. I don't know which is which.
He's got really good flank blocking, which I like. I do wish the Earth Elementals were more toward the right side of the table. Because right now, like, the whole point is you want those things getting charged and just wasting the opponent's time with the defense 6 and never getting killed. And here they're kind of on the edge. So, I mean, it does mean that flank is pretty secure, but I'd also say that Ed is more focused on the right-hand side of the table as we're viewing it. So it feels like those Earth Elementals won't see a lot of play, or at the very least not for a while.
But maybe his thinking is Ed hasn't got anything on that third of the table, so maybe with one unit I can get 2 victory points, and he's not gonna root the Earth Elementals with the Scorch Wings or whatever is there, so he can just forget about.
We just dump the horde on that table third and call it a day, or that section, because it's hold the line, so it's the 3 sections. Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely means that he can do that at the end of the game, no matter what, because I don't think they'll shift. Yeah.
Now, can anybody else? Is anything moving on that table? Is that camera be paused?
It has frozen from time to time. I've noticed
it has frozen.
Okay, that's good.
But it has unfrozen on occasion too. So
that camera's working well. I shall get my. I shall just text my tech monkey. Go and sort the camera out.
I would say, are they all plugging into the same?
Yeah, the
computer.
The problem we had was Steve forgot to bring his power pack for his super duper laptop. So we had to use an older laptop for the camera stream.
Yeah.
Because I set that up before I arrived with my. I've got a fairly decent laptop that I'm streaming from.
Yeah.
But with
The
everything
stream
set up already.
the stream quality looks great. Like
Yeah.
the sound's coming through great on YouTube from what I saw yesterday. Like I rewatched it after the just kind of while I was working, and sound quality was great. The visual quality, like other than the you can tell that the stream itself is working right, because like John's camera is good and Louis' camera is good and my camera is good. So that's all working just fine. It's something's breaking down with either the camera or the connection. That's where my tech support mind's going. But we're getting enough that we can still give some commentary, and then when we're not talking trash about I guess this French player who can't do too well, or else he's gonna just rock the French Masters.
So while we're frozen, how is the leaderboard right now on after round 3?
Yeah,
Who's
sure.
winning?
Let's pull up the data. We've got John Quayle with his Basileans. So he was on stream 3 yesterday with his flying circus. Really nasty.
Yes.
He's
With,
on full 7.
With a Night Horde with 3 Phoenix healing the Night Horde.
Correct. Yeah. That's just evil. And he's on 75 tournament points, so he's on maximum points, and 6,785 kills. So versus the 6,900 that you could have. So he's only dropping a fraction of points. Behind him is Thomas. I don't know who that is because I don't have a surname.
Tom Robinson.
No, is it Northern Lions?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
Could be 72 points. Then Paul Burke and Chris Carburn with 71 points. And then Tim and Ed with 71 and 70 points. So, and the top Spaniard is Jorge.
Yeah. Coque and
Javier.
And they're playing against each other now. No.
Yes, they will be.
To play each other.
We should have had that on the stream. We definitely should have had that on the stream.
My.
We could put the microphone on as well and just had them shouting at each other. If you guys want to talk, I was going to try and work out what's wrong with the camera. I'll be back in a second. Okay. This
makes me want to show up to Clash of Kings next year, and because that's all I hear about the big differences between a Masters event. Because in the US, I mean, it's all English speakers. Like even if we get like 1 or 2 out of Canada. It's very much like there's very little differences. Like, yes, the US is a big country and there's like different regions definitely have different like metas or like players, but like it's not quite the radical difference, I think, of like, you get the Spaniards in there and the French in there and the Brits in there and the
Polish guys.
I heard, Polish and the German is like this whole giant crowd of like all these different cultures, like just sounds like a blast.
Yes. Sounds super fun. I've never been to the Clash. It's very difficult for me in September, but I definitely want to go whenever I can. But definitely, and 150 players. Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah. That is an achievement.
Yes, you can also hop by Mantic HQ and all that stuff. That sounds very nice. Very nice weekend. So with 150 players, that means that several players can win 6 rounds.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because this is one where the amount of people, if you were trying to just Swiss pair it, you'd need like an extra 2 rounds to really get it down to like one player who went undefeated. And with this scoring system, it's definitely possible to not win all 6 games and win overall if you just absolutely smashed your opponent. John hasn't. There's not a commanding enough lead yet. Like looking at the scores that I can see so far, like it's 75, 72, 71, 71, 71, 70.
Yeah. The 16 bar. Yep.
So if John had like give it another couple rounds, like if he gets to like 10 points ahead of the next person, he could probably lose or draw his last game and still win it all out if he continues this run, which he's doing pretty good so far.
Yeah, no, he's mashing it.
Definitely a little surprised to see Northern Alliance and Basilea both so high up there, but I know John and Tom are both fantastic players. I don't know Paul and Chris off the top of my head, but I'm sure they're great as well.
I don't know them. Paul list is very similar to the one Mario Murillo used to win the Spanish Masters last year. It's very, very similar.
What was in that list?
Sorry?
What was in that list? Do you know, roughly?
A lot of Elohai.
Okay. Gotcha.
Like four regiments, 3 hordes, Julius, Samacris, and something to fill in. But, yeah.
Gotcha. So the same best land list that I see all the time. Yep.
It's a list that has all speed 10 and you can focus on 1/3 and then still move to the other third of the table if you need, because you have a lot of speed.
Force concentration. Yeah.
So, Jerry, we're on a separate Wi-Fi to the rest of the population, and we did a check on the speeds, and it's a good Wi-Fi connection.
It's definitely not the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it's the computer that's used for the way that's set up. We have a laptop running the cameras around the table, and that's added as a person effectively to this stream. And then we have a laptop that I'm on, which is I use for managing the entire stream. So that's working quite well, and the connections uploads is fine. It's just the laptop that we're having at the far end that's causing issues.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be a bit rough. But yeah, if the Wi-Fi wasn't working, then we wouldn't be getting any upload at all. So it wouldn't.
Yeah.
Which these days, I mean, it doesn't actually take that much to do a stream. I think some people think that it's like you need a super fancy computer with like the best Wi-Fi in the world. You can get. I mean, again, we did the US Masters on a hotspot, so like it's definitely not super difficult to get enough Wi-Fi these days to push it out. It's just technical difficulty is always a trick.
You need
it happens.
Depending on the cameras you use, some of them obviously the processing of the video processing is done by the camera itself, and the relatively small amount of power required by the laptop processor. And some cameras they just offload all that activity to the graphics processor or the central processor of the laptop, and that's when you start having problems. But this is my understanding of, because this is like the Logitech 920, which I've got here.
Yep,
has a degree of offloading and does processing by itself.
Yep, it's the one we used for the US Masters. It was the one I'm using right now. It's a great camera, fantastic camera. Yeah, would recommend. But yeah, it is what it is. I think the first time I ever did a live stream, which was one of the Lone Wolf tournaments, I think, or I did a test run at a Lone Wolf, I think, and we ran into issues where I had a pretty swanky laptop, but I had so many cameras plugged into it at the same time that if the signal got too hot, they would literally crash each other. So like one camera would go down and then I'd have to reboot it, and then a different camera would go down and I had to reboot it. And so like I tweaked it enough. But it definitely took some finagling to get it to where it was able to keep all 4 of them up at the same time.
Yeah, I think it's also you start pushing the boundaries of what your USB 2 data can handle, I guess. So if you're using, and still a lot of cameras run through USB 2 rather than 3, where the bandwidth is much higher.
Yeah,
but whether you push that again, I'm not sure. Again, I'm not an expert on cameras and technology, but I do know If you start running 2, 3 cameras and 4 cameras, you end up with a problem.
Yeah, it can. You can always do more, but obviously there's expense and other stuff that goes into it. Oh, hey,
Oh, get back there.
I think there might be Steve. I'm turning it on and Steve's turning it off. There we go. Just get my head out of the corner.
Okay, so where are we?
Looks like some. I don't know if that's a charge. No, it's not. I think we're still on.
We're on Timothy turn 2, I believe.
If it is, that means that Ed had a very short turn, which it looks like he did, because it looks like the Scorchwings on the left-hand side just kind of darted over to the left side of the table. And I like that because that just kind of adds some more threat, and it means that Timothy has to turn and at least address them.
Look at this best practice here. Of he's got spare bases, trying out what he wants to do.
Yep,
marking his own units. Oh, this is top.
Yeah,
really good. So clean.
Spare MDF bases are so useful. So useful.
Yeah, checking to see where he's going to come in here. It looks like he's debating sending a Scorchwing regiment there. No, that can't be a Scorchwing regiment. That's too skinny.
I think it's the Hunters of the Wild troop.
Hunters of the Wild, yeah. So troop of Hunters of the Wild into a troop of Hunters of the Wild.
They're checking if he's on the flank or on the front.
Right.
Of the force. Another Hunters of the Wild regiment, I believe. Yeah. I think so.
So it'd be 24 attacks on 3s and 5s. So he probably doesn't kill it unless they're softened up, but I mean, gets them in the way. And I guess he's debating putting the air elementals into what looks to be the regiment of Hunters of the Wild, which
yes, and now every unit that Timothy puts on Ed's may block another 3 or 4 units because Ed is so back now.
Right.
Yeah.
Ed's kept things tight, and it definitely makes it hard to multi-charge. And there's very little here that I think he kills. Here, I can Dropbox the links into chat.
I've just done it.
Someone's got it. Yep.
I've got it.
Sweet. No need to post a million links into YouTube and freak out the algorithm.
We're back.
Hi. I just want to say I'm very sorry.
Tech Monkey's back.
My wife is coming with my laptop.
First time in her life.
With the laptop power cable, so we can have a better laptop, and therefore these problems will go away. But that'll probably be then. Both for game 5 and 6, we'll be in a better place. I think the focus issue I fixed. The problem I found is that the camera automatically was retesting itself to autofocus every time it restarted. So I've set the manual focus. I can only set it to 1.2 meters, so that's roughly the board where it is. So it should be better now. Again, apologies.
It's fine.
And but it just has to be Matt on the stream, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Matt with his incredible streaming sound. I'm like, oh, great. So Carmack gets to watch me mess this up. That's amazing. Thank you.
Listen, man, I know exactly the feeling. I've been
It's fine. I think I just need to get someone to do the streaming because I need to TO. I can't do the streaming as well. I need a tech person. So I'm going to try and find a volunteer to do that next time to be my streaming monkey.
Yeah, I'll do the front end. Or I can, if I know what we're actually doing. I can do it.
Could be better. But anyway, I'm also playing this round because someone didn't turn up and he turned up 25 minutes late. So I'm playing right now. So I'm going to go back to my game. Thanks,
go have fun.
Bye.
Somebody's 25 minutes late.
Somebody's 25 minutes late. Someone's hungover. Hopefully not dead.
So he has to TO, he has to watch the streaming problems, and he has to play. Wow, that's a lot of multitasking.
TOing in a 150-man tournament and playing the bye. Credit to the dude.
Yeah.
Try to get my face off there. There we go. That's better.
So
yeah, at least he's not doing data entry.
Timothy's still thinking his charges, where to charge, where to not. But in this turn, we're getting the action now.
Yeah.
This is going to be a. I'm looking at those clock times. They've both got 36 minutes, and this is turn 2. So they gotta pick it up a little bit. Like, don't get me wrong, this is the turn I usually waste like half of my clock time, but they've already wasted half the clock time.
Definitely, turn 2 and 3 are the most time consuming for sure.
Yeah,
and
certainly with Timothy's army.
Yeah.
And one thing I'm curious because with the greater elementals, one of the tactics is let your opponent charge your units.
Yep, and then you go
and then search at the rear with the so they have to like make a stand of no charge you, no you charge me, no charge.
Yeah, but so much surge in both these armies.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is always going to be a tactical masterclass. Was this game? There's a lot of very careful positioning.
But Timothy has carries, so if he disorders one greater elemental, he cannot fly. So he has
does help.
One less to care about. He only has to care about one greater elemental to search in the rear.
Also knocks off the thunders, so it's a lot less scary once it doesn't have the thunders on it. Without it though, like things are terrifying. Like, imagine being able to put a dragon into the rear of whatever you want at any time.
That is a greater Earth elemental.
Yeah, that's a greater error. And then imagine that dragon was 180 points.
Yeah.
So.
Well, but we're not saying, Matt, they're broken. They're definitely not broken. They're definitely not broken.
Definitely fine.
Definitely not. Definitely fine.
Yeah. So.
And definitely, new players don't get frustrated about playing against. Great elementals.
Surge is already kind of a hard one to wrap your head around. Like, don't get me wrong, I love it, and I think it is really relevant for the armies that need it. But man, if you like, to me, the thing with Surge, at least what it used to be, it's kind of drifted away from that. I hope eventually we can drift it kind of back towards what it was, which is most of the stuff that Surge wasn't good at fighting.
Yeah.
So, like, the whole idea was that you had to surge to make up for it, right? Like, the best you did was hit on 4s.
Yeah, or at least they didn't move that way. Only move 6. Right. They didn't move 10 with Nimble and Fly and Pathfinder.
Right, exactly. Like, there was still the Bone Dragon, but the Bone Dragon hit on 4s. It only had 9 attacks. It's super big, and it doesn't have Pathfinder, so if it touches a tree, it's useless. Yeah, it's very, very different. Like, that thing is just so Pathfinder too, man. I get Pathfinder. It's force of nature. Like, everything is Pathfinder. Like, that's the army.
I remember in 2nd edition where the most scary thing that could be searched was a Bone Giant because he had a square base, and he had a square base, so he can do tricky shenanigans.
Yeah, they were good.
Great.
So they were very good.
So action's taking place now. The actual movements now.
Yep. Timothy's committing.
Yeah. Hunters of the Wild charge the other Hunters of the Wild, and
one of the Earth formations charge the other Hunters of the Wild.
What does he have on his greater heirs? Or not his greater heirs, his normal heirs. I assume, Hammer Measured Force.
And Brie of Strength on the other one.
Really?
So everything's engaging. So this is the criticals. There's going to be some big rolls here.
Oh, no, he does have Brew Strain. Okay, cool. So he's got Crush 1 Air Elementals, and then he's got Always Win on 4 Elementals.
Yeah.
So it looks like, the plan, I guess, is to get in here and then prevent the greater air from being able to surge anything just by putting stuff behind it, or making it so that if he does surge something, it's something he can afford to lose.
Yeah,
there's the
magpie's port wings coming,
or at least he knows. You can prevent one greater air to jump with carries. And
exactly.
You cannot prevent the other one to jump, so I will leave something behind to kill it. So I will lose something, but I will lose the other menace of the greater air.
I think what he was measuring earlier when he was checking some of the arcs of the greater error, I think he's going to try to Karis the greater error that's in the center of the table, or the center of Ed's formation, I guess, more accurately. And then that leaves the one on the right to be free to do stuff, and that's why he's setting up the greater error, or his second air elemental horde, and some other stuff.
And the tree header, I believe, he's still back.
Yeah. So he's getting that set up so that if the greater air wants to come in.
Yeah, and rear charge with the search, another unit he gets hit back next turn. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna put it. Oh no, it froze. He's gonna put it just close enough so it can't fly over the units. That would be my guess, to where it won't be able to fit.
Yeah, he's measuring everything out, isn't he?
Yep, it's an important turn. Gotta get everything right, and then it's all downhill from here, or it's gonna be uphill depending on how bad the counter punch is.
We see when the dust clears off what remains.
Yeah.
So it's I don't remember if it's Clash of Kings using withdraw or it's not using withdraw.
Clash of Kings UK, I believe, is not using withdraw, if I recall.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that makes it how you say safer from Timothy now to commit, and Ed has more difficult to make this score crew. So he has more difficult now. He cannot do the score crew charges unless it's a square base. So
yeah, I'm actually a little
safer now.
Surprised to see, knowing that that's the case, that there's things like the Scorch Wings are butt to butt with certain units. I guess he's going to fly him over instead of trying to back up, because it can make it a little harder to readjust your lines when you're playing without withdraw, to not have some space, basically. So like if you want to disengage, right, you have to end an inch away. So one of the easiest way to do that is just back up an inch. But if you got your own stuff in the way, you can't do that. So
but Scorch Wings fly, so they can get out of the way.
Yeah, he could, maneuver them out of the way. But it means he has to move Scorch Wings first. So they've either got to fly over to get out of the way, or they got to back up first.
And also Timothy has to be careful with his unicorn and stuff that can get charged with the Scorch Wing, and then they cannot search, or they cannot do whatever they do.
There's a lot of time being spent. We're down to less than half an hour for Tim.
Yeah, he kept measuring a lot, the angles, the stuff, but it's his critical terms. He's committed with everything with the charge.
Yeah,
it's very important that he doesn't mess up, because flank charges next turn can be an issue for him.
Yeah, so I think it's well spent in this turn, because he's charging with everything.
Yeah.
This is bottom of 2.
Yeah, bottom of 2.
Yeah, this is bottom of 2. Yeah. I think you could get away with about 25 minutes for the next 5 turns, as long as you got your game plan kind of hashed out. It's going to be a little rough if he doesn't break enough stuff in this charge. That's going to make it rough for turn 3, because then he'll need a lot of time for turn 3 to kind of finish it, to make sure that he's got the plan executed. But as Brenton would say, the pathway to victory, or the win condition, insert all those different gaming terms here. How is he going to win the game? But he's definitely taking the initiative by charging first. Whether or not that's the right choice against a heavy surge army is hard to say. He does have bottom of turn, though, so that's nice. It gives him a pretty big advantage for the end of the game, so he can dive on objectives and use these fast pieces to basically put unit strength wherever he's going to have more of it.
I believe Timothy had some shooting. He shoot Scorch Wings to Scorch Wings, I believe.
Yeah, Scorch Wings and cover from his Scorch Wings. It's like he's doing pretty good.
Mm.
Yeah, dang. 4 wounds is not shabby.
And he's disordered, or what's he done? I don't know. No, he's done
looks like they went to
some point
combat.
of damage. Combat, yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
the scars went on the.
Looks
right.
like it was the Hunter of the Wild Troop on the very far right, and he rolled a 3 to break. So it looks like they held. I can't tell if they were wavered or not. It's a little, don't know quite what dice or markers Ed is using.
I think they're just wound markers. Dice.
Oh, they're just wound markers? Gotcha.
So logically, next one down is the.
I think he did the Tree Herder. At least I assume that's a Tree Herder.
Yeah, I think next one was Hunters of the Wild going into the Shamblers.
Yeah, he's going
he's-
right to left. Now we are on the
he is
Hunters of the Wild.
blitzing his dice rolls to make up his clock time here, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's going very fast.
Yep. That's how he's making up the time.
So
At the moment,
everything's bouncing.
no units rooted. Ed is holding his line. Wow, lots of dice.
Okay. That's the air elementals.
Yeah, horde.
Yep. This is a big one for him because if he manages to,
Yeah, I don't think he had a good roll there.
I mean, the odds are against him for breaking it, so not much here that on a 1-to-1 charge he should break in one hit.
Yeah.
It's next turn that he should theoretically, assuming he doesn't, get flanked or greater air surged or all that stuff.
It's Ed's turn now.
Yeah, Ed. So he didn't manage to root any of Ed's units, and now it's Ed's turn.
So we got those air elementals on a hill. So Ed's just looking at where the Scorchwings can get.
That's a hill? That's not
No,
a
that's a
forest?
That's a forest.
Okay. I was like, that. Holy crap! That changes things.
That's forest. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
It confused me.
Okay. He was still touching it, so it wouldn't matter for line of sight. But I was like, I don't know how much doesn't have Pathfinder or could potentially lose Pathfinder here. But
there we go.
Okay, interesting. I don't dislike that. Theoretically, that means that he punches it, he keeps he keeps the air elementals in place with his greater air, but his greater air has the ability to just turn and walk 10 inches and say, I don't care.
Scorchwings on the flank.
Yeah. I don't know that he kills it even with both of those. It'll be close. I think it's going to be like a 6 or a 5 to break.
Could be, I don't know, because Scorchwings have Thunderous and defense
Thunder and yeah.
So we should expect like 6-7 wounds from the Earth Elemental, Elemental, and
but it's only 7 attacks in the regiment, or
yeah,
right?
So
I'm not crazy.
14
so 14 on 3s and 3s,
and they have a lead, I believe.
Not base.
So it's about 6 damage.
Scorchwings don't have elite.
Don't have a lead. Okay.
Yeah, holy crap, man.
Please.
They're not that good.
I always confuse them with Silver Breeze because they are similar, and Silver Breeze.
Silver Breeze do have elite. Yeah, that's true. And yes, you lose out on the fly, but you get the elite, and otherwise they're almost identical because they're still speed 10 or whatever it is.
But again, Tim marking out his units
it has his odds, so I think it has his odds to break that unit.
Yeah. If he doesn't break it though, I still like that because the greater air can just turn around or turn right or left and just walk away. Basically, like he doesn't have to actually commit to that combat. Whereas those air elementals on Tim's side, they're going nowhere. Like they're stuck there. Even if he doesn't kill them, they're going to either have to countercharge the greater air and probably not kill it.
Yep.
Maybe they countercharge the Scorchwings and kill them, but then the greater air can just finish them off.
There we go.
I like it for Ed. And we're taking the second greater error into, I guess that's the tree herder.
Yeah.
I like that one less.
So Keris didn't disorder one of the greater elementals, which is
Yeah,
I was that, but maybe he's on the top left of the battlefield, so he has no reach.
I would have rather have seen just the Scorchwings go in here and have the greater error either surge in the back of something or set up for a surge on the future turn. Because I don't think you kill the tree herder like almost like, and then you're just stuck there.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I would have done the same, but maybe so. There's there's not
looking
enough
at
space.
looking at the table, I think he did that because he wants to use the Scorchwings. Are the same. They're 50 millimeters deep.
Yeah.
I think he's using those to protect the greater air elemental's flank from the earth elementals on the left side of the table. So he's doing it to keep the greater air flexible, but I still don't know that he needed to commit there.
Yeah, and maybe the greater elemental didn't have enough space to move 10 inches and turn back and be 1 inch away because there are so many layers of units there.
Yeah, trying to keep the greater water elemental from doing some kind of weird surge shenanigans. It guarantees that you can't connect to that flank because it's 50 millimeter butted up against 50 millimeter, but I just feel the threat that you get from having greater airs available is so good that I don't know that you need to commit him on the top of turn 3.
Scorchwings charging up left flank.
Yeah, they're having a tour on the board. They're flying around.
It's 2 unit strength that he's got to chase down and get.
Yeah. No, and then if he's only in turn 3, so that means the turn 4 they can turn around and on turn 5 and 6 be a threat on Timothy's rear.
Yeah,
and that can be annoying to deal with. Same
especially with these lighter units, lower defense for most of Tim's stuff, except for the greater earth.
Same if the greater air and the Scorpius on the right break the air elemental horde. Timothy will have 2 units on the rear army, and he only has the unicorn.
Do the full circle. Yeah.
So now
that's the plan. I'm assuming that this is impassable terrain in the center bottom of the table. This kind of pink tree and rocky.
That's right. Yes,
yeah, that's how impossible.
Or sorry, the blocking terrain is the correct term, I think.
The blocking is the one on the bottom on the middle, one on the top left. There's the blocking terrain.
Yeah, Ed did a really good job anchoring there and kind of arcing out in a small curve just to give him some options. Yeah, that's definitely playing to his advantage here, I think. And especially considering it's a little hard to tell. I think the camera doesn't quite get the full table. There might be a little bit on the edge, but if I had to guess, that's almost dead center on where since we're playing Hold the Line, where that center part is.
Yeah. I would say almost directly where the Scorchwings and the Earth are, the greater air elemental are. It's virtually on the middle line.
Yeah, so that's some really good flank protection, and as long as he doesn't have to fight for one half of the board, he just has to win. So you fight for the center and the right side of the table.
Yeah, that's a high nerve roll, I believe.
This was shooting. I don't see any combat yet.
There were lots of dice. I believe it must be combat.
Yeah, because they've only got the regiments for. Yeah, that's a lot of dice.
Let's bring the dice cam on.
Yeah, I was going to say, I hope the table cam hasn't frozen when something got picked up. Come on, little laptop, I believe.
Ooh.
Solid. Pulling out the ones for elite? No. Okay, there we go.
Dead.
This looks like the Scorchwing flank, if I had to guess.
Could be.
No, can't be. He's wounding on 5s and 6. Ooh, there's a snakes. It had to have been something as defense 5. That's probably Hunters of the Wild punching something based on.
Maybe Hunters of the Wild punching Hunters of the Wild.
Yeah, exactly.
Something like that.
Because hitting on 3s but wounding on 5s makes sense to me.
So I'm hitting
This
on
is
4s.
something on 4s, which he
Elemental.
had Forest Shamblers. Yeah, he did. He had 2 hordes of Forest Shamblers, so there's.
So I'm hitting on 3s.
Wounding
Vicious.
on something with Vicious, yep.
Probably Forest Samblers or Willfather, because Willfather has
Oh,
vicious
that's going to be take something off.
Oh, he had the
Reroll.
Wiltfather? I missed that.
Yeah, Ed has the Willfather.
Oh, I like Ed's list a lot better. Wiltfather is so good.
I'm looking for shadows. Have we got? I think we've lost the camera.
I
Again.
think you're right, unfortunately. Means we're going to get a pretty big shocker for this next turn. If I had to guess, based on some of those rolls, there's going to be a lot less at Tim's list on the table when we get the camera up and running. Those looked pretty spicy. The Tree Herder, I think, will still be there. I don't think that's going to change at all. But my guess is those greater airs probably bit the dust. Ooh, there's a low one. This might actually be the greater air one.
Yeah,
because that
could be.
looked like 14 dice. Or sorry, not the greater. I keep calling it a greater. His normal air elemental horde. Yeah. It's 4:40 in the morning for me. I'm going to take that as my excuse.
And we don't have the camera to see that.
What, you can't tell from the pitch blackness of the green screen?
Hey, after having Brinton on yesterday, first thing in the morning for him, with his looked like a Myrtle lounge. Because all you could see was his face being lit up, and everything else was really, not black, but certainly dark around him, and his face brightened up from slightly underneath
the screen. Yeah,
it was very Brinton, where are you? And hold up a newspaper for proof of life, please.
Oh man.
So sorry about this, guys. We lost the main cam. It's frozen solid.
Yes.
And my tech monkey is actually playing in the game, so getting hold of him is a bit difficult.
We'll continue to give you as much witty insight as we can based on these rolls. Which
has anybody ever seen the Red Dwarf one where Rimmer is describing a game of Risk? And then he rolled I pushed my troops there. I rolled a 6 and he rolled a 3. Then he rolled a 6 again and I rolled a 3. And then I rolled 6 and then I rolled a 6 again. And
so all we know is that Ed finished his turn now, and they have both 24 minutes on the clocks now.
Yeah.
I like the double dice turn counter. That's nice for keeping track, and the very legible clock times.
Yeah, it does help.
So
I'd swap it for a camera that worked. Yeah, that's definitely frozen.
Yep.
Totally.
I'm going to disconnect it and start it up again, if that helps. Back in a sec.
Yep.
Yeah.
Say that might work. I was gonna say I'd see if we could swap the dice cam for the other
Yeah,
one.
they can just
It's
turn
like 'cause
the dice cam
the
a
dice
little.
cam hasn't frozen at all this entire time. I swear.
Oh yeah.
Or if it's a issue with too many cameras, I would even, as much as I hate to say it, I'd rather have the table cam over the dice cam.
So Timothy has made a short movement because he's rolling now.
Yeah, I was gonna say he fucking booked it.
I mean, everything is almost engaged. So
Is this Tim though? Because
yeah, they switch the clock.
is the dice thing upside down? Because it's rolling from the bottom of the table. So like, but Ed was at the bottom of the table.
Yeah,
so
I
I'm so
think one
confused.
camera is yeah. That's
Oh,
Timothy for
okay.
sure.
Gotcha.
Because,
Okay.
Ed
Started the first turn, so Ed is top of the turn and Timothy's bottom of the turn.
Gotcha.
Seems like John is restarting the camera. Hopefully, we'll have more info
You're
of what
scary.
units are and they aren't.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna. This was the problem we had at Masters. We ran the multiple tables, and probably why 1, 2, 3 again. I think 2's the sweet spot. 2 tables is the sweet spot where there's just enough action to like, you know, when there's some downtime for those long movement phases, you swap over and you look at the other table and then.
Oh yeah,
flip back and forth.
I watched that stream and I like it very much. That
that thing that switch between 2 or 3 tables there. So
Yeah.
you can.
I think 2's the sweet spot. I think 3 is a little too much because it was like you'd get to the third table and then you flip back to the first one and like so
Yes.
much has changed that you're playing catch up.
So you cannot keep track of everything on 3 games, but yeah.
Yeah, but two is nice. Two you got some good pacing. You know, I this is reminding me of that a little bit where I'm kind of like we're gonna get that camp up and where it's gonna be just, oof, everything's gone. But
And that was a very cool feature for following the Masters. It was for Masters, no? Was it?
that one was for Masters. I've used that specific, the 2 table setup. Masters did 3. That was the difference. So like I said, I don't know that I'd ever do 3 again, but 2 was the sweet spot. That was this year, and then 2 years ago I did there was a different one that I did that for. When they had it in Seattle, they did their own setup. And presumably when they do it in DC, it'll be Mike Grant. Big shout out to Mike Grant. I assume we'll be running their stream because I'm sure they'll live stream that.
Ooh. So while we're waiting, are there any big tournaments on the US coming up on the next weeks or?
I don't know about big ones. It's a good question. Because I know Adepticon's come and gone. I know Masters is obviously come and gone. Lone Wolf is in like April, which is our not necessarily like as widely traveled, I guess is how I would frame that, but like it's a very large event, obviously, with like 60 plus players. Usually one of the bigger US tournaments. Hey! And he's even managed to swip it around. Looks like the greater, not the greater,
air hold. Not the greater.
Yeah,
the air hold.
The air elementals held. So that was good for Tim. It looks like he picked up some Hunters of the Wild in the center of the table, but just lost a regiment of his own in return. Those might have been Forest Shamblers.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely not as much dead as I would have expected, Gary. Looks like the Scorchwings got shut off in the top left. That's big for Tim. So those are not going to come around and bite him in the butt later.
Oh, yeah. I didn't spot that. Very good. And Timothy just, I think he just killed one regiment or one horde of Forest Shamblers, something like that. I don't know what exactly, but something has gone missing.
I think those were the regiment of Hunters of the Wild. Now that we've got the camera quality much clearer, it's also easier to tell what the units are. So I think these white, kind of wispy looking things, I think those are his forest shamblers because they're not as thick. So it's the 120 by 80 millimeter instead of the 125 by 100.
Yeah, and Timothy has lost his troop of Hunters of the Wild and the regiment of Forest Shamblers, I believe.
Yep.
And he has killed the greater elemental of Earth, the top of the one on the one with the air elemental horde.
What is that? What did he kill it with?
I think this thing is the tree herder with nimble.
Oh, it has nimble? Did he get... Oh, everything makes so much more sense now. So he gave Ed a flank. That's the only possible explanation.
Or maybe did he just kill it with... He moved the tree herder there, but not with the charge. And then he killed it with the horde. The horde has 18 attacks. Maybe on a hot roll, he can get... Very hot roll.
But he wouldn't have been able to move the tree herder there with a disengage because he had it in outside of an inch. So that had to have been a charge.
No, but he's nimble and square base, so he can turn 90. So the tree herder should be where the square base is. So he turns 90, he advances, and then he turns and advances again.
But he can't in next to the Scorchwings. That's what I'm saying. The Scorchwings are Ed's Scorchwings.
Ah, true.
So I think I think what happened was he had the tree herder facing toward the right side of the table.
Toward the right. So
and that's why Ed charged him, because it was a flank. So it was like, oh, that's why breaking, like, you give him a flank with a tree herder, that's your best chance to break it. And Tim took a gamble on that, and it paid off big.
Okay. I got what you're saying. So the multi-charge with the Greater Air and the Scorpion Regiment from Ed was a flank charge.
That's my guess.
Yeah. And I think it's the only possibility. I think you're right.
Yeah.
And then he survived, and then he charged the Greater Air and killed it.
Yeah, that's huge. That was a big gamble, but definitely paid off, because you pick up one of the Greater Airs, you've pinned. You're gonna pick up these Scorchwings almost certainly with the Greater Earth Elementals. It looks like you just successfully picked up the other four. What are they called? I want to call them Dryads. That's not what they are.
The Hunters of the Wild?
Hunters of the Wild, thank you. You picked up that regiment, you picked up the other troop. So this is definitely a big turn. He's picked up most of Ed's army. There's not a lot left. He's going to have the 2 hordes of Forest Shamblers, a Greater Air Elemental, and probably support pieces.
Yeah.
Maybe 1 Scorchwing regiment.
Yeah, it's a very good turn 3 for Timothy. Everything's paid off. He has the elementals, air elementals on the left, threatening most of Earth army. So he will have to be very careful. The Earth elementals now they're on the middle, holding the 3 points objective and also threatening, and they're going to be very difficult to rout.
Yeah. This is a huge turn for Tim.
Right, so we've got the overhead working, but now we lost the dice cam. I pressed the wrong button and shut everything off. I was like, didn't expect that to happen.
It just removed the Scorpions on the middle too, so he has also lost that.
Yeah, because the Greater Earth Elementals were flanking those, so those were going to die. That was not a question.
Okay.
But yeah, huge turn for Tim. Not sure if he prefers Tim or Timothy. I'm going to assume he prefers Tim.
So John, just to put you back, so apparently, how do you say, Timothy hold most of his units alive on Ed's turn, so Ed didn't kill much, and now Timothy has killed a lot of Ed things on return.
Oh dear.
We had a shenanigan with the 300 with Nimble. Was very cool move from Timothy. Now you have fog on the camera.
Oh, for God's sake.
Doing its best. It's doing its best.
Yeah.
I mean, it gave us enough clarity to basically give a play-by-play of the game almost, so that pulled through for the 1 minute we needed it to. There we go. Cleaned
It's
itself up.
It's getting better again.
Yeah, so if I'm Ed in this situation, I'm probably assuming that I have lost the game, and therefore am just trying to play for as much attrition as possible. They're using Northern Kings, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So in that case, Northern Kings is interesting as a system to me because, like, it's deceptive in that it's like it's not bad for you to throw away your own units, but it kind of is. It's just camouflaged really well in the scoring system. So it's like if you want to be aggressive and kill as much of your opponent's stuff to get as many points as possible, but they also want to do the same thing to you, and then you're still both moving up the scoreboard, right, by doing that. Versus something like blackjack, where like I lose points for throwing away my units, but you don't gain those points. So you would still both move up the scoreboard, just in a different way. Like, in this case, because they're using Northern Kings, if I'm Ed, I'm trying to find the biggest, juiciest things to kill and that are realistic to kill and trying to do it in one turn, which I can't imagine he has a lot of options. It looks like he threw his greater air into the flank of the regular air elementals. That's a good option. That's a lot of points right there. I'm assuming the Scorchwings either went back into them or they're fighting what looks to be the Forest Warden, if I had to guess. That is chilling behind those greater airs, or not greater airs, normal airs. And then
I mean, yeah, Ed has rough. I think he has a difficult spot to win the game. Like he cannot control the left side because there's the Scorchwings of Timothy, and he has nothing there. On the middle, he will have a very good difficult thing because he has the air elemental horde on the middle, and the only thing he could probably break that with is the Willfather, I believe. And yeah, he's on a very tight spot, and maybe you're right, and he just has to focus on try to kill everything.
Yeah, it looks like
maybe he can find a way to win the game. I don't know.
I'm definitely giving Tim the edge, at least right now. But never say never. I mean, it is a dice game. Only takes a couple bad rolls for Kings to swing way in the other direction.
So if I believe, now that the camera is back, he has charged with the Scorchwind Regiment on the top right, the Unicorn. He has, or the Great Elemental Horde, I don't know. The Greater Elemental is definitely charging the flank of the Elemental Horde, and the Willfather is charging maybe the front or the flank of the Tree Herder of Timothy.
I think he ignored the Tree Herder. I think he went for just the flank of the regular air elementals, based on where he's positioned. I could be wrong.
No, the Willfather is definitely charging the Tree
Oh,
Herder.
sorry, the Wiltfather. I mistook you. Yes, that I think looks like he's going toe to toe with the Tree Herder. I thought that was just an actual tree of the forest for a second. It's forces of nature, baby, camouflage. Yeah. That whole Treebeard scene in Lord of the Rings is like, yeah, no. I mean, Cloak of Death will come and play. That's nice. He's going to get a extra wound on a couple of those units, and then depending on how much of a beating that Tree Herder took from the double flank, which again I'm assuming that was a double flank, which hats off to Tim for that. But I think he might be able to actually kill it. That's actually because it presumably took a beating. I can't imagine it got off scot-free. Either that or Ed must have rolled horribly for that specific combat.
Yeah, and he needs a good turn of rolls to keep on the game.
Yeah. I'm just thinking now because greater airs are 2 points of modifier, right? It's thunderous and crushing. Thunder 1, crush 1.
Greater, yeah.
Yeah, so he's wounding on 4s. So theoretically, he would have had 20 attacks on 3s and 4s. Man, in hindsight, actually, yeah, I really don't like that decision to take that flank, and I actually think Tim did a really good bait by doing that. Because yeah, I think on average you should only do like 7 or 8 wounds with the greater, and even with the scorch wings helping out, which man, they might do an extra 2. You're still looking at like
300 is gone.
7.
That's big.
Cool. So yeah, he was able to pick up and finish the job.
Yeah, I believe he 300 should be heavily wounded from the double flank charge before.
Yeah,
of the scorch wings on the greater, so Willfather picked it up. So he still has a chance on going on turn 5 and 6 to try to break that horde of air elementals that is holding the middle. He didn't manage to break the Hunters of the Wild Troop on the middle of the bottom. So that horde of forest shamblers is now in trouble because it has a horde of air elementals threatening.
Yeah, looking at it. Yeah.
Yep. I'm having to translate through the French commentary or French commentary as quickly as I can so I can keep up. He had no other solution to sacrifice something. Suddenly it helped. I think the decision from Ed should have been to just not charge it and just wait a turn. But it's definitely 20 to, oh my gosh.
Yeah. Air elementals are gone.
Well, that's good. He needed that.
Yeah, definitely.
Pinpoint pigeons and mounted shoot. I'm loving the Google Translates. What are the flamboyant pigeons of mounted shooters?
Flamboyant pigeons.
I'm 100% certain that is Scorchwings. It's great. I'm calling them forever from now on. Flamboyant pigeons.
Yeah, definitely.
But they should be melee 3 with Pathfinder, so they would have helped. But yeah,
yeah, let's make them be called flamboyant pigeons on the rule book, please.
Yeah.
If only I had that ability. We've got the forest shamblers here poking. I'm not quite sure what the super bright, vivid purple thing is that just got wounded there. It's not a way too high wounds. Yeah, that's going to die, whatever it was. So that's irrelevant.
The greater water elemental.
I think the greater water is the thing currently almost top left, basically. So it's, if you look, you've got the greater air, or sorry, in the exact center of the table, there's the earth elementals, right? The normal earth elementals. To the top left of them, that's the greater water.
Yeah, that's the greater air, I think.
Are you sure?
Not sure, but I think so. Because it has it looks like a cloudy thing.
Yeah, it could be a swirl. I think it's a swirl thing, so it looks like it's either a water spout or it's a.
And the other one that just got routed was like more blue. I think.
Gotcha.
Water.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
But I think, but
yeah,
I'm not sure.
That's now. Look, he's measuring now 20 inches. That's a.
Yeah.
That's an. Hey, Jan.
Hello. Sorry.
Hello,
I had to come and have a nosy. Hi, everybody.
And we are now on bottom of top. Bottom of 4.
Well, he's rearranged his line and managed to get stuff back into some form of what I would call a semblance of a battle line again for Ed.
One of the French guys said that the one who died was the water because he printed that mini. So he knows that mini.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Sorry, my tech monkey just returned saying, "Is everything sorted?" Because I sent him a text and didn't call him back saying it's all sorted. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I'll sort it out.
It's working
now
enough.
it's working with good quality, very good.
So we've got a new term for scorch wings, but the French translation is flamboyant pigeons.
Murder budgies.
I'm not sure if I'm not sure if he called it something like that. That's just what Google Translate. So I'm running with it.
Yep. Actually confirming is the water element had died because this guy paid to it.
Rowering was coming from the front. The move would have allowed him to face the front. Is it Tim the unicorn prevented his? That one's getting lost a little in translation here. His placement during the round where he is against the big one coming from the front. I'm assuming you're referring to the one that was getting charged by the Scorch Wings that are still on the table. And in that case, yes, his own unit, since they were butt to butt, literally, like parallel, it's just a math thing. You literally cannot pivot unless he was far enough to the bottom. He would have had to have been 25 millimeters of overlap, and then he could have picked up and done a 90-degree and put down, and it would have been fine. But as it was, it looks like they were literally touching, like just a perfect line. So can't pick up and move. You're stuck. That's why you want to leave some space. Like, give yourself about half an inch of wiggle room so you can do stuff like that.
And we're back to in focus and in time. It's behaving again.
Speaking of clock time, where are they at on that? They got to be.
They must be.
Okay.
Oh,
It's gonna get tight for turn 4. They're gonna have to just go.
have to really go for.
Yeah.
The only advantage is, and you can see Tim's moving now like a man possessed.
No, like turn 3, the movement was super short. He just started the clock, and then 1 minute or 2 minutes, he was throwing dice. Like, I mean, he needs to, because 10 minutes is not enough for 3 turns. Maybe 4.
Oh no!
Yeah, Tim is the one with the unicorn, but he was still blocking his own unit because it was just an overlap thing.
Do you want me to go and get somebody? I can go and nudge somebody because I know I'm going to be needed on data entry.
Okay.
So it's lovely seeing everybody. See you all later.
French King's War terms. Cheers.
We're frozen again.
Favorite
Oh,
French King's War term is charge. I'm gonna butcher that pronunciation.
So Ed had a very good turn, and he's back on the game because he got rid of the tree herder, he got rid of the air elemental horde, he got rid of the water elemental. So he's back on the game, and maybe Timothy will have time shortage because Tim is 12 minutes left, but he still has to do turn 4. Ed has done his turn 4 already, but Timothy hasn't, so he has to do turn 4, 5, 6. So he will be close of having time problems.
Jeremy has joined the YouTube chat.
Well, to be fair, Jeremy's on West Coast time, isn't he?
I was gonna say, yeah, it's like 6, 7 a.m. there now. So yeah, it's actual morning time. Still early morning, but
Yeah.
no, we've lost the dice cam too. He's right.
Everything's gone. It's all.
He's back.
Yeah.
It's back.
Unplug the dice cam. We don't need it. Sacrifice it. Keep the laptop with the one cam.
And we have the other one also too. I've seen.
Yeah. Hands are moving.
Oh,
warning. Hands are moving.
So he's thrown the earth elementals, presumably against the Will Father. The greater air is presumably against the other greater elementals. The unicorn against the Scorch Wings. And
Yes, Pascal. Just let it go.
Then with his elemental horde, he has put it behind the group of the Hunters of the Wild. So he's protected.
It looks like he picked up the Wilt Father, which I didn't quite expect that. That's impressive. With just a greater, I keep trying to call them graders. With just a normal Earth Elemental horde.
Yes, and
Hold up. He picked up the model. Okay.
yeah, because I don't remember the Willfather being wounded, and the Willfather is like super difficult to.
Yeah. Okay. He did a base swap so he can fit everything in correctly, which is good.
My tech monkeys now.
So we are now on Ed's.
This would be top of 5, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, he's double charging.
Top of 5, definitely.
So greater Earths.
So
I think this is going to be closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, definitely.
He's going to have some struggle popping the greater Earths. If he can pop those on his turn 6 and overrun into the center of the table, I think Ed can win it.
I mean, the Willfather has Crushing 3 and Cloak of Death. That's definitely going to help.
He's got 2 turns. Yeah, he should.
And also, there's the regiments on the right, the Scourgewind versus I don't know, for assemblers or whatever they're combating from.
Hunter's the Wild. I'm pretty sure it's the other troop
from ever.
Yeah, still there. But those Scorchwing regiments are worth 2 unit strength, so if he keeps those alive and picks up Ed's, if Tim picks up Ed's Scorchwings and keeps his 2 Scorchwing regiments alive, he can dive them to overwhelm the unit strength in a section if he needs
to. He can turn them and make juicy rear charges.
Yep. I wouldn't even be worried about rears. When we're talking about bottom of turn 6 type stuff, I just move him 20 inches and score. Because that means even if he loses the center, Ed doesn't have the tools now to pick those units. Like, he doesn't have shooting left, so he doesn't have the way to, like, the Scorchwings are super wounded. They can just stay out of combat forever and never die, and nothing Ed has can pick them up. Unless his druid had some kind of shooting attack, which maybe. I didn't read his list that closely. What has he got?
Ed had carries. I think Ed was one.
Ed had Blizzard, funnily enough. Interesting. I don't know if his druid is still alive, but he did have
Keris. Yeah, Ed's got Keris.
And he's got Keris, yeah.
So he has one individual on the bottom center, and I think there's one other individual on the hill on the left. On the right, sorry.
If I had to guess, Keris is bottom center and the druid's the one on the hill. Because that's where all the shambling stuff is.
The Scorchwings kill the unicorn.
Wow. That's big.
And now Greater is combating another Greater, I think.
You're coming on.
Oh, hey, it's Dan King.
Another tech fail. Somebody behind me is Dan King has plugged his phone into charge and hadn't turned the power socket on. So surprisingly enough, it had the charge.
Oh no.
So we have dice rolls, but we don't have the camera on. But
so here's the real question. So do the French care more about Tim's like confidence for their masters, or do they care about French pride breeding the Brits? That's what I want to know here. What's more important? What's on the line here?
You have to ask. I think.
Yeah, I'm curious too.
Yeah. I'm not going to mention Agincourt, but
I'm not going to mention it. I'm just going to, mention it.
Oh, there they go.
Okay, wow. Okay. I definitely called it a little too early for Ed there. Damn.
So Scorwings are gone.
Yeah.
Scorwings on the right.
Yep. They'll be taken out by whatever that was. Tribal
I
Hunters?
think it's Forest Chamber Regiment.
Oh, Forest Chamber.
I'm not sure. Not sure. All those things look like twigs, and they're very similar. I think now they're combating the.
Oh. Are they going?
So it's now.
It's got to be bottom of 5.
Bottom of 5. Yep.
Yeah.
So Earth Elementals have hold. The other Hunters of the Wild have hold.
All right.
I'm curious of how much time they are left because Timothy had a very short time.
They've got to be at like less than 10 minutes. But I mean, when it's turn 5 and you've only got like 3 or 4 pieces left on the table, there's not a lot of thought that has to go into it anymore. So they definitely, you can blitz these turns. Tim's taking up more time than I would think for some of this movement.
Yes, you have to think very much your movement on your opponent's turn. So when it's your turn, you just move.
Yeah. So he's positioning here, I guess, to take pot shots at Karis.
Yep. So
or the grid, depending on which one. Individuals are hard to tell.
We have sacrificed dice cam to ensure that we keep a stream on the main cam.
Yeah. No, totally.
Yeah,
I respect that. Definitely the right choice.
Good move.
Oh, Tim is like fucking booking it to get six times through.
Yeah, I think he's putting the scoring so he can have either the left quadrant or the center quadrant scored by them.
Jerry, I think you're absolutely right. Yes, yeah. He went from Prince Charles to King Charles in absolute homage to Dan King. Anyway, and the answer to your question, Matt.
There you go. There we go. That's good to know. Looks like, I mean, those greater areas should absolutely pop the scorch wings at the top. Or I keep doing it. You gotta get one of those like those shot collars that's just like no, they're normal air elementals. The normal air elementals.
A horde of greater air. It's not a horde of greater air elementals.
Yeah, God forbid they ever.
Just as a disclaimer, when we say greater elementals, we refer to the normal
almost
elementals.
Exclusively the normal ones because.
And when we refer to the greater elementals, we just say.
Look, it's those Vietnam flashbacks. This is how many times I've had to deal with greater elementals this year.
We're just going to change. So air elementals are greater elementals now, and the greater element is going to be greater elementals.
Greater elementals. Greatest air elementals. There we go. Get myself some more vodka here. All right. Yeah, so his air elementals should pick up the scorch wings at the top there pretty soundly, unless they were the hammer of measured force ones, in which case the scorch wings might live. Because they'll actually be harder to. Well, nah, they're defense 4, so I guess it's the same. Yeah. And then the earth elementals. If I had to guess which one he countercharged, I would have done the unit strength. And it does look like the tree. It's not a tree herders. The forest shamblers are fairly beat up. He's got 2 dice worth of wounds there. It looks like 9 wounds. Like when the camera quality's good, it's good. So it looks like 9 wounds there. So if he picks those up, that's pretty significant. They're checking table distances here.
Yeah, they're checking the quadrants. Yeah, I was watching what are they measuring. Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, they're trying to figure out what's the important thing to do.
Because it's not because it's the middle section of the board.
Right. So, yeah, because it's not just from the edges. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
like Dominate with extra steps.
Yeah, so now
I'm just glad it's not game 6. Can you imagine this type of new scenario, the complexity on game 6? No.
At least it's not too bad, at least in complexity, right? Like at least
Yeah.
it's a
It's-
little bit different from Control, but it is
Yeah,
new.
But Matt, it's not. Yeah, you're right. It's not a Mark Cox scenario.
Nice. It's good. It's quite simple. And I was telling to Jan before that it's in a scenario when you only have to control 3 things. So unit strength it's more important than number of scoring units.
Yeah,
Yeah.
In many scenarios you have PS 6 tokens, so you have control 6 things. Unit strength is not that important, but the number of scoring units you have, and that happens on control also. You have 6 quadrants to control, so it's more important the number of scoring units.
that's a
Here you
great
only
point.
have three things to control, so scoring unit is important.
It's a great point.
And now Ed needs to route this Hunter of the Wild of Forest Samblers regiment. I don't know which on the center, and he will have a good spot controlling the center. And we don't know that big area of combats on the top right how it's going to be.
Yeah. It looks like he tried to shoot the Scorch Wings off the table, presumably with Blizzard, and didn't quite pick them up because Tim was hovering like he was going to pick them up. Let's see how this shakes out. I don't know that he has lightning. Well, I mean, if you kind of cares, but he just had a Blizzard, which, like I said, it's so interesting.
Ooh.
Blizzard. That's big.
Earth Elemental gone.
Yeah, and a turn sooner than I think Tim would have expected, because Ed, this, like I said, if this is top of 5, then he has an entire turn to walk both of those units to the center of the table.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but he was multi-charged by the Forest Garden, Forest Shamblers, and Willfather.
Yep.
There they go, wandering forward from the overrun.
Yep. Trying to get into the center of the table. Looks like he's just short from being majority in, which I'm assuming is how they're playing it.
Yep.
It's fully, and that's me, but majority in, I would assume. But even if he doesn't get it, man, there's nothing on the left side of the table at all, almost. Unless it's a little hard to tell. The very edge of the table, there's like a little square, so I'm wondering if there's like a unit there.
What happened to the Scorch?
We believe that they got shot by the Scorchwings that are now on the hill.
Yeah, okay.
We believe, but we don't know because it was when the camera was frozen. But they were there before, and they weren't there when the camera.
They were there after.
Yeah.
Unless they are on the bottom top left of the corner. For
like really hidden somewhere.
They should be gone. But yeah, it looks like it's a little bit on favor for Ed now. He has some free units to score, and the other units that Timothy has, they are locked on combat. But
I think they're trying to line up who's going to win the center.
Yeah.
But if Ed still has his turn 6, then it won't even matter.
Yeah, they've probably paused the clock and said, with this thing, you can go until there on turn 6, and you'll need a turn 7 to score this quadrant or not.
Right.
Whatever.
I hope the puck is paused right now with whatever discussion. I'm like, they're both low on time, and it's like,
yeah.
This doesn't look like movement questions. So, this might be, if this were me, this is Tim talking himself into what are my best options with what little time he has left.
It could be.
So he's picking what to shoot. If it were me, you try to shoot off the unit strength that's wounded, which is the 4 Shamblers, but then you still have to at least contest the Horde that just snuck in there, because I'm guessing the Horde that's the bottom center right can just walk forward 12 inches and be in the, 6 inches and then maybe be surged if it needs it. So he's got the unit strength to take it. Unless that's the Forest Warden hiding behind the Scorchwings. It doesn't look like a 25. But it doesn't look like a 40 either. I don't know what the
Which
size
one?
of that thing is. There's something hiding behind the Scorchwings, some individual and or character there.
Oh yeah.
On Tim's
should
side
be
of the table.
the Glade Walker Druid. Which is
Tim's
heavy
Blade Walker
infantry.
Druid? That makes
I think
sense.
so.
Okay.
This is heavy infantry is a little bit
Yeah.
A little bit
bigger.
bigger, yeah. I'm just trying to track down the unit strength.
Yeah,
What's left that can actually score at this point.
So Tim has the Scorch Wings, the Air, the Greater Air, and I think that's it.
Yeah.
While Ed has Forest Shambler or Hunters of the Wild. I don't know which is that. The Scorch Wings, the Air, and 2 hordes
the
of
Scorch Wings.
Forest Shamblers. Yeah, they had 2 dice, so they are heavily wounded.
Yeah. And those are going to turn around here.
Casulator. Have you tried
Casulator.
Cassoulet?
I have no idea. I may have done.
Cassoulet is like a bean soup with
yes.
a lot of meat, like duck and sausages and stuff. It's very good. Lots of calories.
I'm not averse to calories.
Yeah, that was a good turnaround there. Just keep it short and sweet, and
just keep it there so I can score the center. Or
does have to be careful. I don't think there's enough room for Ed to do it, but there might be just enough room for the Greater Air to turn 50 degrees. Oh, he doesn't care. He's just going to flank and kill the other Greater. Okay, that makes sense. Turning to face them.
Is top of 6 now?
Yeah, top of 6. So Ed's walking forward, turning to face the Greater Airs. I think you just sacrifice the... No. Okay. It's like, do not let those get a free flank. And in fact, actually, I don't like this. I actually am really worried here because Tim could pull off like a super cool.
Now Ed is asking if the elementals can fit there.
But hold on, hear me out. Shoot, I gotta, because of how shooting works. Does shooting happen? I have to go check the rules now. I want to make sure I'm not overthinking this. I'm worried that, well, no, he couldn't pick up the unit and action before. I've got it backwards. If it were melee, I'd be like, oh, he could pull off like a really cool trick here where he kills the unit and then he surges through the crack that he's just created. But he can, in fact, not do that. I'm overthinking it. So, with that being the case, I like this. He's set up the Forest Shambler Horde, the one that is not as damaged, so that it'll be really difficult to pick it up.
Yeah.
And that guarantees him that unit strength in the center of the table. He's setting himself up to pick up the Greater Air, which with a flank from Wolffather should happen. Most likely.
Yeah.
And then, assuming he picks that up, Tim has to kill at least one Forest Shambler Horde and not lose his air elementals in the process, basically, because that's his only scoring unit that he's going to have with enough scoring strength to hold an objective.
Tech Monkey's here.
Hi.
Hello, Steve.
Hi. How are we doing, guys? So what's happening?
Good.
I've not been able to pay attention to any of it because I was too busy being the spare player. By the way, I won.
You won.
Yeah, nice.
You run a 140 player tournament, set the technology up, and step in and win.
Yeah.
You are.
We are on top of 6. We are finishing top of 6. Ed has much more scoring units than Timothy has.
Okay.
And he's controlling the left quadrant, probably the quadrant on the middle, and Timothy has the quadrant of the right with his Scorch Winds. But he only has 2 scoring units: the Scorch Winds and the Air Elementals.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
So
Tim.
Ed
that's
has
Tim.
the
Ed.
game more or less.
Yeah. Ed is currently in a commanding position, but it's going to really come down to what happens here with Tim. If he
Here he
picks up,
goes.
like, oh, so he's risking the flank there.
Going in the front. Yeah.
So he just wants to guarantee to pick up that unit. So I think what he's doing here is he's either hoping to either force a clock out on a turn 7, or he's just killing the points.
Yeah, he's just maximizing attrition because he knows he cannot hold the quadrants against so many
There's-
units of Ed.
Yeah.
Right.
There's 13 minutes left on the round timer. I wonder how much time. If only we had a dice cam with a clock on it, we could see how much time was left on the clock.
Yeah.
Let me just go and have
They
a look.
they were really short on time. On turn 4, Timothy had less
Yeah.
than 10 minutes and Ed had 13 minutes. So they must be really, really.
They got to be
Okay.
down to like
I've got
the 1 or 2 minutes.
Steve's gone to run to find out what time's left.
Oh, he's doing the
He's doing dice
run
count.
monkey thing. Yep. Ugh. Yeah, great game though. Really
Yeah,
great uses of some clever tactics.
Yes, we had a very clever use of Ed
They
of
have-
the blocking terrain. He anchored his.
They have
his
1 minute
army
each
very
left
good.
on the clock. 1 minute each.
Holy crap!
Lots of dice involved. No.
So, Timothy, when I was up there,
Factor.
Timothy was rolling. He was under a minute. Ed's got 1 minute 15 seconds.
Yeah,
So it is what it is. He's not got a lot of time to roll
Turn-
anything.
turn 7's going to be like push the models forward and go.
But also, it's crazy to take a flank when you've got a minute left on the clock. It's
Yeah.
the last thing you want to do because then you just sit there knowing you could win. In fact, they finished by the look of that.
Yeah.
I was
Yes.
going to say that looked like a scoring sheet.
Yes.
Okay.
I've seen it back. I've seen in Spain also, and you have less than a minute. Just turn your unit backwards, so your opponent has to rear charge you and
Yeah,
throw
yeah,
like
yeah.
7 dice, 70 dice.
So
something
if-
like that.
Assuming that
Game
it's
is
hard to
over.
say what happened. I'm wondering if the clocks went out or did they just because
I think
the
I
force
think
shamblers
maybe-
are still there.
I think maybe Timothy's clock went out and they just decided to call it a game. I don't know because they're
Because that's the key. If he didn't pick up the horde, then I don't think it mattered if there was a turn 7 or not. I think at that point Ed wins by default because he'll murder everything Tim has left on the table on his turn 7.
even if he pick up the horde, if Timothy's out of the table, the elemental will crush the elemental's horde and so on.
Right, but the reason that I'm curious is because I think if he picked up that horde and the game ends on a 6, I think Tim might have actually won. Which is why I am curious if he picked up the horde or not, because depending on what's in the center of the table,
Oh yeah, because he had bottom of 6.
he is right.
Yeah.
He's
So,
the
yeah,
bottom, and he's got 5 unit strength to 3. Because I'm
Yeah,
assuming
maybe-
the Greater Heir and the Wilt Father and the Force Warden are all just outside. It's hard to say.
I think you're right. I think you may be right. It depends on he could. Yeah. If he managed to take up the horde and
Yeah, we're hoping they're going to come over. Steve's just gone to ask them if they want to come onto the cam.
Hey, let him score it up first. It's fine. You can take your time. And so
Oh,
I got vodka. No Bloody Marys, unfortunately. but-
okay.
Ooh, so that last minute flank
Yeah.
took the unit off. Ed missed it, and Timothy has won.
Yeah,
Ooh.
called it. So it
Timothy
ended on turn 6.
It
Yeah,
ended
you're
there.
right, Matt.
So he's come in that last minute flank, which Ed missed. Ed just went, I missed it. He's come in. He's picked up the unit.
Yeah.
Rolled the dice, rolled the nerve, stopped his clock, and that's the end of the game. So they're going to come down. So yeah, wow, that's a surprise.
Yeah, I thought I'd
Yeah,
have it.
there was
Yeah,
lot of
close.
there were lots of turns and coming backs this game.
Yeah.
I really need someone not too far away to not to win, so I don't have to send a sword internationally. It's quite tricky to mail a sword
Not quite as tricky
internationally.
as trying to get through an airport security.
Anyway, yeah, he can't take it in his luggage. Put it that way.
It's a big sword then, damn.
Yeah, it's a full broadsword kind of thing.
Yeah.
Look at the
Oh,
photo. No,
damn.
someone's not checking Facebook. There's some photos on Facebook. Yeah. Okay, I think they're just doing their scoring sheets. Then they're going to come down. Talk about the game.
Cheers, Steve.
So good move from Timothy. Great move.
Yeah. I didn't see that flank there either. I mean, always a little hard to tell with the camera, but
Then I thought he has another scoring units to win this game, but he might and no time on the clock. He managed to.
I mean, he does. It's just he was top of the turn. That's what it came down to. Because if it ended on turn 6, Ed had clock time. If he has a minute left on turn 7, and all he has to do is shove his greater air elemental forward into the flank there, like he could win on a turn 7. But yeah, it came down to it ended on turn 6, and that's how it goes.
Yeah, and he
just missed the flank charge from the scores wing.
Yeah,
because he
But that
Timothy
indicates
had
when it comes down to a 4+ on a die, right? Like a 50-50 chance, like that's a good fucking game, right?
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
close.
Yeah, it was a thrilling game because Timothy had his score swings and his elemental a very good position. So he had the elementals on the top and score swings on the left, so he can make flank charge. And it's very difficult to prevent flanks from both units. And he missed one flank charge from those.
Yeah.
units.
Especially when you're down to like a minute left on your clock, too.
Yeah,
You just don't have the time to look at every possible angle. I did think he set it up well for a turn 7. I think that unit was going to die without the flank charge, in my opinion. I think the greater, I did it again. The air elemental horde alone, because they have 2 dice and it looks like about 9 wounds. So my assumption is that unit would have died even without the flank. But
yeah, giving the flank wasn't such a great idea, though.
Sure, doesn't help, but
yeah, getting tired. 40 seconds on the clock, so I just missed that.
But
I mean, they were likely to die. I went for the blizzard, hoping to waver or take off the scorch wings, but it was a gamble that didn't pay off.
Yeah,
it was a great game, Ed. So we were watching, and one turn seems that Timothy had the game, then the other turn seemed you had the game, and it was coming back. So it was a great game to see.
It was a fun game to play. I mean, it's one of those we both want to counterpunch. So very cagey start. No one really wanting to commit for the first 2-3 turns, and then of course the clock pressure begins to build. A bit more on him than on me, but on both of us. So it was quite. Then we both had to play fast. So each of us had a really good turn where we took off a lot of units, and it could have gone either way. But he pulled it out. He played very well. So it was a great win for him.
Was really
and he
close.
was winning on 6 and he won on 7. So no complaints from me.
And how do you find this newer scenario? You like it?
I like it. Yeah, I mean it's like control, but it makes you be a bit more aggressive. So I like that. Because control you can just say I'm going to play for a draw and hang back. But this one you've got to engage to score. So yeah, I like this. I don't know where Timothy is. He was on his way, but he seems to have got held up. Maybe he's just lying down in a cool place, fanning himself.
Yeah.
Maybe he's receiving the congratulations of the French contingent. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he's good.
Since we've got you on turn, it was like turn 2 or 3. It was a Tim's tree herder. Was that giving a flank to the greater air elemental and the Scorchwings? That was a flank.
Yeah, I didn't catch Scorch Wings. I was only thinking of the Greater Elemental.
Okay, okay, gotcha. Okay, so it was a little bit more risky, but
Yeah, but I needed to fix the two Greater Elementals because as far as they're free to fly, it's a really hard stuff.
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just for you to know, Tim, your French contingency was hoping that you lose, so you are more insecure in the master because they are afraid of you facing in the master.
I know that.
But yeah, it was a great game from both of you. You had the cagey style of Ed anchoring on the blocking terrain while you were more spread out, and it was beautiful to see. Turn 3 and 4, you were thinking, I'm blocking myself. So one turn seems you will win, one turn seems Ed would win, and it was very nice. And that final move with the Scotch Wings, and they said, wow, he's won the game with only 2 scoring units.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, fantastic game. Coming like I said earlier in the stream, but with you two here, I was like, any game that comes down to like, love it or hate it, that 4+ dice roll on a turn 7 play, right? Like, if the game comes down to that roll, that means it was a close game, right? Like,
yeah.
One question, I'm curious, how many time did you have on your clock at the end of the game, both of you?
I had 40 seconds,
and I had 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Ooh, close one.
At the end of turn 3, I think it was only 20 minutes. So I did I had to hurry up.
Yes,
those dice rolls were fucking going.
At the end of turn 4, you had less than 10 minutes, but we lost the camera dice, so we didn't know how much time you had left. We were curious.
Steve did come over and tell us to roll on the table, but by then we were sort of stuck in our habit of rolling in the box.
Yeah.
And same question I did to Ed. Tim, how did you find this new scenario? Did you like it, or what did you like about it?
Yeah, I like it a lot. I tried it once before the tournament. Didn't have time to try more, but I just like that you have to go in the middle, but it's a bit like control that you have to score in zones, not objective markers.
Yes.
Cool. It's definitely something we know. No spoilers.
No, you can't possibly guess. It's so difficult.
So it's good to see that people are liking it, though. I like the scenario.
I mean, we've had it. So I've played it in, I think, 2 previous tournaments now. One on UB and one live one had it.
Yeah, it's
so it's been we're sort of been
cycled
revived.
around.
Obviously, there's a reason for that, I'm sure.
It's nice because it's like it's simple enough, right? Like there's the greatest rule in game design is keep it simple, stupid, or KISS. So like make sure the scenario is easy to understand, easy to play. I need to be able to be like a bottle of alcohol deep and still able to play the scenario. So if I can't just push my toilet soldiers forward in the center of the table, then I don't know what we're doing. Which obviously there's more to it than that. Or else Tim would have had to break out every blank base in the universe for turns 1 and 2. It was great. I love that for the record. That was fantastic play to see all of those markers go down at the same time.
Okay, you can follow my spirit then.
But and also the charge setup, because man, we were talking about it on turn 2 with the clock times and whatnot, and I was like, you can burn 40 minutes of your clock on turn 2, you'll be fine. That's all you got to do. After that is it's theoretically downhill from there if you do it well, and then if not, then it won't matter. So but
it is the surge armies, especially with the flying surges.
Yes.
As long as they're on the table, you have to be careful. I mean, Keris did a great job of shutting at least one of them down every turn. So that made it a bit easier for me. But with those 2 hordes, you can't afford to let them start flying over and getting flanks and rears. So that definitely that adds to the amount of time you take. And of course, I didn't kill them until but one of them was still around at the end of the game, unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure. We were commenting that piece of blocking terrain on your side of the table was giving you a very good anchor point to form a line. And the way that you were curved was making it difficult for Tim to approach and get any multi-charges. It was very clear that Tim was looking for a multi-charge pretty much anywhere, or a flank pretty much anywhere, and then had to settle for like one-to-one combats almost across the board, it looked like.
Yeah.
At least from the quality we had.
We both wanted second turn, I'm sure. Because,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I was very happy sitting there, not in the zone, but I'd have been even happier sitting there if I'd had the last turn.
Yep. Just dive.
I just could have stayed there with that flank anchored and then gone in at the end.
Yep. Yeah. No, it was extremely well played, which is what I would expect to see from top tables on day 2 of even a 150 player event. I mean, geez, y'all guys were up there on the list, like no more than 2 or 3 down, I thought.
I think we were 5 and 6.
Sounds right. Yeah, that sounds about right. So yeah, that means Tim,
beautiful game, guys.
Tim, that puts you at 4-0, Ed at 3-1.
Yep.
So Tim, looks like you'll be going on to play, if I have to guess, one of these either Basilean or Northern Alliance lists, because apparently that's what's rocking the top spots.
What I like to do.
So there's a silver lining to losing. I don't have to play either Tom Robinson or John Quayle. Well, I guess I'll have to play one of them.
Yeah. Depends on which one loses.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay. Great. Well, thanks very much for streaming it and for the commentary. It's nice to have a game that gets aired to the wider public for a change. So thank you very much. I know it's a lot of effort to put it all together.
Yeah. So thank you also. Thank you, Louis, and thank you, Matt, for the comments. That's really nice to be on the cam.
Thank you, guys. It was a beautiful game to play. And good luck on your final 2 games you have left.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm curious now. Who do we have signed up for?
Okay. So, oh god, the bright light. I'm not joking. It's huge bright light over my head. So normally, no, it's and the ball patch is really making it bad for everybody else. They're getting glare.
Yeah. You're like Kerry Solar stuff now.
Yes, Kerry Solar stuff. That's a very good one, Louis. That's very good. Okay, so we're going to take a break now whilst we have lunch. So we're back on in about an hour and a half. I'll leave a banner across with the next timings for the event. Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Matt, for up at ridiculous time in the morning or not going to bed all night. Thank you, everybody else, for watching. And that's it then. Thank you very much. We're going to sign off.
Bye.
And unmute myself. Here we go. Apologies for the delay there. We had to reset the overhead camera again. The new laptop is coming in the next 10 minutes or so. When it does happen, we will move to mobile camera and we'll do a wander around the venue. I think I might be the only person on the stream commentating today, so going to get some wonderful insight in from me. Obviously, I'm going to need plenty of people to chat on YouTube output, so feel free to go for it. So what we have here is a playoff, the team players who are in 12th and 13th, I believe, currently. We have Dan King and Matt Gorham, Matt G on Facebook. And we have got a Varangur versus the Northern Alliance 2023 variant. There are people playing the older variant here, but the majority of the Northern Alliance players are using the 2023 version. The scenario is plunder. So that's tokens across the middle, 2 of which are worth 2 points, and the rest are worth 1 point. And the idea is obviously to try and grab as many points as you can. So let's bring up the lists. And first up, we have Matt Gorham. So Matt has gone for, there you can see, 2 regiments of Ice Hunters. One is the special Cat Malik's Hunters. You've got 2 hordes of Ice Elementals, 2 regiments of Frostclaw Riders, the obligatory Snow Foxes, a Thane, a Lord on a horse with the Blade of Slashing, a Snow Troll Prime. I don't see very many of those around. The legendary Ice Giant, and so within that top there, Half-Elf Berserkers, and the Frostclaw Riders as the special detachment. So quite an interesting list there. A little bit of shooting from the Ice Elementals, which is very short range, the Ice Shards. And we're going to start seeing things from the Frozen. Let's pick up Dan's, shall we? So here we have Dan King's list. Now, Dan tends to play quite aggressive. So what have we got? 2 regiments of Draugr. So these are the equivalent of zombies in the list. Extremely crap at combat, but great for holding objectives at 75 points apiece. We have some Night Raiders, 3 regiments of those. These are really quite shooty, short range, with that throwing axe and piercing 1. That is quite nasty. We've then got 1, 2, 3 regiments of Mounted Sons of Korgan. These are the elite heavy cavalry with CS1, TC1. 1 with the Brew of Sharpness, 1 with Sir Jesse's Boots, and 1 with the Helm of the Drunken Ram. So they're all tooled up to alpha strike anything they hit. Obligatory Snow Foxes to act as chaff for that. 3 mounted Magus. And Maggie of the Fallen. Remember that Maggie has a special fly move at some point. And Frostfangs. Nice. So 3 3 heavy duty Frostfangs. Thanes. Very nice. Okay. Pull out that screen and remove that. And then we'll do this one here. I'm glad you found time for us, Sam. I've not kept track of the cricket. It was raining last time I checked, so I'm going to have to get my iPad out and have the cricket on the side of me here. But I'm very impressed. We were up there with the cricket and the rugby. Excellent. Oh, I'm missing you, Sam. Missing you. So, what do we have here? At the bottom of the screen, as you see it, is Matt with the slightly darker muted army, and then Dan is at the top. Oh, I didn't realize you'd watching 2 cricket games at the same time. That is pretty impressive. Rolling for first turn. Good handshake before start. And we have Matt going first there. Matt, not exactly being subtle, get everything moving forward. If anybody's watched the previous streams, the person on the bottom very frequently uses the forbidden terrain, which impassable terrain, which is the orange blobs on the grey base as a anchor point, and then swoops around from there. But Matt appears to have gone against what other people have done on streams and put his ice elementals on the far left hand side and put his non-elemental stuff on the right hand side of the difficult terrain. And what we've got with Dan's army is there's some scouting we've got. Yeah. So as you can see from this, from there, Dan has scouted forward some of his ice skin. Sorry, his raiders. When you've only got 12-inch shooting range, that's not a bad idea. Obviously, in plunder, these are tokens, so they can be moved off. So part of the challenge really is to get up there, get beyond them to engage your army as far away from your as far forward as you can to create some space for you then to move the tokens back and out of the way. And here come the elementals. Nope, perhaps not. So on the right hand side, obviously, we've got Matt's Frostclaw Riders have shot forward 10 inches. To again put pressure on Dan nice and early. And there we go with the on the left hand side, we have the ice elementals advancing forward. As you can see, I can see certainly 2 of Dan's big Death Stars of Swords, Sons of Korgan. They're the ones with the white unit cards on. So he's just checking his distances there. especially open the bar for me now. There's me thinking that having my commentary desk right next to the bar was a good idea, and I'd get free drinks just standing over. And watching out for those raiders who've gone quite a long way forward. So these night raiders have 12 attacks, melee 4, range 4, which is the really interesting one. They will die to a stiff breeze with defense 3, but their throwing axe has 12-inch range and steady aim allows them to move, and the piercing 1 makes them particularly bad. And something we have to watch out for is they do have thunderous charge 1. So they can cause a little bit of problem. And as you can see, they're on the hill. The hills are can be spotted fairly easily with the green surrounded by a pale grey outline. These hills will be prepared by Nick Williams, as well as the rest of the terrain on here. And again, they're all about making it the best terrain for playing on, as well as looking pretty damn good. I've also got the trees are the new Mantic terrain crate trees. I have a co-conspirator. And hopefully Brinton's ready. Hey, buddy.
Good morning.
How you
Afternoon
doing?
for you.
How are you doing?
Doing good.
We dropped down to one camera now. The laptop finally gave up the ghost trying to run 2 at once. So we've now lost the dice cam. So unfortunately, there is no dice pawn that we can directly show. So we're on 2.
That's okay. We'll just see if things die.
Yeah. So we got a nice Alpha Strike, well, fairly Alpha Strikey Sons of Korgan list run by Dan, who is notoriously very aggressive player in the sense of the game rather than the person. He's the least aggressive person I've ever met. And Matt G with his beautifully painted army. We've got the ice elementals on the left-hand side. Matt's at the bottom, Dan's on top. We've got the ice elementals there on the left-hand side, and the frost sport riders on the right-hand side. We've got 2. I can spot 2 of the Dan's units of Night Raiders in the middle there, scattered forward. Got themselves onto the hill, ready to jump off the hill. There's some nice TC2 goodness if they happen to get into combat. And if they don't get in combat, they'll just keep throwing axes at people.
Yeah, the one closest to the ice elementals, is that even actually on the hill?
I think technically it's not.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Please tell me those are playing cards being used as zoom markers.
Yes. Looks like it.
Oh, that's awesome. So we can even see from this height that how many damage has been done.
Yeah, there's been a few interesting. I've seen playing cards. A couple local players out here like to use poker chips. So they'll have a stack of poker chips, and the higher denomination poker chip equals like 5 or 10 wounds. So hopefully it's easier to tell. But
I use poker chips, but I use a dry wipe marker and just write on the damage and put that next to it, and then wipe it off as I need to.
gotcha.
Just to warn you, Brinton, we're expecting a new laptop to appear in the next short while. When we'll go offline for a bit, and I'm going to walk around the venue with my phone, and we're going to bring that up on the screen and give people the walk around experience of the
Oh,
event.
nice. That sounds fun.
Well, we'll do a switch.
So, are we in?
How aggressive? How aggressive is Dan going to be?
What turn are we in?
I think we've just done turn 1 for Matt.
Okay.
Just starting Dan's turn.
Well, he wasn't able to remove or I think waver.
Yeah. And Dan does have Drain Life 6 on his 3 Megases, so he's got a great ability to heal.
Yeah, but he's got to get them.
He's got to get closer, that's the problem.
Yeah, that'll be a turn. That'll be a turn 3. I don't see Drain Life being a turn 2 here. Oh. But that will, depending on where they're sitting, outside of the Ice Elementals, that will mess up a lot of Matt's army, it looks like. I'm going to go take a look at his list.
Yeah.
I remember Dan's list generally from seeing it before the tournament, and because it's Dan, and
it's all hammers.
His list tends to follow a pattern, which is
he's got three regiments of cavalry.
Mm-hmm. Is there a cavalry unit? How many can I take? Is there a tricky, shooty mage type thing? How many of those can I take?
Yep. There is an archetype list for Dan.
I mean, that's actually something always interesting. There's people who can succeed with multiple armies, and it's because they're just sort of savants and really good at the game. And then there's also folks who play multiple armies, but it's sort of the same style list across them, so a lot of the skills transfer.
Yeah. It's play what you enjoy playing, and learn a way of who just what. Oh, we have Steve is. I think we may have a new laptop. So this is gonna be quite interesting. It's gonna be a hot switch over. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, I think he's been ably assisted by his son. But
I'm guessing what he's moving right now is a Thane on Frostfang.
Yeah.
Yeah, he took triple Thane.
Yeah. Which works well if you get it engaging with cavalry regiment at the same time. There's probably just enough damage to really have a reasonable chance of taking out a regiment.
Do you know if that's a point shaving, or is that just he doesn't like the Lord as much now in the 2023 version?
I suspect when I heard about what list he was taking, he did mention it's more about points and balancing it. It's the more efficient one that works well for him. Because you might allow him to get Maggie in there.
Yep.
Which gives you that high speed individual killing machine.
Yeah, she is just one of those units that you read it on paper and you're like, oh, that's neat. And then you see it on the table, especially if it's against you, and it just does everything you don't want it to do.
Yep.
I mean, her on her own basically makes those Frostclaw Raiders potentially useless.
Yeah.
Her and the Thanes are the perfect thing you kind of want around to shut down those kind of medium light flyers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm guessing that's Draugr or Night Raiders way out on Dan's left flank.
There'll be Droga.
Yep.
I mean, Dan has Draugr in there just as holding for objective based games where he just wants to sit them back and just do nothing. At 75 points, they're a bargain.
Yep. The sort of same thing I've seen him do multiple times with zombie regiments.
Absolutely, yeah. That's their sale pubs. I mean, when I play Varangur, I always have 2 of those for exactly that reason. Everything else is fast and hitty. But if you want to just something to hold an objective and act as your quarterback to find the large offensive line, then just move them behind and walk them in. And each of his 3 Magus is mounted, so that gives him quite a large range as well, or much more movability for those. So the sticks everywhere just to mark out the different units.
Yeah, it's a lot of sticks.
The last stream we had, I think we're about to lose some cameras now, bro. No. This is going to be impressive. Steve's doing literally a hot transfer. Last game Tim was absolutely fastidious in marking out his units, and during his opponent's player's turn, he would literally go around and mark up all his units with their positions with little right angle markers, and it made it so much easier for everybody to see where things were, and then he moved the unit, or he got his little MDF templates out and moved things around. So it was very, very clear about how he wanted to move and his intent, and made life a lot easier for us on the stream to watch.
Yeah, what I do a lot of the time is I just have the blank bases for all my units.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's not necessary, but a lot of times, especially on that sort of turn 3 engage moment or whatever, I just literally like lay everything out, look at how it fits, look at how it moves, does all that stuff, and there's this moment where you're looking at it and you're just like, okay, this is the turn. We've agreed all this. Does it work? Cool. And then I'm like,
they'd move everything. Yeah.
And here we go. It all just hops onto their empty MDF spots, and you slide the MDF out, and you're good to go. But I find it super useful. I know some people get very Gucci with they'll have MDFs with little handles or perfect spinners in the middle or any stuff. My problem is I almost always end up flying to tournaments, so I need them to take up as little room as possible. So
yeah,
flat MDF is just good enough.
Dice Cam is coming back, possibly.
Okay.
I'll wait for Steve to give me the go ahead about what we're. Across to him. No. His good lady wife's here as well. So last night we had Mantic Evening with Ronnie doing a run through of what's coming in the next 6 months or so on new model front.
Lovely.
So that was quite. I'm assuming that people have posted plenty of photographs of what he showed and talked about. So it was quite a good evening. We had a quiz from Tom Robinson, which was brutally hard. So
who won?
I think it was a group of I suspect teachers. I think the teachers in the background. So as you expect, they've got a wide general knowledge.
So it wasn't just about Kings of War.
No, it was all general knowledge.
Okay.
which made it, you know, it's. I mean, do you know how many hearts an octopus has? Clinton?
3?
No, that's what we
two?
put. No, 9.
Oh wow.
Oh, sorry, no, sorry, brains. 9 brains.
Oh, okay.
2, 3 hearts. Hey, dice cam's back. We've got side cam. Holy shit!
It's fancy.
Yeah. So let's put this one up. More light. So this camera is, as we would look from the overhead, from the bottom right-hand side.
Yep.
Dan is there in his brown top, and Matt in his truly offensive shorts. I mean, where do you think he is? I mean, that's almost Jeff Swan level of beach short.
I mean, he's ready for my neighborhood. I can. Well, whenever the sun rises, because it is pitch dark at the moment. But when the sun rises, I can see the smallest sliver of ocean from the room I'm in.
So you got an ocean view, Brenton, is what you're saying? You got an ocean view.
I've got 1.5 centimeters of ocean view, but it counts.
As I say, is it $200,000 per inch? Is that the?
If you look barely within there, you can. Like there's a tiny shiny part, and you're like, oh, I can't quite see what's there, and I'm like, that's because that's the ocean shining at you.
Oh, we've lost the overhead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, damn it.
So I have to look up Matt's list because I need to know what he is going to use.
There we go. Steve. Oh no, we've got Steve's legs. We have Steve's legs on camera. I mean, look at those. Those are. I would say, what type of sport athlete has calves like that? I don't think any athlete has calves like that. I think that's the years of avoiding any sport. Calves. It's where I discovered that Steve's laptop can't handle 3 cameras at the same time.
It's fair. Okay.
I think you're right. I think it's time to renew your entire Twilight King army very soon. There's a load of new models coming out for that.
New models, new rules.
Yep. Here we go.
Boats.
Oh, no.
They got themselves boats.
Land boats.
They skim through the void, so they actually are floating. They're floating above the land on magical energies of some kind. So.
A mage did it. Okay, we've now got the overhead back again. So let's have the overhead on. And the side camera up there.
And then
Well, that's
hope it
not
focuses.
Focus. Actually, I'll move the sort of inlaid camera because there are units up there.
So I'm guessing the third Sons of Gorgon is just off the camera to our left, Dan's right. Is that?
It's an exciting time for me, Mr. Williams, because my laptop charging cable has arrived.
Get the hot swap without losing any.
Yeah,
that was impressive.
So we swapped in. There was a brief moment the overhead wasn't available, but now everything is connected to a decent laptop, which shouldn't die as much.
Shouldn't die as much.
If it continues to die, then I will be a sobbing mess at the side of the stage. But seems like we've got the focus is sorted. We've got all 3 cameras working. Matt Gorham is complaining to me about having to roll dice in a tray, and so
everything is right in the world.
The only problem is you can see occasionally the connection drops out somewhat, but I think it's pretty good. We're happy. What's your feeling about this game, Brinton?
I'm wondering where the third Sons of Korgan unit is. I'm guessing it's off camera to our left, Dan's right.
I'll go check.
Oh, sorry, I can go. What I'll do is I'll take my camera and we'll do a
Are you
wander
connected
around.
as well?
Yeah.
Where's your walk around camera? You add it? The camera on? There we go. Wow. Shall I put it onto the main screen?
No.
Oh, yeah. Right. There you go. This is exciting. Ah, dear. Here he goes. I'm going to put him. Hang on. Here he goes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's slightly nauseating. Here we go. That's Sons of Korgan. Dan uses playing cards to mark his wounds, so that's got 6 wounds there.
Yeah, those are all on borrowed time. But once he gets his units in, if they can't be killed in the immediate counterattack, he has a sort of fake grind that he wants to have go on. Those Sons of Korgan, let me just double check if they all have it.
There's no. Where's the third Sons of Korgan unit you were talking about?
Okay, Sons of Korgan Unit 1.
Yeah, it's where I thought
2.
it was.
And then 3. Yeah, exactly where you said it was, Brinton.
Yep.
Hiding on the far left.
But the trick is that he has triple Magus with Drain Life and Horse. So, whatever they charge, if they can't be blown up on the counter, any damage on them, he can move Drain Life very easily into range of them. And with Half-Elf Berserkers, Frostclaw Raiders, etc. on the side of the Northern Alliance, he has a lot of very good Drain Life targets.
Exactly.
Okay, guys. I'm going to do a bit of wander around now with camera, okay?
Okay. There's Nick Williams having a beer.
Gamers in action.
Yeah. The tournament organizer, the venue people said to me yesterday, I know you told me that they would drink a lot. I wasn't quite expecting it to be that much. I was like, yeah, sorry.
I think the thing that always surprises them is the amount a gamer can drink at like 10 a.m.
Exactly.
So here we
On
are
a Sunday.
in the main hall.
It's pretty spicy.
No one's tried to dunk yet, right?
No.
It is a great looking event. I hope you have been hearing that all weekend and not just everyone's complaints or quibbles. But
To be honest, very few complaints and quibbles. Most people are pretty happy. I think a couple of language barriers cause a problem sometimes. There's been a couple of and styles of play where some people are used to playing much more casually, less exact, and it causes a few issues. But by and large, everyone's extremely happy. It's worked really well. So yeah, everyone's doing pretty well. That's top table right there. That's Chris Calburn versus Tom Robinson.
Fancy.
2 snow armies on a desert board. It's a great placement. What's annoying is next door to them, they've got 2 desert armies on a snowboard, and they didn't realize until they'd started playing. They could have just swapped.
Are you doing the terrain on the table stays the same the entire tournament, or are you doing
Yeah.
maps per round?
No, it's the same because we have with 75 tables, 73. We have such a wide variety of terrain.
Mhm.
It's very difficult for us to put a standard. So if I have a set map layout for one table, it's going to be hugely different to the next because you might have just very different styles, right?
Makes
So,
sense.
and we weren't able to. So when people say, "Can we have a standard map?" So if the terrain gets moved around, we could see where it was, and it's just we did intend to originally, but it soon became impractical.
Yeah.
Because it's not as if I've got one box for each table. I've got all my tables in 6 giant boxes because that's what fits in my car. So, for my 15 tables and Matt's 20, it's all very different. Cool. John's on his way back to us in our little cozy corner. Let's go back to the game. Here we go. So we know where the Sons of Korgan are. I've swapped headsets. Here we go. So I think this Matt needs to kill enough with his shooting to really, when that grind starts, be able to out endure him. So one of the issues I think people have been finding with Frostclaw Riders, they're great, but they're just so killable.
Yeah.
They just instantly die. It's not the case with his Ice Elementals. So he's got a stronger left flank, but he's just pushing stuff, throwing stuff away pretty quickly. Looks like he's gone into the individual at the side of that unit in the hope that he can kill it and overrun, right?
Yep, that looks like the plan. And I think worst case on it, he still blocks the heck out of the Magus.
Mounted Sons. Or is he just going into the Mounted Sons? Okay, he's changed his mind.
Yeah, I think he didn't like the angle he was blocking them.
He was hindered as well, so.
So this is, and I assume those down in the bottom middle, those are his berserkers?
Yes.
Whew. Yeah.
There were indeed so many tables.
He's doing his best to probably charge the berserkers in and just gum up everything behind them, because those berserkers are fragile. They're
Fragile.
Fragile.
Fragile. He's it's nice to see him marking units. It's always nice to see before we move.
You're obsessed by that.
I'm obsessed by that because people have,
It's the way. It's the number one complaint.
There's been a couple of complaints about people being somewhat casual with the. Oh, that was a flank. No, it wasn't. But they've moved it. So hence we are almost insisting everyone marks their units.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of trying to talk through it. I'm also a big fan of sort of stating my intention of how I think something can go and then working out if it's actually possible. So whenever I am like doing a move, I sort of joke with my opponent that I'm proposing a hypothesis. It might be wrong. So like,
and you've got very precise movement as well. I remember when we played, you're just everything is very precise. And it's moved in a very clean way, and that's a very nice way to play. It's nice to play against that as well, I think, and so it always makes me happy. The frozen tokens going down. There's so many of them.
Yep, that's because that guy coming in, that's Hrim. He has his aura, so he just comes in and says, "You get a frozen, and you get a frozen, and
you get frozen, you get frozen, everybody get frozen."
He's a Disney executive here. Just green lighting frozen projects left and right. So what's interesting here is he's sent the berserkers in into snow wolves and possibly injured. No, they don't look injured, but into night raiders. Yeah. Along with, who is that mounted character? Let me look. Let me make sure I get the right mat. Last time I opened a mat and I was like, oh, this must be him, and it was Abyssal Dwarves. I was like, nope.
It's a lord on the mount.
Okay, yeah. So he should pop both those units. should in the
Should.
the air
Yeah.
quotes.
This is what we've done,
And then-
Brenton.
What year
It's
are we
losing
talking
to
about?
kind of the worst thing that happened to the US basketball team ever. No idea, Sam.
Did that happen today?
It could. Sam's currently multi-streaming every single sport he can get hold of and Kings of War at the same time. He may be getting confused.
Oh no, I get it. I understand. Yeah, I just do not care about the FIBA World Cup. So I did not know. Oh, and it was the third place game? No one cares about a third place game. That's universal, right? Like, who watches the third place game?
Yeah, you don't. The third place game is not. Is not.
And I think we've done worse. The U.S. has had some low points in basketball when they then get their act together and dominate. If anyone has watched, I don't know how available it is internationally, but there's a documentary called The Redeem Team, which has some absolutely amazing Kobe Bryant anecdotes, which are one of my favorite things in sports, because that guy is just absolutely insane. But yeah, so the point here is that Matt's charged in. He's assuming he's going to kill what he charged with the Berserkers.
He's got it. He's got it. He's gone.
And then
So that's Night Raiders gone. Or a Night Raiders.
Did he not take out the Snow Foxes? I see poker chip, or I see playing cards, but I don't see.
Yeah.
Ha. Okay. And then the
But they've
Frost
got a token on top. Is that? I wonder if that's a. Oh, that's the plunder. That's the marker, isn't it? That's a token.
And then the Frostclaw Raiders looks like they took out the Thane.
Well, that's good.
Good job, them.
Yeah.
So he still has a Thane who is free on the hill to plug up at least one unit of like Dan's got a couple plugs.
Yeah. Where are they going to go? So that's another unit of the Night Raider. That was the heavily damaged.
Yeah. And that's Hrim. So.
Yeah. The Broken Giant. Ever so slight.
Broken or just good? Because like,
and that's the challenge, and I agree that is the challenge. I think just good.
Things are allowed to be good. You're allowed to have scary things in the army.
Indeed.
Broken remains to be seen.
Both these players, to answer the question, have won 3, lost 1 so far. And currently, Matt is in 13th and Dan 14th place. We've got something like 10 players unbeaten so far with 4-0.
For the 5th round match, are we going to get one of the top tables? Is that a Steve question?
I think we'd like to get to the top players. The sixth round, yeah.
No, I mean for 5 and 6.
Well, sorry?
For round 5.
This is round 5.
Oh, sorry. Then why aren't we watching one of the top tables? Come on, guys. Why are we watching 13th?
Because I think we may well be seeing. But we don't want to keep the same people on each time. So I think the last game we're going to have the top player, top 2.
Gotcha.
But the thing is, we could get an outsider come in from potentially table 3 or 4 just on VPs.
Yep.
On
That's-
attrition points. But that's the consequence of having 140 people in only 6 rounds, is you end up with that weird things happening.
Yeah, but I can't imagine a 7th round.
Yeah. You see it in some of the big 40k events, and they go on till 9 o'clock at night. I can't see it. I don't
So
think we'd have.
something that would happen in Magic at the big tournaments is at a certain point what you do is you cut to a top 8 or a top 4, and then everyone else is done for the day, and you let those people playing for the overall win keep playing, and they do a mini, a semifinal, final. And what can be a lot of fun about that, and it's only relevant to these really giant tournaments, what can be fun about that is then everyone gets to watch. Everyone gets to go over and watch the first place game because it's the only one still going on. But
we also, as Jan points out here, there is sometimes a reluctance to come on stream, which is fair enough. We don't force people to do it.
I can understand that. I always feel nervous when I'm on stream that I'm going to make a bunch of mistakes or accidentally cheat. And
I think it's the accident. I mean, I accept I'm going to make mistakes. That's going to happen. It's the accidental cheating that gets spotted. I'd be more concerned about, more mortified about. I think.
Yeah, I accidentally cheated against Steve in our game.
That's allowed though. That's allowed, Brenton. That's allowed. It's against Steve.
Yeah, accidentally. No, we just both completely, I wasn't paying attention, and he rolled attacks on something and was like, I only did this much damage, and I was like, okay, and I wasn't thinking, and he had attacked a war machine and hadn't tripled his attacks.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, oh, he did this much damage. That's weird. Okay, and put it down, and was never like, did you triple your attacks?
Yeah.
And then so it just lived, and like a war machine lived against a dragon.
So here we have a double charge.
Yep. So the Draugr. This is gonna get tricky.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, it's a little fuzzy for me right now, so I'm waiting for the camera to clear up before I see what's going on.
Every so often it goes through fits of getting a bit fuzzy and then clears itself again. Let's just try putting the
Also, you
side
have a
on.
lot of players named Daniel, so I need to just open these lists and keep them open because I've been flipping back and forth between Daniels and Matt's, and there are a lot of them, so I keep clicking on the wrong list.
In the first 2 rounds, we had a lot of people just filling in their first name. And it's like, yeah, we don't know who you are. Well, it's Dan versus Pete. Yeah, it doesn't help us with entertaining data entry, my friend.
I did a joking article on Dash 28 after one of the masters called the meta name. That was just like which name is the best in Kings of War. So with 150 players, I might need to do that again.
What do people prefer, top down or the angle? We can do both now. I think top down's good for giving you where soft strategic positioning. goes.
Yeah,
and the
every
big,
once
big
in a while
skins.
every once in a while I like switching to the angle because it gives you a good perspective, but the top down is what's needed. So what I was
Yeah, we
trying
got
to
blurred
check,
again. It's gone blurred again. Focus. And yes, Dan, they are playing cards. They're wound markers.
I'm guessing that's either a Magus or Magnild. To just drain something off the board. Magnild.
That's the Megas are all mounted, so that's
Magnild
that's
or
McNeil's. The Megases are right behind the or to the side of
yep.
the cavalry regiments.
Yeah,
Just
so
the hero.
Magnild just cleaned up those Frostclaw Raiders.
Yeah.
The Mounted Sun should clean up the next set.
Yep.
Those elementals being free is the big question. And the one unit of berserkers are sort of free to charge what they want. And that is not a position Dan wants to be in.
Unfortunately, we missed what happened to the snow foxes that to bounce or get bounced. No, I can't read what that says. I don't know. That says wavered or something on the.
Actually, those are Icekin hunters, I think.
Ah.
Not berserkers. The berserkers are hiding somewhere else. Where up there in the background, they're behind the ice elementals. Those should be berserkers.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So those are Icekin hunters, not nearly as scary. Still scary. You know, they're the melee 3 elite, but they do not have native crushing or so. The Mounted Suns are not as scared of those. Could still do some damage in the flank, but they're not nearly as scary.
Oh, it didn't break it.
Didn't break Hrim?
Yeah. Oh, no, still waiting to find out.
Still fighting.
Still fighting.
I assume that was the Thane.
That's a no.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, that's a no. So the ice elementals have got that.
I mean, he's defense 5-20 inspired.
Yeah.
It's he
It would have been
sent in-
surprising. Yeah.
Like Dan has to have accepted that this was gonna, be a very real possibility. Let me just look at the.
Oh, there we go. That's his Lord going into his Magus. Hrim going into the Thane. Ice elementals into the front of the knights. Oh no, no, no. Okay.
They're gonna shoot and
Surge
scoot.
Yeah.
So double shot, double charge. Or even just scoot the ones from the
Yeah, you
flank
just
in.
double shoot and put the ones in the flank, and that's going to wipe them out.
The thing people have to remember is that the ice elementals are still melee 4, and you might think just charge them in the flank, and then that one in the flank rolls a bunch of 3s. So you sort of might as well.
That's the problem with 4s. It is so swingy.
I always end up playing armies with 4s and just being sad.
That's it. With melee 5, you accept they're going to be appalling. Melee 3, you accept they're going to be pretty good. But 4, we always move towards they're better than they really are. You know, they're not very good at 4. Okay. Depending on how many dice. Yo, there we go. Short range attacks. Hey, Steve.
Hi, apologies for not being around as much. My family has arrived, so I'm just
You're allowed to have time without.
which is nice. I just wanted to check if you guys had noted how much clock Matt burned on turn 2. He's burned half his clock in turn 2.
See?
Yeah, he's down to 26 minutes. So
he's going Brenton speed.
So Matt's, I think, an exceptionally good player. I played Matt a lot. We used to play on UB all the time. He plays a lot of UB. He has a habit, which he acknowledges, of just getting into very intense
Analysis paralysis.
it's not analysis paralysis as much. He likes everything to be really exact, and there was a lot of angles. Because I said to him, that was a long turn. He went, there was a lot of angles I had to consider because he's playing Dan. And Dan is just a demon for spotting a flank and, you know, little tiny maneuvering. He's Dan King, right? So I think he wanted everything to be exactly right and make sure everything was right. And as a result of which, he used half his clock in turn 2. But he's got 26 minutes left. So that is, yeah, there you go. He's in turn 3 now, isn't he? So he's down to 25 minutes left for his last 3 turns. It's going to be very quick.
Yeah, but I think the decision making is going to be a little more straightforward now, hopefully.
I find with shooting armies, it takes a lot longer because of the positioning.
Well, he's
And
stuck
then-
with the shooting in surge. I mean, his is a slow army because he has fast units that shoot but are fragile.
Yeah.
He has surge units. He has shooting units.
Yeah.
Shooting surge. So he has, from turn 1, every phase of everything, there's sort of stuff to do.
Yeah, exactly. Which is great. It means he's not bored, but it does mean he's got a lot to do. So both frost claws are gone, I guess, on the counter.
There should be one on the left-hand side somewhere, right?
Okay. Do you want me to mirror one of the cameras so that it's a better way around, or are we happy as it is?
No, I just can't actually see. It's
Oh,
it's off the camera, which is okay.
It's almost like to do with moving that one out of the way. So.
Just can't get the bloody camera high enough.
Side camera. It's over there somewhere, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Unless they died, but
I'll see them.
then yeah, I think they may have died.
Good luck, guys. I'll be back.
See you, buddy.
So right now on the left,
Fine.
it's 2 berserker troops and a snow troll sort of staring down Dan's infantry support plus a Sons of Korgan.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to be leaning a lot on that Sons of Korgan unit because the one in the middle is effed. But we're playing Plunder. And right now,
there's
Dan
2 tokens
has,
completely unmolested on the right hand side.
and
There's literally nothing there.
my feeling
Dan's-
is that Dan is going to be able to just Pac-Man those up with the Draugr.
Yep.
If Magnild can, because I feel like between the Sons of Korgan on this side, Magnild and the Magus with Drain Life, that those 2 Icekin Hunter units are not going to be there at the end of the game.
Yep.
So, what you doing, Rim?
I see. I would have done. So these are the ice. I assume these are ice elementals going into the Sons of Korgan there.
Yep. He's scared that he's not going to kill them. Hrim made a non-aggressive pivot after his kill because he's afraid they're still going to be there.
Yeah.
Because for me, Hrim is the thing that could head to the right and lock up some of those tokens.
Playing card stack's getting bigger and bigger.
Hit me. Hit me.
There we go. Sun's unit gone.
And see, now I don't know what Hrim's doing from that pivot. I feel like Hrim could be pointed a little more to the right.
Yeah, if I was going to make one criticism there, I would have done the Ice Warriors first.
He wanted to remove... No, I don't think that... I think he wanted to remove Inspiring.
Yeah. But I didn't think, Yeah. But I mean, I personally would do it the other way around. Because then Rim's in a better position. You could potentially moving, almost another 45 degrees further around an angle to start putting pressure on the center of the board.
Yeah, because I think the great thing about where those Draugr are is they are perfectly positioned to just go spend a couple turns gobbling up tokens.
Yeah.
The problem they face is that they're Draugr. And if anything engages or looks at them, they have a possibility of going away.
The only thing about Dragon that's good is they are literally zombies. So I mean, they've got that dash 14 nerve, which is pretty damn good. So you have to put a reasonable amount of firepower into them.
And it also looks like they've YOLO charged off a hill, and would be hilarious when they kill these Icekin Hunters.
Going for it. Because I thought the camera was frozen there. It was slightly, but it's also Dan is spending a long time working out what he's doing on that right hand side. On his right, our left. Now may have actually frozen entirely.
Because he's moving.
Right.
Where is the 5th token? I see there's one on the Draugr, one sitting on the ground, one on the Icekin Hunters, one on Hrim.
It's the one over That's a frost. I think that's a frozen token. That's not helping spot them. One, two, three. Hrim. Who is it? Hold on. Has Hrim got one? Is the one directly behind Hrim underneath the frozen token? There's like a star, which I think is what they're using for frozen tokens. But there's something underneath that, I think.
Where?
Under Harim.
Oh no, that's a 12-sided dice for damage.
Ah. Right. Yep. Got it.
But he has a frozen token.
Yes, yeah,
Or
I can see it on his front of his base. Yeah.
That's not a frozen token. That's his plunder. I'm just wondering where the 5th is. But maybe I missed it.
It'd be somewhere. It must be somewhere on the far left hand side. So I don't know where it's been picked up by one of the units that went through there earlier. Like I say, depending on what happens in this middle combats, really will, I think, decide the game. It's like I said, the Drogo on the far right hand side are just going to wander across and pack man up another token. And Harim's slightly out of position. Well, that's slightly out of angles.
And that's the thing. So he smashed that center Sons of Korgan, which is great. But now he's sort of feeding things in piecemeal, and has to get one more token to be reasonably safe, because I think he's going to lose all of those elves in the middle. They're on borrowed time. Which means, yeah, it's somewhat bad shape, because you need things charging those Sons of Korrigan and killing them.
Yeah.
Because basically you can shift Rim and an Ice Elemental Horde to the right.
Steve. Down there. Top table rules query.
Ooh.
That's why it's all gone. Well, not top table, video table rules query.
What do they need?
I thought you could.
I don't think you can give
For your own unit.
if you're not. You have to land clear to be made
So the query is, can you pivot for your own unit?
Can you pivot through your own unit?
Yeah.
During a
So
charge?
move. Yeah. I've not played enough to even know.
I thought yes, and I'm trying to.
My instinct is yes, you could for non-flyers, even non-flyers, but
I'm trying to understand why Dan is asking, because that's kind of like my.
Yeah, and if you look at the rule book, interpenetration when pivoting. When a unit is pivoting around its center, it can pivot through both friendly and enemy units and all types of terrain, including blocking terrain and the edge of the table. It must, of course, still end its pivot and also its entire move clear.
Yep. So what's the question? Just if that was possible.
Yeah, I don't think I think the problem was that the pivot they weren't clear. So I think so. No, you can't do it. As Bart said there, you have to end the pivot clear as well. So that's all the action on the far left-hand side, slightly off the camera. But unfortunately, we can't get it on the side camera either.
Yeah, it's the far side. But what's interesting there is we know there's a Sons of Korgan unit. We also know that
That's
he
the
can.
Ice King.
Yeah, they were facing a Snow Troll Prime, and I think they possibly murdered them, or about to. And then there were two Berserker units. So I feel like Matt has the pieces to destroy some of this stuff, especially if one of the ice elementals is able to go over and help.
So I've got the Mounted Suns going into the unit in the middle there.
The thing that's about to happen, though, did he not break the hunters in the middle?
I'm guessing so, because he's got a wound token next to him now. But that's Draga off the hill, though, wasn't it?
Plus Magnild.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm assuming Drain Life.
Yeah, because obviously there's the mage there on the edge. That's gone.
Yeah, they should have gone.
Yep.
Now they face and say, Hrim, you're tall. I can see you over hills.
Yep.
It's just very soon Dan's going to have 3 tokens. So even if Matt wins his left, Dan's right. And is really solid over there.
Yeah.
That middle token that is currently held by the Icekin, but I'm expecting not for long.
Yep.
Needs to get got. And I don't know that Hrim can survive another big charge.
Okay, so here come the templates. That's outside.
Yeah, Hrim's fast, but not that fast.
Yeah, it's also, if Hrim doesn't move, he's going to get a flank charge from Knights, which is not going to be pleasant. So Matt now working out where his safe zone is from those knights. So we've got just under 50 minutes left to go of the total round. If you look at the bring in the webcam, the dice cam. See here that this reverse round. So Dan's got 27 minutes, and Matt's got 19 minutes. And they're at the bottom of turn 4. Does Matt's go? Or has Matt just not turned the top of turn 4? Sorry.
Yeah, so the ice elementals have to come help.
Yep.
That direction.
Where's Shrimp going?
He's going to go try and lock down this side / keep his token.
Yeah.
But that's tough.
Like you said, so as Ice King have got a token. There's one on the ground spare, and there's one over by the Drago. So that's 3. Oh,
See,
there we go.
I
There we
told
go.
you
That's
there were Frostclaw
there.
Raiders.
There, the Frostclaw Raiders are still around.
I knew there was one more unit.
So Matt's charged his Lord on Horsey into the what we think are Draugr in the middle there.
Yeah, and those should start to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about those mounted suns is Dan has done a good job so far of holding them back and just projecting threat, and Matt's had to feed them something every turn. And eventually, as you get further into the game, the amount of stuff you fed them means they've been useful. But he does need to get them forward and winning tokens soon. And there's a very real fear that, yeah, it's just tough because like each of them wants the other to come in and then they can kind of counterpunch.
Yeah.
Because those mounted suns are probably not breaking, unless a really good nerf roll. They're not going to break ice elementals fresh to the front. They just don't have it in them usually. So what he's trying to line up here is probably Frostclaw Raiders into the mounted suns.
Yeah,
and then,
just to strip the TC.
and
hold
then
them up a bit.
ice elementals to follow up
Yeah.
and finish them off. But yeah, Dan also has Magnild still, who's great at doing the same job to someone else.
So 4 damage to the Draugr. Then that's from the Lord.
Pick them up.
Yep.
Like they'll plug a hole, but they won't plug it long.
So it gives Dan an interesting choice. What's he going to do next? It's fortunate we really could do with seeing what's going on the far left-hand side of the screen because Okay. Is Dan going to be able to get an angle to do a double charge? Because it's going to be to the flank of the individual. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. It's mighty though, isn't it? So you can't. But you can still overrun.
Yeah, if he kills them, he keeps going.
Overrun. Yeah. Yeah. So mighty means he can't be ignored. He has to be taken out. But that's bad.
I don't know that it's a big deal, but we'll
You
see.
think the knight won't be able to take the hero out?
I mean, it's possible. Let me check the hero's nerve.
So you got your Magus has come down, so he's going to do drain life on that ice element, the ice hunters. There we go. Braga meandering forward,
Yeah, I mean it's
and Maggie's gone into the back of Hun.
it's a 7 twice probably on the Lord, which is fine. Like,
Yeah.
it's doable. But like, even if he, I mean, it's great to get those pieces off the board. He picks up those two, and now he's staring at ice elementals.
Yeah.
And my assumption is they move forward. The Frostclaw Raiders move to a flanking position, shoot everything they can at them through stealthy, do a couple wounds, and then engage with the ice elementals and assume that he's not killing you on the swing back once you've stripped his TC.
Yeah.
And then you get them, and you get whatever token they're now carrying, and you are also pointed at the Draugr on the other side of the board. So I think it's a good move to just get pieces off the board that could gum them up, but getting charged by the ice elementals is gonna potentially be a problem.
Yeah.
So, and then he's not gonna do all his wounds and fail the thing and just be stuck there with the Lord. But we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what the Frostclaws do, because there's a world where they ignore those suns and just go after the Draugr on the far side. Pop them like a piñata and pick up their toys.
Still can't see what's going on the far side.
I mean, we knew what pieces were there. There were Sons of Korgan, a wizard, and the pack hunters or something. What are they? What are the Varangur version called? Night Raiders.
Night Raiders. Yeah.
So we know it was Night Raiders. It's sort of like Dan King has a split into little mini battle groups, and it's the Draugr plus a wizard plus a mounted sons plus a Night Raiders. And the Night Raiders are the all-purpose unit in the front. The mounted sons are the cleanup, and the wizard is there to keep them both alive as long as possible. So we know that's what's over there. We know what's facing it is a ice elemental horde, and there were at least 2 half-elf berserkers, and then a snow troll prime that was there to just block stuff up. I'm assuming at this point the snow troll died, and it's what did the berserkers get into and what got into them.
So let's top down again.
And I think that one we can barely see is the Snow Troll Prime with the damage.
One with the red
damage
dice.
die.
Yeah.
And it looks like it lived. So I think everything's still stuck.
It's jammed up in that section over there.
Yeah, I think it's Night Raiders trying to fight
Ice-Kin Hunters. And
no,
everything
I
else.
think it's Night Raiders trying to fight a Snow Troll Prime.
Oof.
And everything else is just maneuvering, waiting for that fight to end. And it looks like it didn't this turn, which is bad for Dan. And I still think Hrim shouldn't be pointed that way, but that's just me.
Yeah, sure. Special guest on the stream. Hi Tom, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. How's it looking?
Tight. Right, yeah. So the Lord got munched, and he managed to overrun into the already heavily damaged Ice-Kin.
Yeah, I mean those are dead. That's fine.
Yeah.
He should not be able to D6 his way out of charge arc of those elementals. He's still going to eat a shoot and surge, most likely.
Yeah.
He doesn't care so much about the shooting. He has stealthy, but it can still hurt. Yep. That just happens. Take their token.
Yeah.
But now I think he's facing he's in a position they don't want to be.
It's frozen again. There we go. There we go. Stop motion video we're doing on the overhead cam. So we've got here on the right hand side is the Droga with the token, about to wander forward to get the next token. Dan's got one there. Ice Elementals.
This is where Magnild Hrim already took a big charge earlier in the game, so this is when Magnild comes up and just cuts the tendons in his legs.
That's something Matt's got a big problem.
Yep.
Yeah. Hrim's massively overrated anyway. He's been absolutely terrible for me this tournament.
John was just telling us how he's broken, so
no.
He's not killed him.
That's good. I still think Hrim's pointed the wrong way, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, there's an awful lot of Matt's army specifically pointing to that small battle group that Dan's got on the far left. It's just off camera on the far left hand side.
Yeah.
There's a lot of resource being aimed at that direction.
Yeah, because I think he was expecting that Snow Troll to not be there anymore. And that Snow Troll Prime, once it's gone, there's a Mounted Sons of Corrigan sort of loose to do things. So
Yeah.
he's been preparing for that breakthrough.
There he goes.
There
It's
goes.
gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
But at this point, there's a lot there to counterattack with. So,
how many sources of surge does Matt have to be able to start, shooting and surging in?
let me double check for you. Just 1 second. He's got a Thane with the Tome of Darkness.
Yeah, it's a good shout.
And that's what he's got.
Ah, so you can only do it with one unit. So you have to choose which one he shoots and surges into.
Well, the front unit on the far left that we can barely see, those are Night Raiders for the Varangur player. And behind it is a Sons of Corrigan.
Right.
So I think he needs to shoot and surge on the side that he looks like he's doing it on against the Mounted Sons in the middle.
Yep.
And that he doesn't actually sacrifice. Like, you don't want to put the Ice Elementals in a position where they're getting charged by the Sons of Corrigan. I think he sends in like a half-elf Berserker unit to finish off the Night Raiders.
Get right, Matt.
looking to find a way to get a sneaky flank charge, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's what he's trying.
Because it can't be absolute. If it's flat, absolutely flat.
Yeah. He'd be wanting to line it up so the corner of the Iceland Horde hits the corner of the Mighty Sons of Korgan, and he's in the leader points in the front.
I don't think he can do it at this angle.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure he can do that.
Because now you're hitting the front first.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't let him do it, Dan. You're right.
Yeah. That's going to be front.
Which is fine, I think. And he's done something different with the Frostclaw. He went in and charged the Magus to try and shut down the train life. I just don't know that he kills the Magus, and
no, they're harder. They're 11-13 defense 5.
Yeah.
You're only looking at 4.
He is now in the position. So what I want those Frostclaws to be doing is challenging those Draugr to the far right that are going to soon be a token pinata. They'll have 2 tokens and not a lot of nerve.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he's in the position now to maybe start doing that. Turn 6 and possibly 7.
Are they in turn 5 at the moment?
Yes, I believe so.
Right, cool. So those Frostclaws have got a good bead on that other token.
Yeah, the Draugr should get it next round. Maybe not. Depends on how slow and stupid they are.
Yeah, it looks like directly forward. They're going to hit the forest first, though, so they wouldn't be able to do it. Just from how it looks here.
Yeah. So I think Matt, from a potential token ownership standpoint, is in a pretty good spot. I still don't know where the 5th token is.
Where is the 5th token?
And there's a very real possibility that Magnhild doesn't die to Hrim and then kills him on the counterattack.
Yeah, Hrim is, as I have been finding out this tournament, horrendously swingy. Got to charge Julius with him against John Quayle last game. 10 attacks and then 2d6. Rolled 2 1s. Great, 12 attacks. He goes in with a horde of tribesmen as well, by the way, who are vicious. I'm like, all right, cool. Tribesmen did 5. That's crap. Hrim now 12 attacks, 1 damage. You're like, oh no.
Yeah,
I thought they lost the game when that happened. I thought I had him dead to rights, and that happened. I was like, oh no, this is about to go horribly wrong.
What I love about it is it's that extra swingy because it's variable attacks and then hits on 4s, which is the swingiest of attack numbers. So we have a question from the chat. Did you win, Tom?
Yeah, I'm on 5 wins now. Me and Chris Coburn just played, so it was a Northern Alliance off.
Yeah.
It was a really good game. I think he underestimated how hard it is to shoot pack hunters in cover with stealthy. He had more points in shooting than I did, but mine were sat behind an obstacle for most of the game, just plinking off his regiments in turn. Well,
yeah, it's you have more shooting, but mine is in the right place on the battlefield.
Yeah. He had more versatile shooting, but he couldn't bring it to bear against anything better. Whereas all my combat just did what combat does and rolled the center and the right flank.
So 3 points of damage so far from the Icy Blast, whatever it's called nowadays.
Icy Breath.
That's the one.
I think Icy Blast is a flavor.
Oh, I assume that's the wavering token. Wavering card.
Joker?
I think it might be the Joker behind. Yeah.
Dan is clearly very well prepared for this game. I know you can't see it, but he's currently got a little portable handheld fan.
Yeah.
Which is an excellent idea. I'm jealous.
I'm not gonna lie, when they had to evacuate you into the British sunshine and it's 150 gamers walking out into the streets, I feared for some of you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I prepared myself, Brinton, with I brought my pint with me.
I was worried about the ivory complexion, the off white, the bleached bone complexion of many of your British gamers.
Absolutely. I mean, gamers generally avoid the sun, and the British gamers are exceptionally good at avoiding the sun.
I actually had a theory that the Spanish had pulled the fire alarm because they were best suited for the Spanish contingent was best
they were
suited
taking
for
us
the
out.
outdoor weather. It was strategic advantage. Standing in the sun is their natural.
Oh, come on. Roll the blooming nice elementals. Or they rolled, haven't they? Because that's now 6 damage.
Yep, Night Raiders look like they're going in. Yeah, that's the problem with the Mighty Suns, is they won't be able to fit. So, by the looks of it, anyway. But they're just kind of stuck there behind Night Raiders, who are meh in combat. They're okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So it looks like he didn't bother charging. He just moved stuff up, shot at them, and said, "I'm going to block your charge."
Yeah.
And hopes he got his angles right as Dan is laser pointering furiously, and looks like he got around something.
Try and see what's going on the far side.
He didn't block him enough.
Yeah. I think we need to get the USB extension cable and put the camera on the where that beer glass is now.
You're not loving the camera angle that just shows us one lonely Draugr unit.
Yeah. We could go to talk to the players and say, right, where are you expecting the combats to take place in your game in 3 turns time? Because we'll put a camera on that side.
Well, it looks like Dan just decided he had the angle to move them up. And
it might have just been the camera not quite looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but this is the classic, like what you get in football, where you're sat at one end, and that entire time, no one is attacking the goal you're at, and then halftime happens, and it happens again. They're at the opposite side of the entire rest.
We've just done a Michael Jackson move. Moon walked away from them.
Yeah, that's fine. They don't care about him anymore, or shouldn't. They should be
focusing on that Draugr with carrying 2 tokens now.
I think they're both. Are those 2 pointers as well, by the looks of it?
Yeah.
Oh god, that's a lot of value on a very, very, very vulnerable unit.
Yeah, but the only thing they get them are those other night claws.
Yeah.
And Draugr, that was it, dash 13, dash 15.
I think they have damage.
14.
It's 14.
Yeah, they're on 2
they got
damage.
2 damage.
That's edgy. There's no inspiring there as well, which is obviously massive.
So Maggie's taking 3 damage so far.
Oh, is that? Yeah, Magnill's going into the frost core. Yep, right move.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cheeky waiver.
Or just, aren't they thunderous?
Yeah, Thunder 2. I mean, Draugr defense 3. But it helps. Definitely helps. I think
when you're just trying to scrap a couple damage on them to get a nerve, like stripping that thunderous is. And I mean, they're Frostclaws. They have a very good chance of just dying to someone hitting them.
Yeah, they're only 11, 13, 12, 14, 11, 13. Yeah.
Yeah. Not as scary as some people thought. They're a fun unit, but I think they're at the right point of not being overpowered.
By the way, did you know what Spanish for those horrific flying things in Forces of Nature Army?
Scorch Wings.
Yeah.
No.
Flamboyant pigeons. It's French for it. It's like flamboyant pigeons.
Ah.
I like that.
Oh,
That should
wow,
be
they're
fun.
dead.
Yep, they're gone. And how much damage now can the Sons of Korgan do without TC? So they're only wounding on 4s.
Yeah, do 6 on average. He has now got the option for him to go back into Magnild, possibly kill an overrun and then get another in a turn 6 or turn 7 or whatever on the Draugr.
So do the Draugr have the 2-2-pointers? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unfriendly. Unfriendly. But this is the classic sort of undead, Varangur, etc., where it gets to the end of the game and this entirely useless unit is winning it for you by just holding it.
Yeah.
By just simply being there.
Walking up in the wake of the carnage.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Losing the Frost Claws was rough.
Big. It's big.
I think there was a less aggressive move where he moved him to the sort of top, more towards the top of our screen, like by the hill, above the ice elementals. Position themselves to shoot or charge the Draugr next turn, but I think getting Drain Life from the Magus was the fear there, but I think you can survive Drain Life better than you can a charge from Magnild. So being in charge range of Magnild was I think a small mistake. But we tend to forget that she just, once she's in that central area and can just bounce between units any direction, it's so annoying.
Okay, here we go.
Ooh, spicy.
Playing it safe, maybe.
It's now critical to find out where the hell those tokens are. So Hrim's got one.
One's on Hrim. 2 are on the Draugr. 1 is about to be on the Ice Elementals when they kill the Sons of Korgan. And there is I believe a 5th somewhere that I don't know. Unless they're stacked up somewhere.
Yeah. They'll be somewhere under the Night Raiders.
Somewhere on the left-hand side, we think.
London, they have to be there.
That is my assumption, is that it was somewhere on the left, and I just lost track of it 3 turns ago, and have never seen it again.
Frozen. Tell you what, I'll go and find out where this token is.
Yeah. At least with the frozen tokens, you can put them out. I always find with the Cloak of Death, it's so insulting when you move it right into the middle of someone's army, and you're like,
yeah.
Now get all your little wound counters out and put them on everything. I had an opponent actually like do that, move right in the middle of my line, and then pause his clock and say like, I'll wait while I put all my little wound counters out. It was very much a power play. Like I'll pause and wait for you to get that done.
Good.
Okay, Yep.
The Night Raiders. To no one's surprise, I guess. It's the hard fight.
But he's still eating a charge from the Mounted Sons. He is pivoted in a way to hopefully make that a hindered charge.
Hindered.
They should not die.
Yeah.
How much damage is on them, actually? The ice element.
No idea. I cannot. Yeah, but no idea.
Okay. However much Night Raiders do to ice elementals. So it could be anywhere between 1 and 4.
I've got 2 points. Token.
Fala.
It's got 2 points token. And rest roll 1 point.
Cool. So for you guys watching, Grim has 2-point token, and the Mounted Suns on the left-hand side have the 2-point token.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. I assume the dark red token is a 2-pointer then, rather than the one that looks like a 2.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Is that 1 minute left? Or is that 7 minutes left?
7, I think.
10 and 7.
Okay. 1 turn left with 7 minutes.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it.
There's frozen tokens everywhere. Everyone's frozen. Luke. Sorry.
Right, I'll jump off. You want to take over then, John?
Me.
So right now it looks like Dan is up by 1 token because he has 4 and Matt has 3.
Yep.
His 4 tokens are 2 on the Draugr, who are damaged, and a 2-pointer on the Sons of Corrigan that are currently facing off against a couple units on the far left.
Yep. There's a single, what looks like a large infantry character holding up the Suns on the far left-hand side.
Yeah, that is the Thane.
Yeah.
With the that's also his surge source, I believe.
Oh. And I assume that Thane's gone into the side of the ice elementals there. One of so Thane on Frostfang.
Yep.
Yeah. So really, Dan's not got a lot left.
Neither
Nobody's
of them
got
have
much
a lot left.
Well, there's 2 hordes of ice elementals seems to be reasonably instrumental.
Yeah, but they're both
Yes.
taking a bit of a hammering.
And it's just who's holding tokens. And Harim, just to be aware, Harim is heavily damaged, as far as I know.
That's a great model. It's a mutant rat fiend with a giant's head on it. Okay, so we're into Dan's turn 6, are we?
Yep.
And who went first? Matt went first.
Dan did. I think.
Dan went first. So Matt's got another go
Oh,
after
Matt
this.
went first.
No, Matt went first.
Matt went first.
So Matt went first.
Yeah.
So this is Dan's turn 6. Potential end of the game then, and he's 1 up.
Yep. So he is hoping for no turn 7.
Yeah, well, and they've got time on the clock, which I'm really surprised at. I really thought that. I guess you were right. They went fast after that initial
Well,
turn.
when you've got 4 units on the board, it gets faster.
That's the Thane splattered. I'm preparing for a turn 7 by 15 rounds.
Isn't it typical? I go to all the effort of setting up a side cam, and then they choose to play the game on the side of it doesn't like didn't put the camera.
We were talking about that.
Every
bought-
combat we had combat in the bottom right corner,
Yeah.
and now we've got 1 Draugr.
Sorry, what's that been?
Oh, we just we bought tickets for the wrong corner of the ground.
Indeed, yeah. We're on the home side, and the away side is doing very well.
We need to ask the next players where do you want your combat to take place? People set the camera up accordingly.
Yep. Oh, okay. Ice Elemental's gone. He's overrunning, I assume. Hopefully overrunning into camera. Good man. That's what I like to see.
I mean, that should seal it for Dan.
Yeah, it should be.
There's not a threat that direction which can take that 2-pointer from him.
Everything's facing the wrong way.
Turn 7 might give him a chance to shoot the Draugr off.
I would balance how? Dan Kings, he's not played a lot. Oh, that's Rim.
Oh, Rim's gone. Maggie's got him.
He's
It's
not played a lot
Maggie.
this year, and he's had some terrible, terrible games.
And that's a 2 token that he sat on, but he can't take it.
Yeah, so that is now a win for Dan.
Pretty much certain, right?
Because even
Is
if
that
he
10-7 roll?
if he shoots off the Draugr, he can't pick up those tokens.
Yeah, there's another
So
10-7.
So we're going for 10-7. That looked like a 4 to me, so he's going to move up and shoot, which is pretty much what he wants to do.
Yeah, this is just going for points.
It's going for points, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because right now, even if he kills them, Dan has 2 points and he has 1.
Yeah.
So, Hrim.
Yeah, there we go.
Northern Kings, though, might as well try and kill him. Might as well try and lower the scenario point gap. But yeah, that Hrim going down, dropping the token, and him having nothing left to pick it up is...
So that's what I was saying. So Dan's had some shocking results this year, but he's definitely found his form again with this Varangur list. He feels much more like Dankin of old than it was when he was playing something else. Whereas Matt's been just getting better and better and better recently, I would say. Oh, he's got him.
He's got him.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's 2 tokens off there. They're both ones, though, aren't they?
Yeah, they're only ones.
But there's no way to get them. So the crazy thing there is that if Hrim hadn't died, with that shooting, it would have been a win for Matt.
Yeah.
It
How many
swung
wins was
that
he on?
Hrim combat.
He was on like 15 wins or something, right? So.
What, Hrim?
Hrim.
I don't know. It was on a lot. So
A
he's
significant number.
Taking a battering from one of the big units, and then at least one round of combat from Maggie before Maggie then took him out.
I'm going to encourage more people to use playing cards for their wounds when you're on stream because it makes it extremely easy to see how hurt units are.
Yes. That's a win.
Yeah. Which is funny because Dan used to use
those little stack tokens.
Stack tokens on sticks, and I complained at him so much that he's changed to this and it's much better.
Steve's out here widget shaming people.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm the worst for it. I have no shame.
So Dan
we go.
Dan tried to
Get them off.
Yeah. Great life them away.
Yeah, didn't quite manage it. Right, I'm going to get them to do their scoring sheets and then come and say hi to you guys. I will be back shortly.
There's not a lot left on the board. That was a bloody game.
Yep. Oh. Yeah, that was a brutal game. And very different to the previous game, which was very much ended up being very brutal, but was more of lots of maneuvering, lots of very tight maneuvering. This was more.
I'd be interested to know. I'm interested to know what had happened in that kind of we couldn't see left-hand side because it felt to me like Matt had the pieces to eventually win out in a trade war, and that just didn't happen.
Yeah. There we go. Was that Brinton widget shaming, like calling out someone with using a folded paper for an arc widget? That was yesterday's second game.
Yeah,
the
so
folded paper.
that's not widget shaming because a folded piece of paper is not a widget. But I also already got my karmic justice on that one because right after sort of shaming him for using a folded piece of paper, someone was like, "This is his first tournament," and then I felt immediately bad about making fun of his folded sheet of paper at his first tournament. But
the glorious irony was that in his pack there is an arc template in there. So they're just going to get their bits and pieces in, then we'll get them both onto the stream, chatting to you, Brinton. Like I said, covering out what was happening on that far left-hand side of Matt, far right-hand side of Dan. That seemed to take, well, five and a half turns to figure out what the hell was going on. Then suddenly something appeared.
Yeah, I mean, we always sort of knew what the pieces were. It was going to be because he had 3 battle groups. So he had a Thane, a Mounted Suns unit, a Night Raiders unit, a Magus, and that's what was over there. Like he had 3 of those. There were 3 of them. They operated as battle groups, mutually supportive. And I think the Thane was the piece I was missing in my head as an extra piece to gum stuff up and be troublesome. Because Matt had over there, you know, two Berserker units, troops. He had the Frostclaw Raiders over there at one point, I think, from the formation. And then he had the Snow Troll Prime that was just stalling. And then he had turned one of the Ice Elemental units over there to help out. And I thought when he turned the Ice Elementals, that was enough. That you had 2 sort of Berserker units that could blow stuff up.
Yeah.
And you had Ice Elementals ready to come in and sort of could survive a charge and clean up. And it just did not work out that way. So it could have been some bad rolling. It could have been good positioning. It could be that he thought he had blocked off the Mounted Suns when he hadn't. But yeah, that did not work out the way I thought it would.
Yeah. So currently, scores and adores, we have some results in so far for round 5. Tom, who was on the stream earlier, beat Chris Calvin. We've got Peter Novak and his halflings beat. Oh dear, here we go. Spring. Come around. Yes, you can. No, it's all right. Sit here. You need the headphones. What we can do is just remove that, remove that, remove that. Or you want to move over, take my headphones.
Is that better?
Hey guys.
That camera.
Yep. So
Hey,
we've taken in, first of all, congrats to being the 2 most prepared players here, one wearing board shorts and one bringing their own personal fan. You are dressed for the occasion, for the heat. So.
Oh yeah,
it's pretty warm.
Well done. So it was a brutal game. It was close. We did not have a good camera angle on your left flank, Matt, and your right flank, Dan. So we're not entirely sure what happened over there. We just know right at the end of the game, Sons of Corrigan with a 2-point token popped out onto our view after a lot of maneuvering over there. Anything especially spicy happen over there?
Well, I mean, Matt just blocked me there all game, and I was like, I'm so screwed. I've messed this up completely, and it's like nothing can move. And every time I tried to get that little Fane out on Frostfang, it just couldn't get it out. So it just completely got stuck.
Yeah, I got a bit greedy at the end and forgot that the mage is defense 5 and took a punt with the Snow Foxes trying to get the overrun into the Pack Hunters. I wouldn't have damaged the Pack Hunters anyway, but I probably should have just gone in the Pack Hunters, try kill them and overrun. But yeah, it was just plan was just to try and jam him up on that corner and cause a traffic jam, really.
I think the fact I was able to heal up the knights with that drain life was really helpful. It just meant sure I still had something solid there to keep that token.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like you very clearly had your 3 little battle groups where everyone gets a Thane, a Magus, and Night Raiders as support for each of the Sons of Corrigan.
Yeah.
Well, that and you shooting off both of my Uber Hammer units on turn 1.
I was pleased with that shooting, I'll be honest. That was a fair bit of luck. I was concerned, though, when all those stealthy units had like 6 and 7 damage on them. I was like, what? So, I mean, obviously, we didn't wave or anything, so it didn't matter as much. Yeah. But it was a lot of damage. I was like, oh, my word. Oh.
Yeah, the key to that list really is getting the half-elf berserkers out and working and just blending stuff. And if you lose them without them even landing a blow, it's really hard.
I knew I had to try and take them. I just wasn't. I was hoping for one. Both was obviously a huge bonus, but I was really hoping to get at least one of them.
I thought it stood a reasonable chance if you're shooting them on 4s and 2s.
Yeah.
They're fearless.
It was reasonable.
Inspired, rallied a bit, that
Yeah.
they'd be able to
Yeah.
survive it and then go and blend something. Even if they just then traded that out, that was easier for me. But nah.
Yeah.
And the elves not punching through the snow foxes in one in the middle.
Oh.
That was a bit of a pain in the ass.
Yes. Manu, I really thought I'd get Hrim when I charged him in the rear. And instead with Magnil somehow only did 1 damage. I was like, oh, I thought I might kill you. And then I thought I had got him on a 21. Obviously would have a reroll, but oh no, there's 22 or something, wasn't it?
21
20
because
21.
rally,
That was it.
yeah.
It's like,
Yeah,
no.
I very much enjoyed at that point Harim just wandering around the battlefield, heavily injured, with Magnil just hanging off of him. Like, will you
Gotta
die?
stab him in the back.
Oh,
Cool.
So, any other points of note? Big swings?
I think you letting me in on that flank on that Thane in turn 2 when he thought it was impassable and then it wasn't.
Oh yes, I made a mistake. I let him charge for flank and Mathane on my left flank. I blanked. I thought it was impassable because the trouble is on that board, the forests looked kind of like the impassable. They were just big, chunky things. I didn't see them as trees for some reason. I knew they were at the start of the game, and then afterwards, I just thought, oh yeah, these are impassable. So I purposely lined it up, checked that he couldn't get a 50 million, perfectly safe. Oh no, I've given away a flank. Oh, and I also forgot to move Madroga 1 turn. That didn't really matter. But
Yeah, I think everything just traded through the middle, really, didn't it? And then I didn't quite get the jamming up on the left-hand side that I wanted. When you went in on Hrim, that was pretty big with the Knights and the Thane, and then I punched back and flattened both of them, and I thought, yeah, I've got a lot of bodies here in the middle, pass the tokens around, do some stuff. And then made a mistake when I sidestepped the Icekin Hunters.
that was unfortunate.
Allowing the Lord to be overrun.
Yeah, because I
by
got your
the
Lord
Knights.
and them in one go, which was a big one. Yeah.
Shouldn't have done that. But anyway, it's good fun. It's very good fun.
Yeah, and I love that it came down right at the end to, like, can you pop the Draugr and can he kill Harim? Because if one of those had gone differently, like if Harim had somehow survived on God knows how much damage, you did manage to pop the Pinata Draugr at the end and get him to drop their tokens. It was just...
yeah, we had a chat about that because basically it didn't achieve anything for me other than kill points, and shooting the mage, who was heavily damaged, probably gave me a bit more kill points, but it just meant that Dan lost more tokens, which was bad for him. But I pointed out, like, it was easier to kill them, so I just went after them instead because their defense too.
And for me, it makes it like you did kill them, which means if Harim hadn't died or some other small thing had happened, like you win that game. You win, you know.
Are we getting the hurry up? Oh, okay.
So, one thing I'll note, but I am liking. I do think both Northern Alliance and Varangur are in a pretty good spot now. So I'll be interested to see where the rest of the lists come in when next Clash of King books comes out. But I'm really liking both of them. They're some good stuff in them.
Yeah, there's lots of fun stuff you can do with Northern Alliance, I think, and the fact that I don't think there's a single list here this weekend that is across everything. I think there's quite a lot of variety, even though there's about 10 lists or something crazy. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear it. Hopefully, as Clash comes, people get a chance to see a bunch of the armies sort of attempted to be brought up to a similar level. Fun toys across the board, underused units getting some of the love they need, so that there's a lot of different potential list variety and fun. I mean, this was a list versus a theme list, and the difference in your armies, even though you shared units, were play entirely differently, look entirely different. It's awesome to see, even as just a list versus a theme list. So
I think they should ship Northern Alliance mega armies with like 20 frozen tokens though, because like 70% of Dan's list was frozen every turn. I'm just chucking them out like
taking up some of your time, wasn't it? It was like, that's frozen, this is frozen, and I'm just like, let it go, Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep. He's just out there spreading it around, spreading the franchise.
Very much so. Yeah.
So does that put you 4-1, Dan?
Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. I'm feeling pretty tired now, so that last game is going to be hard. I might fall asleep mid game. I'm also very hot. I need some aircon.
It's very hot.
Yeah.
Very hot. Yeah. But we'll see. Yeah, you should be going at least for like top 10, right? By now?
Maybe. Possibly.
Maybe higher?
Yeah.
Depends. I don't know how the other top results have gone.
I'm not sure.
No. But we'll
So
see.
many players.
There is 148 of them apparently.
Wow. Biggest ever
Not
Kings
bad.
of War tournament in the world. Nice.
It's cool.
Not bad. Not bad. Well, I am not sure if John's over there. I don't know what's going on. I'm just here. It's now.
John
it's
is
now at least a reasonable time in the morning. It's 7:30 a.m. now.
Oh,
Instead
wow.
of 5 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 3:30 here now.
I have no idea where John's gone.
No, he'll be back.
He's wandered
Right
off.
then.
So professional.
Yeah.
There he is.
There he is.
Hey,
Are there
Brendan was just saying-
any armies or opponents, because you have so many in the room, that you are hoping to face next round? Either because you want to play that person, you want to see that army, you want to avoid something. Like, what do you know about the field that you either do or don't want to face next in your final game at this Clash of Kings?
Honestly don't know. I'd just be happy with a nice mixed list, bit of everything. Because I've got so much stealthy individuals. I don't mind chunky shooting. I don't necessarily want huge mass shooting. So something sort of mixed to be quite pleasant. Maybe another Northern Alliance after facing one. I know there's a few here. I know there's a lot of halflings and ogres here. Somehow I haven't
There's
faced
a lot
either,
of ogres.
despite the fact that's like 25 lists between them. So one of those would be nice for a bit of variety, I suppose. How about yourself?
I just don't want to face a list that's got 3 flying titans.
That's fair.
Although I've got a bit of speed, it's just a bit.
What about 4 flying titans?
Oh well, yeah, 4. Yeah, it's
What-
just yeah.
The best we can do is 4 plus Julius.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather not do that if that's all right. I quite like to play. There's still people in the UK that I know pretty well, but I've never actually got to play in person. So it'd be cool to play one of them.
Yeah.
It's been quite a nice variety this weekend of UK guys and non-UK guys. So yeah, it's been good.
Yeah, I don't feel this affects your guys' position, so you wouldn't be eligible. But I'm a huge advocate for the idea of a final round bottom half of the table being allowed to challenge. Just being able to, like, at that final round being like, I want to play so and so, and as long as you're in the bottom half of the table, like, it's fine. You just make it work. It's the TO. So
You
get
just
that
want to
chance.
really make the TO cry, don't you, when it comes to matchups and table selection?
I mean, yeah, but more just that idea of, like, you've seen someone all weekend, maybe you're just missing each other, you're a table apart, and it's that chance to, like, I've never played you, let's finally get a chance to play.
Yeah, well, there's a really cool looking army. There's some really, really cool looking armies here this week.
I've
And,
heard yours is pretty good looking, Matt.
It's all right. Yeah, I like it. It was a lot of fun making it, converting bits and pieces, making some Ice King Hunters, and then Mantic bring out Ice King Hunters, which was quite annoying.
Well,
but, yeah.
I'm someone who made an entire Ogre Chariot army just before they released new Ogre Chariots, so I feel that pain.
Yeah. Yeah, it's lovely, and I think that the standard of hobby over the 4-ish years that I've been playing has just gone bananas. Right, there's so much creativity, there's so much Mantic around as well compared to people rocking up with
Well,
trays worth of old stuff.
I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, going forward for next year, I presume you heard about Ronnie's
Special character.
rum idea. Do you hear
His
about that?
rum idea?
So apparently, if you win a tournament with a best Mantic army, or is it best painted or something? Well, apparently he's going to ship us a bottle of rum each for all the best Mantic armies or something.
Was it written down?
Well, that's what he said while drunk.
So it's not
He
that.
was saying the top Mantic army is going to win a bottle of rum. That's what he announced to the room last night at the Mantic night. So, and he gave us samples of the rum. It's very nice. So I certainly want to be taking entirely Mantic armies in future.
I generally do anyway. If it's Kings of War and it's Splash of Kings,
yeah.
Every time I've come, even though it's not been the optimal build some years, I've made sure I try and make 100% Mantic just because it's it's the Mantic event of the year.
That's why I've never written ogres, even though I played ogres quite a lot in the past, because my old ogre stuff's all GW. I love
Yeah,
playing ogres.
I have my 100% Mantic army. No, not 90%, none of that nonsense. It is 100% Mantic. Even for the units they don't make, I just used a different model. So I have a Hellfane as my mammoth. And I took it to Masters and I took it to Adepticon just to try and compete on hobby with a Mantic army. With that idea of saying, like, can a Mantic army win major awards against an open field in hobby? And it did good. So, like, I sort of feel like my conscience is clear at the moment. Like, I suffered through the old Mantic Chariot kit over and over and over again. And then they came out with really good looking new ogres that now I want to add to that army. So it'll grow. It's really hard to fly with. That's the only problem. Is I've flown with it a few times and I don't want to do it again.
Right, I better clear my army and such off. So
How long have we got?
catch you in a bit. See you later, Brinton.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
See you later.
I wear these ones. These ones are nice. These headphones are nice. Okay, thank you, Brinton, for joining us.
I'm back for the next game, but I am gonna duck out during the middle part and get my son up, fed, and get the bluey turned on so he doesn't bother me as much.
That needs to be done. I think the next game starts at 15:45 local. So in about 10 minutes.
No idea what that means. How long? In like
about 10
time?
minutes.
Okay.
About 10, 15 minutes.
Then I will be back in about 15 or 20.
That sounds good. No problem at all. Right, mate.
Do you have anyone else? Is anyone else signed up for the next one too? Do we have anyone?
Oh God, that's me. I've got no idea what's going on.
Should we be recruiting?
Practically recruiting people to come on for the last stream. I'll drop a note round on the team's chat on Facebook, the Facebook group. Okay, everybody. So see you in a few, say about 10 minutes time.
Yeah.
Okay. See you, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Feel free to chat if you looking forward to this last game. We have Peter, who is at the top of the table, versus Tom Robinson, who's at the bottom. We have Halflings versus Northern Alliance. And it is a dominate scenario. So that's your a 12-inch circle in the middle of the board. We have a special guest appearing yet again on the stream.
Can't keep me away. How are we? Here we are on the final stretch. Who's up on the top table? Tom Robinson.
Tom Robinson and Peter Nowak from Poland.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, Piotr, yeah, okay.
Piotr.
But the Spanish guy's up again in the
Table 2. Yeah. The
Can it work out that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's if we current scores on the doors. So we've got Tom on 118 tournament points, Peter 117, Javier 116, John Quayle 109, Cybrand 107.
So what's the highest could jump?
It can jump 25 points.
Yeah. But you're going to be playing against good opponents.
You're good opponents, but then that's 118 out of what? That's 125. It's dropped 7 points.
Yeah. It's pretty tight up there, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's
yeah.
dropped 8.
Yeah.
9.
Yeah.
Crumbs.
I'd have been playing against, if you look at the people here, Tom's played John Quayle, he's played Chris, Mario, who is very good from the Spanish contingent, James, played Javier, Jorge has been beaten by Javier. So they've tried, they've done some the best. You could end up with 2 people who are unbeaten, and deciding by the killed, final 2 points, and ultimately the number of units models have been killed. That 9,000 points have been killed. That's impressive. That's impressive.
A total of 10,000.
10, yeah.
Just shy of 11.
Yeah.
So not much left standing when Tom's finished ploughing through.
No. There we go. Ronnie the boss.
Sure. Is that the boss?
Pascal.
Pardon?
From Pascal.
Ah.
Let's bring Brinton in.
Good
Hey, buddy.
morning. Good afternoon.
How are we all?
Doing good.
So we put a call out to all the Dash 28 people who can do commentary. Say if anybody wants to join us for
that's good.
dive in at any point.
Talk to see what they think's going on. Reading. It's going to be a tough one. So they're just setting up, are they? Have they started?
I think
They're just setting up.
Yeah, I just thought, setting up. It's that way. Sorry, I'm looking at the screen and my eyes are.
It's quite difficult to see the. If we I put it on here, you can get a bit more. There we go.
Still, my eyes are completely knackered.
But that looks suspiciously like a Mantic Halfling army, and that looks suspiciously like a Mantic Northern King.
Finally, my cunning plan is paying off. Top table is Mantic terrain, Mantic army on the left, Mantic army on the right. Or top and bottom as we look at it now. It looks beautiful, doesn't it? Beautiful gaming table.
Is that a Mantic army from Tom?
I think it is. I think Tom deliberately went for a Mantic army.
Oh, yeah, no, Tom's playing with Northern Alliance, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
And he was saying it wasn't the dirtiest of armies he could create. He's tried to be almost human in his selection.
He always says that. He always says that. And then he brings an absolutely filthy army, and I just wonder about what depravity he's hiding in the Mantic Companion when we're not looking. If these are
This is the clean stuff. If this is the fit for public consumption stuff, you dread to think what the dark, depraved, tick and basement armies that he conjures up are. Then.
I started to keep the sunglasses on because the bright light, that bright light, are really knacking my eyesight.
I thought it was just for vibes.
No, yeah, well, it's looking cool.
Yeah.
Dash 28, can I say hello?
He should be playing.
Yeah.
Why is Mark wandering around?
He's had enough. He walked off. He's off. He's left.
He's out of the house.
No, he's gone for a drink. See him over there heading for a Coca-Cola, I think.
So
This
is the
this
first...
game at least is at a reasonable hour for me, but it does also mean
Yeah.
the family is now awake and I'm not in total darkness.
Yeah. So like the early ones you can wake up and watch, whereas this one's middle of the day now. You're now burning your time.
I mean I'm in California, so it's 8 a.m.
Oh, okay.
The previous game I commentated started at like 5.
Yeah, okay. That's
we had Matt Carmack on at 4:30 in the morning this time. He'd not been to sleep.
Okay.
He'd not got. He stayed up.
Stayed up and went through. I think we've got some good viewing throughout, haven't we? It's certainly it's got the eyes of the Kings of War world on it.
Yeah, which is depressing, really. For I'm going to be on screen for so much time.
You know, really
Poor people.
after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there was talk in the first stream yesterday when we had Matt Kroger on that we'd do topless for it because it was that warm. I said nobody needs that. Nobody needs that. Absolutely nobody needs that.
If that happened, I would be pulling the fire alarm myself.
That's what it was. It was because you threatened to. It's because you threatened to go topless.
Absolutely.
Just to have you out on the streets wandering.
Well, to be fair, I've worn less clothes walking around Nottingham whilst drunk, so it wouldn't be a new thing. But it was quite amusing yesterday with the fire alarm going off and all the gamers who normally avoid sunlight at the best of times going out at 1 o'clock in the afternoon at 30 degrees C. But it's also quite, you got to see how many people are involved. You get the numbers 146, but when you see them all traipsing out in a big crocodile of people, and you say, "Wow,
queue."
Yeah, queue to get in.
There's 20 minutes. Just people coming in all the time, and there's a queue. There's just that many people.
Yeah,
so it's good. Excellent to see.
So, what are we coming back here next year then, or is it not?
I don't know. Only that I'd love it, and I think we should. I know the Polish intend on bringing a couple more, the Dutch bringing a couple more. So all of a sudden, everyone I've spoken to thinks, well, there's a couple more for my club that are coming. So it could be a 250. But the US has got to come and kick our ass before that, haven't they? The Masters.
You are absolutely joking, aren't you? The US don't do that. No.
They don't do kicking ass.
No.
Right.
No, Kings of War.
Shots fired. So I'm presuming the Masters next year.
If I can get top quarter in their biggest event, then there are serious issues.
And numbers.
Oh, numbers.
108 for their Masters and best of the rest.
Mm.
They're not going to. We're only 40 ahead, so they're going to come out with a 160, 180. Throw the gauntlet down. So that means that Steve will have to move.
Yeah,
have to move. Otherwise, he's going to be running the second biggest event.
Well, we can fit. There is another sports hall attached to this one, so we can get at least 2 more sports halls in this building, so we can get to 300 plus.
Okay, so there you go, 300 plus before we have to move the venue.
Yeah,
there you go.
You think you can do that?
So, John, I've only been able to go to one UK event. I was very jet lagged. But I won the trophy I was after. I got best
which was
painted.
counter charge. Oh, best painted.
Best painted. I brought a good looking army.
That's fair.
So I've only competed. We're not going to talk about where I placed in battle.
It's all about the hobby. It's all about the hobby, Brinton.
Yeah.
It's all about the hobby. Yeah.
When I do bad in battle, I'm a hobby gamer. When I do bad in hobby, I'm a power gamer. It's just you just got to flex.
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've got to lean into the way the wind is blowing. It's cultural differences, and you playing the safe game.
So somebody's made a comment about excited to see the kin list, Ronnie.
You're going to be. There's a few sneak peeks last night that we knew the skiffs were unit strength 2. I think that was what Matt Gilbert had evilly revealed. There's one there coming for your run, Ronnie. Bart, okay, looking forward to it. Get painting.
Yeah.
Paint some nice stuff. You can come win it.
So that's a painting award, isn't it? Best Mantic painted.
Yeah, so there's going to be 3 bottles given out here. I don't know how Steve chose to do it. I don't know whether he's done 1 for absolute best overall, 1 for best army standard and best regiment, or just first, second, third.
Yeah.
But that's rewarding. Well, obviously, Ronnie the Bard stud is for everybody who's taken the effort to do a Mantic army, and then those that have done an extremely cool job there's a little bit of extremely cool
Oh yeah,
artifacts.
The hobby standard this year has been astounding. I mean, we saw a lot on the build up to it with people posting snippets and teasers on their Facebook pages and the Fanatics Facebook page, but seeing things in real life, there were some absolutely stunning armies to the point of choosing the best was very difficult.
I'm glad I didn't have to do it. Steve's panicking about it because he failed. And there is probably 4 or 5 extraordinary armies, remarkable, miraculous armies. There's then 20 or 30 incredibly good battle standard armies.
Yep.
And then there's another 50 just very solid, well put together, thoughtfully done, nicely based. And in some of those 20, there's incredible gaming mats. Chris has got his display table with the what's it go. Actually, I've not posted that. I need to post that. I'm sure someone else has. There's just some incredible stuff.
Yeah,
just incredible. So,
can we have a look at the armies?
Yes.
Before we get into it, so quickly run through the lists.
Hey, Planny Matt, is that you, Arthur? Hi, Arthur.
Yeah. So this is Tom Robinson's elf list in disguise.
Not filthy list.
Yeah.
So it's 4 regiments of pack hunters. The main thing we're looking at there is they are stealthy shooty units. So they're putting out a sort of deceptive amount of fire and hard to remove off the table, especially if he can get them in cover or against things that shoot on 5s. Mm-hmm. He's got 2 big hordes of human tribesmen, just big blocks of solid infantry that benefit from tundra fighters and are coming in at that crushing strength 1 with a melee of 3. So they can hurt. Triple Snow Fox, because they're some of the best chaff in the game. A Scald, who is just that ordered march aura. And very inspiring. So you're giving all of those pack hunters, human tribesmen, etc., the ability to do ordered march. Thanon Frostfang, just a great piece. 2 Snow Troll Primes, again, a great sort of 40 mil, utility piece.
And surprisingly difficult to kill, as we found in the last game.
Inspiring, regeneration, defense 5, 13, 16 nerve, just solid.
Yeah.
Hrim, the legendary ice giant, and a Lord on Chimera, because when you have points left over, why not bring a dragon? So a very solid list coming in 15 units, 24 unit strength, so a respectable number of drops, decent shooting, not a lot that is blowing up something on the charge with just a single charge, but a lot of just solid units.
So bringing up Peter's halflings.
And this is where everyone who doesn't know learns that halflings are scary.
Yeah.
So two big hordes of rifles.
Yeah.
Only range 5, but they're cheap. 20 attacks, piercing 1, steady aim.
A steady aim. That's the clever bit, because you can shoot flyers out the air.
Yeah, they're not the classic dwarf sit there and don't kill anything. These are mobile shooters.
Yep.
Edge Grenadiers, which bring that brutal D3, so a great combo charge with other units.
Yep.
Wild Lancers, which are that kind of light cav, nimble with spell ward. Wild Runners, which is the shooty version with black powder weapons. So again, another piercing shooting option.
Yep.
3 large cav regiments of aeronauts, which are those absolutely disgusting when they go off blast D3 war balloons of death. Engineer with Radiance of Life that he's giving to a bunch of those other units, especially the aeronauts and the Edge Grenadiers. Basically everything. This is like a very Tinker themed list. And then a couple muster captains on Winged Aralaz, which are the 5 attacks, 14, 16 nerve, good little flying piece.
Yeah. Flying Dobermans.
Yep.
How do you expect these 2 armies to play, particularly now they're set up? What do you expect to see from Tom? And then how do you think Pieter's going to deal with it, and what is his strategy is going to be?
So Tom is set up very heavy on his own right in terms of the stuff that's a little bit punchy and, more importantly, not maneuverable. So
Right, plowing forward.
the two big hordes of dudes, Crush Strength 1, are just trying to sort of win that right-hand side and then probably shimmy over towards the middle for Dominate. This is Dominate, and we have a very clear circle in the middle. There's no real terrain sitting there. That is a mid-table mosh pit at some point. So he has set up, Tom has set up his 4 stealthy shooting units, 2 of which are in terrain, so extra hard to kill, all pointed at that Dominate circle, daring the sort of lighter armored halflings into it, saying like, "Come at me, we're gonna pick you up." While he's put really heavy fighty against the kind of aeronauts and right flank units. So, and then Peter's going to be doing, and I'm going to give up. I have no idea. I think that's Peter. Even though my wife is half Polish, I cannot pronounce Polish names very well. I apologize.
I asked him and he said Peter was fine. So
okay, that makes it sound like it's not fine, but
no, he knows what the English are like at murdering names. So
we even are. My son's name is Alexander, and it's spelled the Polish way with the K. So and I'm still bad at pronouncing Polish names, but we don't know. I don't know if someone can see the table or we can do from the side view, but is there anything off camera to our left? Doesn't really look like it.
Not a lot there. No, that's the.
I can go and have a look. Should I go and have a little look? You're looking at Tom's left.
Tom's left.
Tom's left.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a look, see what there is up there.
Yep.
But right now we can see there's some Edge Grenadiers, and Tom is using his Thane to just kind of try and delay that flank and push really hard on his own right.
Yeah. That's aggressive by the Edge Grenadiers. So
yeah,
I think there can't be anything there because he engaged. He engaged. It looks like he sent something into the Thane. Is that a muster captain on Aralez? I think I see little good boy wings. Yeah.
Goodest boy wings. So he's plugged up the Thane and then he's aggressively.
Goodest boy wings.
So he's doing what I think he needs to do there, which is don't let him hold you up and just aggressively challenge, because he has aeronauts. I think those are Lancers. And his Edge Grenadiers, which are brutal D3. So if the aeronauts and the Edge Grenadiers go into something, any of those sort of Elfie units could die from that. So he's definitely giving him something to think about. Just underneath the overlay for the overhead camera, there is a unit of Snow Foxes, which I assume will rush forward to plug a gap next turn.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting.
The plot thickens. There is a whole load of aeronauts on there. There's some EJ Grenadiers.
Yep.
And a unit of cavalry.
Wow. Okay.
So he's got a pretty strong.
Piotr
has got a strong right flank coming in.
We can see them on camera. Luckily, they're not off camera, which is good.
Okay. Yes, there.
Yeah, so just coming in. That's what they are.
There.
So yeah, that's the edge of the game. There's a little combat going on here on the left already.
So unlike the last game where there was a bunch of stuff hiding just out of view on the outside of that, he's done the nice thing
of
been
putting it in the right place.
Been aggressive enough to bring it all onto camera.
Right. Yes. Well, that's it. And this kid looks like that. So he's going with a right flank advance.
Yeah. So we're looking at the possibility for the swirl or the toilet bowl.
Yeah.
Where you push hard on opposite flanks and you end up fighting lengthways.
Yeah.
For the dominate circle.
Yes, those rifles have moved forward, as you'd expect. Keep walking forward, shooting when you can. 18-inch range with rifles.
Right, chaps. Well, look, I'm going to leave this to develop. I'm going to go and give some vouchers out and do some admin. But lovely to speak to you, and we will catch up soon, everybody. Thank you.
Have fun.
Yeah, speak to you all soon. We'll try and dip back in before the end. Bye-bye.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks, Ronnie.
So the interesting thing there is that middle can melt melt quick if Peter wasn't as aggressive as he's being on his flank, because we have 24-inch shooting against 18-inch shooting, and the Wild Runners are 16-inch charge.
Yep.
So he heavily outranges them in the middle, and he's heavily looking at shooting against defense 3 and defense 4 units.
Yep.
So he needs to be super aggressive with his flanks, because that middle will fold. Like, he can pick up 1 to 2 units a turn with his shooting, if left unmolested. So he's got to come in, force him to start threatening some of those Elfie shooting units, and also start maybe turning some of them so that they can't focus fire. But we'll see.
I wonder how much Tom has practiced against Elliot Morris's halfling.
Oh yeah,
probably a fair amount. So he should be super familiar with it. What aeronauts, edge grenadiers, and such bring to the party. This is a very different list, though. He's not using any of the Pride of the Shires. He's not using, but like some of the scary stuff I see in halflings, which are the ability to bring a good amount of shooting, deceptively good amount of piercing 1 shooting, but really it's those aeronauts, edge grenadiers, and then cheap to medium flyers, all sort of combining to just be a massive pain in your ass.
I think one of the strengths of the halfling list is how many different list varieties they can bring. So like, I've played against just played against the list. Mo Gaddafi is here, and he's got like a harvester heavy list. We've got 2 harvesters, 2 of the tanks. We've got quite a meaty army. It's not fast, it's grindy, and it shoots like you look at it and think, oh, it's not got a lot of shooting, and then he took off a Shadow Hulk in 2 turns. I'm like, what? You're shooting on 5s, buddy. It's just like the volume of shots can be quite high. Yeah, this looks like a much more speed and maneuverability oriented list.
This shoots a lot. This has 2 hordes of shooters and 2 regiments of shooters. And generally those aren't meant to take things off. I think those are meant for 2 purposes. One is softening up, so when the aeronauts and edge grenadiers go in, especially with their brutal D3, that they already have a few wounds on them, and you can break them in that initial charge. So your halfling light cavalry, your aeronauts, and your edge grenadiers aren't going to break something on their own, but if you put wounds on it. And then the second, which is the really annoying part, is when all those fast things have gone in and done damage and bounced, or you've barely survived, you have this really annoying 20 piercing shots with steady aim to just pick off units late game, to just walk around the board shooting things off.
100%.
So that's something to look at later, is any of Tom's, if those shooters in the middle are still alive, any of those wounded units Tom has, you just pick them up.
Really like looking at positioning in games like this, because they're both trying to curve around each other.
Yep.
They're both trying to do the same thing, which is what good players do, right? Try to get into the side, but they're both trying to do it at the same time to each other. And it's just who breaks first.
Who gives away a flank without realizing it?
It's who sends in a bloody aeronauts, because they don't care about cover anyway.
And what Peter's sort of doing is he is creating, if you draw a sort of line on the right hand flank at where Harim is, or even a little to the right of that, he's created sort of a mini battlefield there, where he's backed up and tried to sort of section off Tom's less maneuverable units over there, and create his own sort of mini envelopment of just that side. And then he's using the shooters in the middle to hold back anything from kind of crossing over to help support them, because anything that moves into that gap is gonna take damage. So he's sort of trying to say, you have strong but not maneuverable, and I'm going to create a mini battlefield over here just on that flank to wrap around your strength.
Exactly. Very exciting. I was interested. So I don't know if you guys have talked about the current top 3.
It's 3 points in it.
There's 3 points in the top 3, and they're at least 10 points clear or something like that from the next.
So it's probably going to one of those three, either this
Yeah.
table or a big win on the bottom, the table below, and jumping them.
Yeah. Which is Javier, and Javier won last year, but he's playing John Quayle, who's one loss, but has been smashing his opponents so much he's above the next person who has 6 wins.
That's checkers or wreckers,
right? Next person is Cybrand, who has been winning, but because he's bringing really crappy rack in, he can't kill enough to get the big wins.
Yeah. I think I watched one of his games for game 2.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he's great as well. So those three, and I'm not saying that I'm biased, but we've got an English chap, a Polish chap, and a Spanish chap, and the prize is a big sword. So I'd have to mail it to 2 of them.
I've been more concerned about the Morning Stars, to be honest. They're not exactly easy to hide.
So second and third prizes are real Morning Stars. I'm sure they don't go in hand luggage, but we shall see. I can mail those. That's okay. They're easier to mail. They're easier
to mail than swords. Yes.
I'm just like, does Tom need more swords?
He says it's been a while since he updated his sword rack. He told me. Next year I'm doing a helmet. I'm going to do a helmet next year. Do a helmet for Masters here though, so I'm like,
yeah. No, you have to have this. Yeah, we need an axe with big axe.
Axes are very expensive.
Yep. They shouldn't be.
I'll get some LARP gear.
Yeah.
They can start hit each other with it.
They do that with Orktown, don't they? They make these incredible sculptures.
Yeah, so I mean, Orktown, and for the year that the Northeast hosted Masters, that insane crew of people from the Northeast, they took a bunch of magic items out of the book and just made giant fabricated versions of them for all of the prizes. So someone got a crystal pendant of retribution, someone got a mutated throwing mastiff.
So good.
There really is nothing else to do in Massachusetts in the
there is not. We can confirm that being in Cape Cod during the winter just means you go a little bit insane and build weird stuff.
I would say, speaking of magic items, the original Mac War is here, off of Mac War on the Caterpillars. Mac War's Potion of the Caterpillar.
Yeah.
Jez Gurney is here. He is the Macclesfield Warriors, Mac War. And I bought a game off him drunkenly last night.
Oh, you bought the pyramid game?
I bought his game, yeah. He's made a pretty good board game that I'm terrible at, so I bought a copy for 20 quid.
Nice.
Yeah, I saw it on Friday evening when I was a bit wrecked.
Yeah,
and Jez tried to, so I was, would you be just playing this? And at which point Dan went, no. John's pissed as a fart. And even when John's sober, he doesn't play games.
John doesn't play games. I like that.
Like I have complete inability to play any other game. You know, I think Monopoly is a complex game.
That's fair enough.
So I don't play board games.
That's why you only play Dead Zone.
So I play Dead Zone. That's easy.
So it looks like Tom's putting a sacrificial lamb, I would say.
Sacrificial snow fox.
Snow fox.
Yep. And what's that other thing he's put forward? Looks like a character.
Let me check the lists.
Oh, there you go. It's something.
He has one Thane on Frostfang.
Yeah, I think it's that.
And he has 2 Snow Troll Primes. So
it's a Snow Troll Prime.
Culprits for things to jump out in front of the line and prevent annoying charges.
So one's already in combat on the left. That's Snow Troll Prime in the piece of terrain.
That is the Thane on Frostfang.
Ah, okay. My bad.
And then the other Snow Troll Prime is on the right-hand side.
I see it.
Playing Blockosaurus for the Chimera and infantry units.
Tom's army, by the way, is very nice. It's very, very nicely painted. It's
Tom's becoming an annoyingly good painter.
I think he just couldn't be bothered before, if I'm honest. So he couldn't be bothered before.
I'm offended when when God gives with 2 hands. And when really good players also become pretty good painters, it annoys me. It's like, get out of my lane.
Yeah.
That is your lane. Didn't you win Best Painted at Masters?
That's what
I see. That's what you're saying. I'm sorry, I'm the slow one here.
I'm a hobby gamer that is okay at playing, and I don't want the really good players to become good at painting because that's edging in on my territory. So,
well, you're better player than me in past records, so
not on the clock.
Well, no, that's true. But painting here is, we've talked about it already, I know, but it's so obscenely good. We have to invent more painting prizes to give other people a chance. And because it's the standard of some of the top armies is so high, it's almost as if everyone would be like, well, what's the point in even trying? And that's the real fact of it. So
I have a solution for you.
Yeah.
It's called best overall.
Yeah.
It's where someone's paint adds to their overall. So you may not win the painting award, but you're incentivized to improve your paint for overall.
Yeah. Yes.
You know what? I've just remembered that at the beginning of Clash of Queens, we talked about next year putting in a best overall.
Yeah.
You can call it something else.
No, I'm going to put best overall.
Scoring.
In my tournament, in the bull run tournaments I run, we have a best overall.
Yeah. You're probably going to be scoring 150 people plus.
It's a rubric. You have to use a rubric.
Yeah.
Anyways, what's going on with this battle?
I mean, they're just being cagey, bullshit. He's chucked forward all of his sacrificial imps all down the line. And I think what he's trying to do is tempt him into going, right, I'm going all in, which is what some players do. They see it and say,
but there is a clock here. Like, you look at the amount of dice sitting behind those. That horde's going to go soon, if not now. The horde of shooters is just getting shot off the board. And the other one is next.
And I think we've talked about halfling shooting. It's nothing even close to the effectiveness of Tom's. He outshoots
Well, this is exactly what Tom wants to shoot at. He outranges them. He's stealthy, and they're shooting on 5s, and they're defense 3 and defense 4.
Yeah.
So if you put elf shooting, which is what these are, and you give them a choice of what they get to shoot at. I mean, besides maybe zombies, this is exactly what they want to see.
So it's interesting, but that's Tom's very, very good at this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Please remember to, if you want to be involved in this, post a comment on the YouTube.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say, even with the technical problems we had yesterday, which I'm so delighted to have fixed in time for this last game, we had over 800 views on the stream yesterday, which is pretty massive for a single day. That's huge.
Yeah.
It's great. We've got 40 plus people here watching us. Hello to all of you. If anyone wants to come and help commentate, then
absolutely,
just drop in. Send John Fawkes a little Facebook message. We've got room. I need to go do some stuff. I'm packing up my car a little bit because we've got a lot to pack up, and we've got an hour and a half to close the entire tournament and get everything away. I'm being called for.
See you, buddy.
So yeah, they were heavily discussing something. I'm not entirely sure what, but it sounds like there's a. I
think Steve's over there now, so I think they're just.
I think clocks are paused, and they are trying to figure out whether that unit is in cover. There's a lot of this motion happening.
If it's not, because I don't think that's over half the base in the pond.
I think what they're trying to, my guess is, and this is with no extra context, is that height 0 or flat?
Oh, right, yes. Yep.
And does it matter for 50% of the facing covered versus 50% in the...
There we go.
So, just an interesting... we mentioned before about our difficult terrain being height 0 here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Tom didn't realize that was the case. So we were pointing at the shooters then, the ones that have got wounds on them.
I think we sussed it out.
Yeah. And so he was like, he just looked at me and said, "Why have you done that?" And I'm like, to make it a little bit interesting, buddy. So yeah, he's got cover. He didn't realize he had cover, and he has. So interesting times. Anyway.
See, Steve.
Which he may have shot at the other unit if he knew that. But I think that's the one he has to take out because they're the ones with good targets next turn.
Yeah.
But now they only have 12 damage on them instead of, I think it was like 16 or 17.
Yeah.
So. Okay, let's fight this guy. Fighting on the left.
Yep.
Ooh.
It's quite high.
If that's the nerve roll.
That's the bestest boy. Where's this combat?
This is, my assumption is smashing the right hand. I think something charged into the Chimera, maybe.
Ah.
And he's now flanked it and fronted it to try and get rid of it. So this is really just a like, do you roll double one and hang out that poor unit of dudes?
Yeah, the horde that's now turned on its side, pointing its side directly at the cavalry unit. Yeah.
But it really is gonna be a double one for that. I think this is carnage. And I'm guessing those are Edge Grenadiers that went in, maybe.
They got space. They oh, it's hard to tell. Yes, because the aeronauts are the ones, the big blob ones.
Yeah, the aeronauts are
the balloons. Yeah,
the balloons, and the Edge Grenadiers are the little jetpack guys.
Yeah,
and that's a big. I mean, I guess it slowed his line down for a turn and mucked some stuff up, but like, that's a big. Those are useful.
Yeah, I'm not sure what difference that made, really.
They are cheap, though. I think of them more about what their offensive output is, which is annoying. They are only 105 points. So he threw 105 points into the front of the Chimera, stopped the Chimera from being able to do any tricky maneuvering, scary repositioning, locked it in place for a turn while he could reposition, and forced him to deal with it. So time will tell what that earns him, but
we shall see. Is that Chimera on table one? Yes, it is.
Yeah, so the thing is, there's a general feeling, and I sort of like the place some of the big flyers are in which they're scary when there's a lot of them. They're powerful, but they're not overwhelmingly powerful, and a lot of the top lists don't bother taking them. That being said, Tom is annoyingly good with big, scary flyers and usually gets value out of them. Usually gets value that I don't. So, if anyone's bringing a Chimera, he's the one. Now we've had some units bumped, and this is the problem when you're not playing on UB. It is a very, very tight fit. Units have been bumped. It's an inexact game, and they're now going to probably argue about whether it does or doesn't work. Because I think Tom thought he had blocked that charge, and so we'll see if it fits.
Bringing triple dragon elf list lately.
So rookie numbers, you're going to need to pump that up. There's a 4 Dragon plus Julius list here.
Yep.
And just to confirm, it is 4 Dragons and Julius.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, is it? Yes. Yeah.
I didn't know.
But on the positive side, he's not brought a lot of Phoenixes as well. So
can't. There's no room left. You got to unlock it. Okay, so he is being aggressive. He is pushing those units in, turning off elf shooting, trying to get the aeronauts in a position for a meaningful charge.
Yep.
Woo! Get those shooters forward.
You should feel guilty. Hard to get 2 Dragon Hordes at the same time with that, though. With 3 or 4 dragons. Here we go.
Okay, the go button has been hit.
Yep. Charge! Nope. No Iron Beast. He's got a Flying Circus, though, and double Rifle Horde. But no Iron Beast.
I mean, I'm guessing by the way I'm seeing this play out is that the Iron Beast wasn't fast enough.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, I love them, but it's like even his shooters are across the board on, turn 3. So
yep.
Maybe there just wasn't room or unlocked for it.
Yeah, so this is how much can Peter get through, wipe out in 1 turn. Well, I mean, what's got into the unit on the far right, on Tom's horde? Knights, what's next? Is that an Aralas?
It's an Aralas and I believe the Lancers.
Yeah.
So from what I can tell from the top is that the shooters are orange and the Lancers are that sort of red. From the Cav units on the Halfling side. So the Lancers plus an Aralas has gone in. The shooters are holding back. And on the other side, it looks like there's 1 unit of Lancers, 1 unit of shooters, and they both went in. And I think it's the Lancers that are shot the gap and are fighting elves, while the shooters are the ones fighting the snow foxes. I could have that backwards. Someone might have a better view of it from the side cam or something. But it looks to me from the side cam that the unit engaged with the infantry has spears. But they're not going to crack that.
No, no.
And that's, far as I can tell, everything on that side is really just about slowing down and softening up. And then the hope is that those aeronauts can come in and clean up. Because those infantry hordes will eat a halfling unit a turn, basically. And I don't know that he's got anything into the Chimera. Right?
No.
So the Chimera can kind of do what it wants.
I want to just use my mouse button to scroll in, to zoom in.
Just enhance.
Yeah, enhance. That's the next level. We need cameras that we can control with zoom, tilt, pan.
I think that, and this is an annoying way to do it, but I think that the best thing you can do is you have sort of a handheld or one on a kind of like handheld Steadicam type thing.
Yeah.
And you've got a minion table side that can like show important combats or things happening, and also be the person that kind of answers questions like, what is that unit that's holding up such and such?
Well, we've got part of that technology. We can do the mobile cam. So I've got we can do that through the software. But I didn't bring my my headphones that work with my phone, so that'd be nice to have those. I think
it's no problem. I think this battle, we actually have a pretty clear idea of who all the units are, and there aren't that many annoying individuals.
Yeah.
I just remember at Masters looking at some of the footage, or at Lone Wolf, there were times when they spent the whole game thinking something was a wizard, and then it was a combat character that just like charged in and did something.
Why is that wizard charging at you? Oh, it's
and
not
you're
a
like,
wizard.
wait, that took that unit off? How did that? What? But no, this is a really fun matchup. I'm interested so much of Kings as a piece trading game, so it so much depends on like what gets done here, how much damage sticks, what's left over.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think next year we'll have a minion with a Steadicam doing it. Since we can't, well, the other option somebody suggested was it was a drone flying around the units. That's the next level of drone work.
I'm still bothered that no one has put a drone in their army as one of the flyers, but oh well, maybe next year.
We got 75 mil to play with. You get drones, yeah.
Exceptional base size. Just
somebody comes in with a 4-kilogram drone, it takes up most of the table.
We had a player in the US that's not currently playing, I don't think, but was sort of famous for this, in which he took exceptional base size to an exceptional level, and he had a massive dragon sitting on like a partially ruined castle that's base was essentially a picture frame. And and this is when dragons were on 50 mil. And it took up a good, like, I don't know, 13 by 13 inch like square. It was absolutely massive, bigger than some of the hills on the current table. And he had a proxy he could play with if you wanted to, but you could tell it made him really sad. And he just pushed this annoyingly enormous dragon around, and it was funny. So okay, so he picked up the snow foxes. It looks like he did not pick up the elves, which makes sense from a hindered charge on his left. And then has oriented in a way to make himself maximally annoying. Are you guys playing with withdraw or no withdraw?
No withdraw.
Okay. Well, this is a case where he's very happy about that, I think. Because if there was withdraw, those elves could easily flank the cav.
Yeah, just drop back and go boink straight into it. Fat.
And that Snow Troll Prime probably could have gotten in as well on them.
Yeah.
So, yay, no withdraw. This is the lack of tactical flexibility that all of Texas has complained about. But we'll see. It should be fine.
Oh, bullshit shenanigans.
Yeah.
Come on, don't lose us now. There we go. Back again. I definitely think we just go. I think we've gone with a too high a spec camera over the table. I think just a webcam would be. I mean, if you look, because the side cam is just a webcam. You don't get as much detail, but it's solid, robust. Doesn't pause or anything.
I have to step away for a moment. There's a 5-year-old potty accident I have to go deal with.
No worries, man.
So hopefully things on the table are less of a
mess.
Less of a mess when I get back.
Right, I'll pull you out of the stream. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Bart, I don't think he can. I think the pivot will go through the other unit. I'm hoping that Peter noticed that. Because the actual unit is it's probably not clear. The cavalry unit from the halflings is actually that MDF base is with the contact point. Indeed, Michael. Okay, so we've got the Chimera's gone hurtling forward. Oh no, where's that? Ah, there we go. Templates down. And that's just outside of the woods. Unhindered charge, I believe, there. I say, but I agree. Looks, it could do it. My only thought is I don't believe that Peter would have moved that unit in that particular way if he thought there was a possibility for a flank charge. Because it's very obvious with that unit being so close. I can't believe he would have left it there if he thought he could do it. So Hrim's moving forward there. So obviously we know Tom's been shooting the bejesus out of the halfling horde that's on the pond. It's got 2 dice, 2d6 next to it. So it's taken quite a bit of damage. Whilst the other one's been hurtling forward. So I'll be interested to see what Tom goes for now with his shooting, whether he tries to take out complete the job on the horde that's in terrain, or just shoot the crap out of the door. Well, putting the stream on was relatively trivial. Certainly my end of it was extremely trivial. All I did was turn up and be able to talk for 8 hours a day, which I can do. But I think next year we'll wait for confirmation of the venue and things and idea of what numbers we'd like to achieve. But I'll be looking at 150 to 200 people, probably, hopefully, in the same venue in central Nottingham. And you are more than welcome to come all the way from down under. Although we all know that Australia doesn't exist, Australia is a figment of somebody's imagination. The world is flat. Canadian invasion. I didn't realize Canada invaded anywhere, apart from, although it did. It's the only country that's ever burned down the Capitol building, I believe, in Washington. So, or the White House. So, Canadians do have a history of invading places. And you're more than welcome to come across. Ah, Victoria, British Columbia. Ah, well, hey, I don't know everything. I just went Victoria State. Well, Canadians over. That's absolutely acceptable. We need some nice people, and Canadians are always very, very nice and bring lovely fluffy lists. At least the Canadians I've met. Tom moving his individual forward. Sorry, I'm just organizing things on the desktop here so I can see what the hell's going on. There we go. So that was a skull that ran forward there from Tom, I believe. Looks about the right size. Bringing Brinton back. Hey, buddy.
Hello, hello.
So we've been threatened with a Canadian invasion to next year's Clash.
Well, they're lovely folks.
Exactly.
At least most
some
of
of
the
them
ones
are.
I've met. Just do us a favor and don't let Luke win, because I don't think I could handle the size of his ego as he also wins Clash of Kings.
Yeah, I mean, he won the Masters, wasn't it?
Yep. And
US
then
Masters won by Canadian.
That would also be a second sword he had to sneak back into Canada somehow.
I'm intrigued. What is port tea? Is it literally just mixed together tea and port? Or is it something more elegant than that? Because that just sounds like waste of ruining 2 drinks.
I also like the true drink of mature wargamers.
Or old. Old
Yeah,
wargamers.
yeah. When someone describes themselves as mature.
It's Earl Grey honey and port. Okay, sorry, I didn't realize you're ruining 3 different nice things in one go. Jesus, you're all heathens.
I'm about to get canceled by the entire British wargaming community, in which I don't actually like tea.
Neither do I. That's fine.
It's just grassy water.
Yeah. I'm a coffee drinker. When Dan and I used to travel to the US together, he'd be ordering the teas and I'd be drinking the coffees. It was
So we got spicy stuff going on. We had the Chimera charge the
Chimera's
aeronauts.
gone for it. Yep.
Yep.
Thane of Frostfang appears to have shot forward to not engage with, but very close to the block the flank of the Chimera. We've got what looks, I think, is a Scald that's run up just in front of the lake. I can't think of anything in the list that's that small. And you've got the shooty elves engaging with the rifles. So I think we're going to a very critical bit of the game here now. Can Tom
that
punch
should
through?
be a Scald, and honestly, that Scald, if it's in cover and lives through any shooting or anything stuff, I would back to just take out those shooters in combat next turn. They already have 15 damage on them, so
They have to have a lot, yeah.
That's a sort of like long-term play to say, like, well, they're going to have to be dealt with eventually, and like I can just run over there and kill 3 or whatever unit strength off the board. And
but it's a Scald. It's got 2 attacks on 5s. I mean,
just needs 1.
It just needs 1, yeah.
Oh, maybe it just shoots them. Throwing axes, piercing 1.
Ah, yes. Something people forget about Skulls, they do have ranged weapons.
Meanwhile, the aeronauts have engaged on the flank.
Yep. It's just how much... So that's the same horde that took the hit last time, wasn't it? So maybe
Yep.
that could be a dead horde.
I mean, there is just a lot of marginally effective units piling in. It's just weight of like halfling attacks coming.
And with the aeronauts, with that blast and the variability of the blast, it can be absolutely devastating, or it can be a bit of a damp squib. So look at see what we can see from this dice side cam.
All the edge grenadiers are off the board, though, right?
They certainly look like it, yes. Unless they're lurking somewhere weirdly. Oh, actually, is there a unit down near the aeronauts on the left-hand side? It's a dark base, which is not one of Tom's basing. It's very thin.
Yeah, that's edge grenadiers, I think.
Yeah, I can't pick out anything on there, but it's a thin base that's.
I mean, if those aeronauts and aerolets pop the big horde there,
Yeah.
they have a really good reform option.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what you are stuck with is Tom's big non-maneuverable block of dudes that right now is on the hill and could very easily shift left and head towards the dominate circle.
Yeah.
Are now not able to shift left and head towards the dominate circle.
Yeah.
Depending on where are those snow foxes pointed. Are they pointed up like north or south? My guess is north, but
Oh, north.
okay.
I don't have I do have a monkey available. Steve just wandered over there.
It's okay. I think they are. But it's if those blow up, then he has a problem on his right side. He has enough pieces over there to deal with it, but
Can't see them. Yeah,
he doesn't really. He doesn't really want those pieces. Chimera gone.
Ouch.
That's what you get for not breaking aeronauts.
I'm moving back. Oh, seriously worried about snow foxes.
I believe they have 6 wounds on them. And they're 13-15, so.
Okay, so yeah, a couple more damage and they're in deep trouble. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, right now getting 1 point of damage on them puts them at like a 6 to waver.
Yeah.
So. But I think it's tough because there's a lot of unit strength potentially coming from Peter's right, Tom's left, heading towards, like aimed in towards eventually the dominate circle. And Tom's big unit strength is still far right and not looking like it can free up soon. Like, I'm confident in a straight kill that eventually that horde would eat a lot of the stuff over there, potentially. Although losing that Chimera is big, because those aeronauts are now free to charge next turn if you can't stick something into them.
Yep. So we're doing the big combat on the right-hand side here.
Okay.
Oh, they're gone.
Yep.
Oh, Tom's right flank is now in deep, deep trouble. Yep. Is there a way of pivoting on the spot to avoid getting move out charger? I don't think there is.
This is one of those where I get nervous because like pivots are so imperfect.
Yeah.
And
I looking at it before, I didn't think there's a way. I think you had to move forward. Yeah, and that's what he's decided. Yeah, I didn't think.
Keep them alive.
Yeah. We're only on turn 3. You've got plenty of time to do some more shenanigans with that. You got the speed, you got the range, so don't get berserk. Just move forward, move out of the way.
And they're unhurt.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
now Tom's got a problem. Big problem. His left flank is all but getting overrun.
I do think Peter loses his middle. It's turn 3, Luke.
So please, if you want any comments, just post them on YouTube, and we can see them here on the desktop. And
Yep, I believe it's bottom of 3, and about to be top of 4.
Yeah. It's almost like we're not copying from people.
There's been dice cams before.
No, there hasn't.
It's okay.
The Canadians are claiming it. It's their thing. So rifles against elves in combat.
I mean, they got a lot of attacks, but
not very good ones. Not the best quality.
And there's just that very real possibility that, both rifles are gone next round.
Yeah.
Let's see if he picks them up. Nope. So they're alive. He gets flanked. But that's fine. All those are there to do is kill time. Those 2 big hordes are 400 points of his army, and that's it.
Yeah, so the foxes, he couldn't get fired off back to avoid the foxes.
Yep, get them in. That's good. The Snow Troll Prime should grind out that Cav unit. Ooh, Hrim in. Yeah.
Yeah. Scald moved to sensible place.
Go be useful.
Yeah. Yeah, the snow trolls climbing over the wall into the...
Well, he's exactly what you want doing that, because he regenerates, right? And
yeah,
he'll grind them out. The question is, does he get them this round so he gets a good reform back towards the combat that's about to happen? Or is he stuck forever, kind of up in that corner.
Mm.
So that's a big one. Like, can he break them this round? If so, Tom's looking okay on the right for like surviving. It's just going to be really hard to get those resources back into the dominate circle. Or to like help shore up his left. But yeah, I mean, we're very soon potentially looking at two elf units, one both damaged, and Hrim holding off the entire right flank of Peter's army.
Yeah, with all the dogs,
Well, we'll just have to see what's left. That's the thing about this game is it at the beginning of your turn, it always looks really scary. And then at the end of your turn, hopefully you're like, no, I removed a bunch of those problems. So it really depends, like, do those Edge Grenadiers get picked up by the Snow Troll Prime? Can this Thane finally finish off the goodest of boys who's been fighting him all game?
Absolutely. Standing on the shoulders of giants.
There we go. So the troll clobbered and is free to keep fighting. Chimera was damaged. I think it took a front charge from Edge Grenadiers, like sort of second turn YOLO charge into him just to put some wounds on it.
Yep.
And possibly the aeronaut spiked as well. It could be both.
It's not an either or scenario.
But yeah, Peter enacted a good plan.
There you go. Foxes have done it.
Yep.
Turn that way. That's it. Just enough so you can, if nothing moves, you can do a flank charge.
Best chaff in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, because you were saying like don't run from snow foxes, but 10
yeah,
attacks.
I didn't realize they'd taken that much damage. Oh, there we go.
10 attacks on 5s. Like
bottom
there
of
it
turn,
is. Okay.
Bottom of turn 4. Here we go. This is where.
So, like I said, the key was the aeronauts and the aerolets were never, in my opinion, going to win this flank. But just the fact that unit had to turn and face them versus start moving up the board or towards the dominate circle can potentially be huge. We'll see.
Yes.
But you don't want that battleship faced that way at this point in the game. He wanted to crush the right and curve inwards and not be stuck kind of.
There we go. Another one gone. So yeah, unsurprisingly, the unit that had taken 15, 16 points of damage when a very angry frost giant runs into him. Yeah, they're not going to last much longer.
Harim just ran up and yeeted that unit out of the board, just kicked them.
And they're positioning that to avoid, I'm assuming, any sort of option of a flank charge from those balloons.
Did he give no flank? I guess so.
I'm assuming that's what the laser was looking at there, was to make sure that.
Okay, so the Thane did not kill the goodest of boys, and now, for his troubles, gets dogs. Dogs
everywhere. Yeah.
The aeronauts are gonna do what aeronauts love to do. They hit a flank, so their wildly swingy dice become even more swingy.
Yeah.
But that Prime, who is still alive and regening on the left flank, is going to be a problem. There's a reason those are in the list. They're absolutely crucial little stoppers. They're not going to kill stuff super well. Like, they'll grind okay. They only have 5 attacks, but it's on 3s with Crush 2. But just having that nimble regen, 5-up, vicious, and a wild charge, so they charge 13. They outrange 12 inches. They're such a good little piece for 120 points. That is a damn bargain.
If anybody's wanting to get some extra Clash of Kings photos and action, I know that on Fanatics there are numerous people taking photographs. Some of the TOs are going around. Nick's going around taking photos and doing big dumps onto Google Photos. So, have a look around, see some of the most gorgeous painted armies you'll ever see. But obviously, keep us streaming in the background. That's just impolite if you don't.
Yeah. So now the Arales is doing sneaky flyer things. Keep everyone honest. Keep things annoying. Keep it toxic. There's definitely part of me. Okay.
That's it. Yeah. Just keep that nice big horde spinning around. Like I say, avoid him being able to wander back into the dominant area.
Yeah.
Although, with the giants, the troll should be able to get back. The snow foxes may be able to get back.
I mean, the aeronauts are still pointed the wrong way, right? They're headed south. So there is a world where he sends the troll and some other stuff, and he just tries to. I mean, you don't want that Arales in the rear, but he just has
Jeremy!
the
Hey, what's up,
infantry
guys?
just leaves.
Thanks for joining, mate.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Jeremy in for a good time, not for a long time.
I thought I would just slide in for the
Slide into the
climax.
end.
Yeah, slide in for the climax, as they say.
Oh, okay. So we're going immediately away from being the counter-charge friendly cast to a much more Dragons Troll cast.
Did you want a drink?
I'm good, thank you, mate.
How's it going?
Well, Jeremy's joined.
Hey.
Is that? Oh, Jeremy. Hi.
Yeah. This stream just got 100% better looking with Jeremy and Steve joining.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I can only see the top half of Jeremy's head because the scrolling banner is covering him.
Oh,
Can
yeah.
you dice
The
cam
ticker.
down there or side cam so we can see Jeremy's beautiful face.
So, shocker, Tom Robinson's on the top table.
Right, but Peter.
Tom Robinson is currently trying to hold off the entirety of the foreign hordes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Otherwise, I have to send a sword international mail. I'm very nervous about it. So
he's trying to win one for the
Halflings too on the top table. That's cool to see.
Northern Alliance and Halflings.
Jeremy is pretending like he isn't workshopping a filthy halfling list in the background right now.
That is actually true. But
shocking to see this army. I think is way overlooked.
It is.
Well.
I think it is.
Whoa.
Berserker's lost in the middle. Is it?
Two lots of Berserkers lost in the middle now?
So he's got his Chimera.
Yeah, Chimera's disappeared. No,
the Chimera is there.
That's not Chimera.
What's that?
That's Giant.
That's Shrim.
Oh, so now he's rotated so that he's out of the arc of sight.
What turn are we in? Or we're in turn 4?
Yep.
Yep.
A lot of dead stuff.
And this horde here, Steve, is pointing that way.
Okay.
And we're playing Dominate.
We've got these flyers wandering around in the backfield.
Wow, fascinating.
There's
Tom's very much in the back foot then, isn't he?
Yeah.
Basically, Tom pushed hard on the right, and Peter pushed hard on his right. Tom's left. And the center was all sort of fragile shooting units. So as the fragile shooting units kind of engaged or had to do other stuff, they've melted.
Yeah.
So neither of them really has a center left.
Yeah.
Except there is a pretty big halfling unit there. And normally I would say that halfling unit is super fragile, but there's not a lot left on Tom's side that has the volume of attacks
that can threaten a horde.
Drop a horde.
There's another one
gone. Yeah. No, that was flanked by aeronauts, so
this is looking good for Team Poland right now.
Yeah.
Now, is there any interesting point narratives in this match? Is the winner of this match going to win?
So the player on table 2 is on 116. This table is on 117 and 118.
Holy crow, man!
So table 2 has a very, very possible, depending on how this one shakes out. Now, this one is an absolute it's Northern King, so it's all additive. This
Yeah.
has been an absolute like beat fest. There's
So
a
there's
lot
going to
of
be
stuff
big
dying.
attritions in this one for both these guys.
I mean, I feel like from Peter's side, right now there's not a lot left on the table. There's from Tom, if he can, pick it up, he's getting a pretty decent score. But there's a very real possibility with John Quayle playing on table 2, I believe. With his...
Okay, so I think table 2 is just finished.
Ooh.
I'm going to go and find out.
Okay.
It's just, I'm sure just seeing John just shake hands.
Does he look happy?
It's hard to tell, to be honest, with John.
And John was running multiple Phoenix base cellular trademark speed, right?
That's the one. He was the three Phoenixes, Cavalry Horde, 2 Elohai Hordes or Regiment and Horde. Very, very fast.
Yeah, he's doing the AGAD list, all gas, no brakes.
Yeah,
like just
he's got full jets.
Yeah, it's full Top Gun.
If you ain't first, you're last.
He's got a bomber jacket and aviators. He's playing shirtless volleyball later. He's full.
Seriously. Well, I mean, Britain, you got to play with the boys, baby. That's what you got to do.
You go over there and he just has a volleyball-sized dice that he's spinning on one finger.
Yeah, exactly. I can't sing, or I would sing it.
Yeah.
Little Kenny Loggins, too early in the morning.
Steve's gone over there to check on the score and entered the danger zone. So we'll see.
Wow, interesting.
Hrim, the big problem solver, coming to solve problems.
Yeah. Well, after Tom joined the commentary on the last game and was just bad-mouthing how Hrim had been absolutely appalling for him all tournament.
Oh, it had just sucked the whole tournament for him?
Yeah.
Well, all he's done this game is go over there and punt an already damaged unit.
So
of
table
halflings.
2 was victory to John Quayle.
Ooh.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. So
he beat Javier on...
winner of this wins it.
Correct.
Yeah.
So Javier would have won on turn 7. But there was no turn 7, and he needed a 5 to take off the Elohi Horde that was in the center and dominate, and he rolled a 3.
Oh, that's rough. Oh, man.
Yeah. Well, Javier's won once before. So it's only fair to let someone else have a go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of those. We had this happen with Pat Allen at Masters one year where he won Masters and then won the next 4 games of the following Masters. So it, at one point was on like 10-0. and Javier at this point was like on 11-0 and just couldn't win the 12th one. So, oh well.
Oh, wow. That's an impressive performance.
Yeah.
Looks like Tom's moved things out of charge arcs.
So I'll put it back as full screen. There we go. So we can see. Sorry, just behind the scenes here, we keep moving from full screen on the laptop so we can actually see things to the non-full screen where we can actually interact with people.
Is that unit of... What's that unit of cavalry that's left on the left next to the aeronauts? Is that some wild runners or something, or...?
There are 2 units of cavalry there. The one that is the most out of the woods, I believe, are wild runners. And the ones in the woods are wild lancers.
Okay.
So it looks like the wild runners are on at least 7 wounds.
Yeah, they're hurting.
I wonder if they've got a charge on that Bane on Frostfang or whatever it is. Oh, maybe not.
Another go for him. Or avoid it, or maneuvering to avoid.
Yeah.
What did the snow troll do last turn with Tom? Was it
the one in the middle?
The bottom left, yeah.
I think he just moved it a little bit. He moved it a little bit towards the center.
Interesting. I thought it would go punch something, but I...
So that right-hand horde is Tom's horde, right?
Yes. But I still...
Is it
unwounded?
unwounded?
Anybody spot it? Spin round. No, it's undamaged.
Undamaged horde. So there's 2 undamaged hordes left on the table, and there's 2 turns to go.
It's spun, right? Is it faced...
So it's facing towards the dominate circle.
I think it is now, yeah.
I believe so. I believe he's pieced it out and said...
Are those rifles in the middle? Looks like he's measuring. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense.
So at the beginning of the game, I'm like, wow, they're paper thin. But like the amount of attacks left on the board for Tom, unless that horde gets into them, there's nothing left on the board that actually, chews through them that quickly.
Yeah, there's just there. He doesn't have the dice, right? There's not a lot of
Like
dice.
you don't want Hrim punching defense 3. Like, it's a waste.
So Xeranos has turned around and again threatened the bank.
Yeah, he
turns
six
rank in the
aeronaut
rank.
charges is not what you want,
No,
really.
not
and
at
he's
all.
got 2 of them, and they're on opposite sides. So, it's a problem you don't want. Wow, how exciting!
It's a lot of halflings left.
Yeah. So the flying Labradors are going for the Snow Troll Prime.
Yeah, that guy still being alive is well done to him. Because he just had to solo Thane on Frostfang for a while and came out of it. So
just like a double charge on the Snow Troll down the bottom.
Yeah.
The Wild Riders and that damn it connection. And what's that flying guy? Is that one of his Aralez guys?
Yeah, it's a muster captain on winged Aralez.
Okay.
So they're solid. They're basically kings on large beast.
Yeah,
or
you
kings
can't
on
treat them
flying.
like they're not a Kingdoms of Men on a Pegasus hero. You know what I mean? They're
They're
can
7
punch a little bit.
attacks, crush 2 native, and then they have that Iron Resolve, just enough to kind of keep them annoying.
5 wounds is on. No. Oh goodness me!
Looks like those Tundra Wolves survived, right? That's any. I mean, at this point, Tom needs any unit to stay alive.
Right. He's fighting for his life, literally.
Yes, totally. He's
don't know what
clutching
he does
the
about
edge of the cliff.
I don't know what he does about the aeronauts in the bottom right.
That is the biggest problem.
Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming he's going to try to scald, which is in front of the horde into the aeronauts.
Yeah.
2 attacks on 5s.
Yeah,
it's
but just
a risk, but
he's got to do something to try and stop them from
any port in a storm.
There's
I've had
nothing else.
more rules queries this game 6 than any other game. People are starting to
pay attention. You say
it matters to people. It matters.
And it's game 6 of a long 2-day tournament, so I imagine people are a little afraid now too.
Yeah. There's been very little antagonism. I would say.
Oh, that's good. That's great.
It's more just like we don't know what to do, or
Yeah.
we have differing opinions. It's so civil. I can't
That's
even tell
awesome.
you.
I also find, I at least
There we
find
go.
that more people
Hold
check.
See, that's my tactical brilliance.
What is that unit? What is that little guy right there?
It's a scald. 2
Scald,
attacks on 5s.
So he's just hoping to Pizza Jesus.
Yep.
To do a damage.
He's praying he can, because otherwise he's getting aeronauts in the rear.
And he has no other choice, right?
There's no choice.
No other choice.
Because if he kept the infantry unit
Whoa.
Nimble charge.
Nimble,
what is that?
yeah. Do
Snow
it.
Troll Prime.
Just
Do
roll.
it.
Okay.
Roll square troll can do it.
Okay.
Yep.
Because we're on the hill. So
Yeah,
they're very high.
don't need to withdraw, right? You can just you just see
turn
it.
around.
See it and do it.
90-90, and then he's engaged on 2 sides and will do a wound, so they're not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yay.
The horde is unlocked.
Tom's like,
That's right.
I don't worry about this stuff. Don't worry, I got this, guys. Don't worry.
I got this.
Don't worry about it.
But the scald in the back, the scald in the front stops him from just going.
Yeah,
He's
just running
pinned.
forward.
He's pinned as long as he's done 1 wound.
Yeah.
Pinned. That's very clever.
The
God, I wish
scald
I
is
was this
just
clever.
the scald is there to keep them from just plowing
Walking
forward.
Yeah, just
regardless.
issuing a regular just front charge, right? With they don't need nimble or fly or anything if there was nothing in the front.
It's a very clever man.
Okay, so what's Tom looking at here?
He's, I think, trying to check
If he can
whether
go
there
move
is
past it.
a way to get past them and charge something else.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I'm anticipating a judgment call.
Here it comes.
Yes, I absolutely can, and also F you. and then Hrim blocks the line of sight of the aeronauts because he's so gigantic.
Yeah.
Oh, is Tom going to pull this out at the last minute?
It is
It's
his
sketchy.
style.
Oh. And this is how you know when you're really watching a good player is when they have such few resources left, but every move is like maximizing, you know. He's just now blocked that whole side of the board, basically.
Insane.
Yeah.
It's all going to be a question of unit strength. Can he remove that central horde? This locks them in place so they can't do anything tricky to get out of the way.
What is his horde? Tom's horde. What is
they
that?
are the warriors, basically.
Okay.
I can give you their stats. They're better than you think they are.
Okay.
They're melee 3, defense 5, unit strength 4, and they're crush 1, wild charge 1. So
that was good.
And then because they are tundra fighters, they get vicious if they're against something with frozen. And Harim, he hasn't been tracking it, but Harim basically just gives everyone frozen around him.
So if they get into that center horde, they have a chance.
Oh yeah, they should pop it. Especially if these snow foxes do a couple more damage to it.
Indeed, the pie, the bite, the slice. We're going to check. We are going to check back on the timing, Bart, for whether you said that before or after they went in. we do trust you. We do trust you, but we're going to check just to make sure.
Bart Kohler, future US master there.
So I would say really good job, Bart, but those are aeronauts. So you stumbled at the finish line.
I downgrade you to Paragon.
Yeah,
it's okay.
Yeah, it's all about the fluff.
He's very pretty armies.
But I love your passion.
To be fair, he's been on an awful lot for this streams. So,
good energy. Good energy.
Yeah.
Bart's a legend. I've never met him face to face. We played and talked a lot online, but I hope one day to meet him.
Well,
he does a very good Kermit impression when he's drunk. Just FYI.
So I thought when you said you had talked a lot to him online, it had been playing, but now we're seeing.
So Harim just snaked the muster captain. Does that matter terribly at this point?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's getting flanked by aeronauts now. When he would have been fronted.
Yeah. Oh,
it's a big deal.
So I think Tom rolled snakes on the muster captain, and I think he rolled snakes on the other aeronauts on the other side of the board.
Oh
no, he's dead.
No, he's just going and doing other fun stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's back to
That's
his
a big deal.
Yeah, so that
is unfortunate.
Yeah, now there's a gap you can see.
It looks like a front, I think, rather than a flank.
No, I mean, like, he's choosing to use the aeronauts even more aggressively, but, like, he had a flank on Harim if he wanted it.
Where's he putting the aeronauts?
Possibly, we'll see, but it looked like he was possibly sending them further forward, but for me, I would just pick up Harim.
I think so. Then you're threatening the dominate circle on turn 7 too, right? You know, and Harim's not doing anything funky.
Is this his turn 6?
Yes.
Okay, then maybe not. Maybe you do need to get everything into the dominate you can.
Yep.
But I think if he charges Harim and then surges forward for his...
Can we change the name of the dice cam so we can see what...
Can you do that from this?
Yeah. Edit name. Just take it out. Just put a dot. Okay. It's 5, so there's another turn to play. Yep. So Tom went second, right?
Yeah. It's turn 7 guaranteed.
No,
or
it's a
is it
roll off. It's
a roll off.
It's a roll off. Yeah.
Tom went first, right?
No.
Well, what an exciting game.
No, you did. Yeah, Tom did go first.
So this
Tom's on 6.
This is Tom's turn.
No,
this is Peter's turn. Peter's 5.
Peter.
I don't understand. If Tom went first, why? Maybe they haven't turned the dice over.
Because that's Tom's side of the board. Look at the table.
Yeah.
It's a 6.
So he hasn't turned the dice over. So this is Peter's 6.
It's Peter's 6 turn. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go and move.
I think.
But yeah, that double one's huge. It's too bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, after a long tournament like this, win or lose, you're okay to win or lose, but it's not because you roll multiple snake eyes in the last turn. You know, that is rough.
Because if Hrim picks up that captain and then turns to face, it's a much different board state.
Yeah.
And I also possibly back that Snow Troll Prime surviving against that Cav unit.
Well, then it means that like the aeronauts have to either just try to fly in, you know, and do nothing, and then you have Harim as a piece. So bottom of 6.
We think we're getting confirmation.
Okay, we think it's them. So if bottom of 6, Peter, you're thinking about, okay, what's the board state now? What will the board state be if there's a turn 7? You know, you're trying to adding up, you know, it's like the meme of doing all the math in your head, right?
Wise put the RLS, not the winged RLS in front of, but not into.
Yeah, so he just wants to block them.
Well, he was behind them, so he can't put them.
Can charge them in.
He can't charge them into the front.
Dissatisfied with his dice is the first thing to say.
Yeah,
that was a nut shot. That the double one again with Harim is definitely like a. I'm not gonna lie, I would be very, very sad and salty, and for the next hour, everyone that asked me how the game went, I would just be like, shrug, double ones.
Yeah, Tom's doing the power stance of I've been beaten here.
Yeah.
He's just said every dice roll has gone the other way. And, that's what it takes to win big tournaments.
It's got to have a bit of luck. Yeah.
And that's why it's so hard to win big tournaments, right? Because you have to play perfectly, and the dice have to go your way, which you have no control over, right?
That's it. Exactly.
Well,
right,
you might not have control over it, Jeremy. The rest of us are just cheating.
Oh, well, that, when in Rome, you know, as they say.
You know.
Did you hear about the weighted dice issue at an event in the UK in 40k?
No, I did not, but not surprised.
Hashtag toilet dice. The guy was called out for using load dice for a particular testing or whatever. I don't know 40k well enough, but they were double. Used to do lots of 6s, 2 dice, and once the guy was called out, he said, "All right, well, if you're going to accuse me of cheating, I'm just going to walk away and leave." And then it's found later that down a toilet bowl in the venue were 2 dice. It's clearly we tried to flush them down the toilet, and because they're weighted, surprisingly enough, it didn't flush.
That's hilarious. That's like the kid who tries to flush down the stuff they don't want their mom to see into the toilet, and it clogs the toilet, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh man, that's rough to play so tight and so well to make it this far after a weekend, and then I mean he was climbing uphill, right, a little bit. It looked like to me, but he was still in the game before those rolls.
I think he would have got very close to. I think the problem was that and Bridton called it. As soon as the aeronauts and the RLS got through on the far right-hand side as where we're looking and forced that horde to turn around, the game was an uphill struggle because that horde is then out of position and couldn't go across.
Yeah.
Start dominating that center circle. So it's effectively that horde's a turn behind where it needs to be.
It hasn't fought a combat.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough. Yeah, that is rough.
Its sister unit that was to the right of it fought a couple things, but if I'm remembering correctly, I don't think that horde ever fought.
No. It's taking damage from shooting, I believe now, so it's got a few points on it. So we've got Europe playing final countdown.
The double one on the right has let the sort of muster captain do what it wants, and
Yeah.
the aeronauts do what they want. But the
Yeah.
double run on our left, Peter's right, is the one that I think just really, because it's gonna kill that Snow Troll Prime most likely. That Snow Troll Prime now has no chance of killing off the dogs in front of it, but it would have at least been stopping them. And Hrim's most likely going to die. Yep.
There we go.
Hrim's
Yeah,
gone.
Hrim off.
And the aeronauts that would have been facing Hrim don't care.
Yeah.
And the cavalry on the hill, which would have had to care about Hrim, now doesn't care. So that's it's just there's too much unit strength there for Tom to influence.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the pieces anymore.
Yep.
But I mean, again, it speaks to the fact that he's playing on the top table in the final round of a tournament like this. That he, arguably top 5 players in the whole world. I would probably put him in that top 5.
Yep, it's fair. Yep. I was loving the music in the background. We've got Europe playing the final countdown. I don't know whether they're going to be on repeat.
But we've been talking about Tom a lot. This is big shout out for the Polish contingent here.
Totally.
Flying in, bringing all Mantic halflings, the 3 feet of filth.
Yeah.
3.5 feet tall, filthy, shooty tinkerers. So.
And like I said, man, it is a great army. I think it is really good, and I think now that more and more time has gone by, and we're going to be seeing more people with fully painted armies, I think it's only going to see this faction doing better and better. And especially after if they do come through and win this event, I could see it becoming, continuing to become a popular faction, which is great for Mantic. They make a great model range for this army.
They won it. They're winning it at the right time, because I don't think we have a chance to nerf them.
Yeah.
Like it's
they're only getting better, right? So if they can win at this state, let alone when
it's too late for the nerfs to come in on this event. So
it's been their plan all along. It's to stay under the radar until the last minute.
But I mean, I would say the army we're looking at is very good. It is very difficult to play against because it is on you with a front line and then has a second line that's doing damage, and really like 2 of the 3 aeronaut units are still alive and basically untouched, and have just been picking their moments, grabbing flanks, hitting exposed targets, etc. So
and I mean, their rifle horde is one of my probably favorite shooting infantry hordes in the game.
Steady aim.
Piercing. It's got spell ward, so you can't. It's a little bit more challenging to counter shoot.
So we've got. Have we got turn 7? Or are we just measuring?
Do they know table 2 lost?
I would have thought so. Yes.
Okay.
They know the game's over. I don't. Actually, they may not. Okay. Whoa.
So if he went, so is this bottom of?
This is bottom of 6.
Bottom of 6.
Because Tom basically just murdered an Aralez with a snow troll, I think.
Okay.
And murdered the Aralez, or sorry, he just turned the snow troll to face and murdered the Aralez with the horde, and the horde's now just sitting there, and this is all now just like clean up bottom of 7.
Yeah, I mean,
I believe this is the horde shooting the other horde.
Yeah, it's very well done on Peter's side.
Yeah, it's really well played.
Because if you look at the basic battle plan, which for him was hold on his left, push on his right has swung entirely into the middle of the dominate circle, and Tom's right, which was his strength, has one unit maybe partially in.
Mm.
So, like, from that meta, larger tactical, like, stage, looking at it across, like, his plan worked. You know, you can get Tom a beer afterwards and ask how much of that was the dice.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's a... Yeah,
and that's why we don't play chess, right? That's why we have dice. They're a part of the game.
Yeah, I can't win best painted in chess. So.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. Yep, I do like the unique design features of the halflings. There's something oddly quirky and yet still very thematic with halflings.
Yeah.
Cheers, Bart. Thank you very much.
Yeah. See you, bud. Well, stay tuned. We have an episode coming out on Countercharge on next Wednesday. We're going to be talking all things Twilightkin, and then we're going to be talking about rules design, army design philosophy, a bunch of really interesting stuff. So stay tuned to that next Wednesday.
Get the plug-in.
Got to get the plug-in. Like I said. Oh, there we
go. Game over. So a clear win for Peter. Congratulations, Peter. That was
congratulations.
Well played. Yeah. Outstanding. I say he's worked on the right
Steve, you're shipping a sword.
Yeah.
The double handshake, good sportsmanship on both those guys. They were playing for a lot in this game, you know?
Yeah, I always find there's that initial handshake of like you have to do when the game's over.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh my gosh, what the hell? And then you shake again when you actually are feeling it. You're like, actually, that was a great game.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's move that from there and remove that. And we can remove
So then based on So based on table 2, so based on table 2, Peter has won the event, we're pretty sure.
Yeah, so table 2, John Quayle had lost to Tom Robinson earlier in the event.
Okay.
So he was on one loss, but because he's playing a checkers or wreckers list that just crushes people, I think after 3 games he was on 75 points.
Holy moly.
So
there's a maximum points,
all gas. So he was still up there on table 2, even with a loss. But Javier was the one that was at 116 points, and I think Quayle was down at like 107 or something. And
so if he had won, he had a chance to.
I think Quayle needed a draw on the top table or a minor win. Like a low scoring, low attrition win, which this obviously wasn't.
Will not be. Yeah.
So I think Quayle was out and was just playing spoiler. And then Javier needed just a win of anything greater than the margin of the top tables to sort of sneak in there. So I'm 90. If those scores as told to me are correct, I'm 95% sure Javier is taking the.
Yeah, I agree.
He has one for Poland, for the nation of Poland, the largest Kings of War event in history.
Yeah, by Halflings. So we had Trident Realms win U.S. Masters. Halflings now have won Clash of King UK. Man, I love it. Don't we just?
The world's gone completely. Game? The world's gone completely mad.
We play such an amazing game, man. It's just like you just never know what's going to happen.
So who's bringing Ratkin slaves to Adepticon?
I know. It's like, what other random army that people are not going to think are going to win? Pick that, because that will things happen in threes, right?
The difference is I actually think Ratkin slaves aren't that strong, while I think Trident Realms and Halflings were just being slept on.
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out if they actually are the best. I'm pretty sure, looking at the coloured jerseys around, I think Team Spain may be the best team. Yeah.
Did they all wear jerseys?
The French, the Spanish are all wearing jerseys. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that is amazing and annoying at the same time.
I want a jersey. That's cool.
To be fair, there's a lot of people wearing club gear and either country gear as well. So it's yeah, there's a lot of people you can spot in teams. Okay,
Jeremy.
I'm not gonna get the guys to come do a talk to us because I think they'll be emotionally shattered after that talk. So what I'm going to suggest then is we stop the stream now and we go and have a drink and a sit down and a relax, and you guys get on with the rest of your Sunday.
Yeah, I mean it's now
been. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
Again, I'm really happy to see what was a showpiece event go off with what seems like really good vibes all around. Really great time with Ronnie there. It just feels like a really good Kings of War weekend. Showing
benchmark event too. Congratulations to you guys.
All that's great about the game, and the reason we all have sort of fallen in love with it. So cheers for sitting sunglasses on through the whole event. Holding
I know,
it
just
down,
like a
John.
baller. Just John like a baller, being like, okay, yeah, this is how we do things here.
There's such a bright light. See, it's flicked off my head, but it's such a bright light over. I was like, this works better with glasses on.
But thank you so much for
King and
holding down
country.
the fort.
Yeah, thanks, fellas.
Thank you, everybody, for watching, and have a great rest of your Sunday, everybody.
And congratulations, Poland and Peter.
Yeah, congratulations.
For what looks like pulling out the win.
Keep tuned to Kings of War Fanatics. There will be update on the final scores, and there'll be probably videos related to the prize giving where Steve starts to wield a very large sword, and we hope that Peter can wield the sword with some degree of control, because Steve certainly won't be able to.
Yeah,
right.
I'm concerned about Steve handing out these weapons more than I am about them mailing. Just no injuries, please.
Yeah. Okay, everybody. Thank you very much.
Okay,
so
see you,
long.
fellas.
See ya. Bye bye. Cheers.